tonight when I was out for a walk with myself in the spring twilight, and she would not even stop to speak to me, just slipped by me like a shadow in the twilight. She looked at me for a second as she passed, and her eyes were pools of hatred. I think she grows more unhappy every year. In my walk, I went and said good night to the disappointed house. I am always so sorry for it. It is a house that has never lived, that has not fulfilled its destiny. Its blind windows seem peering wistfully from its face as if seeking vainly for what they cannot find. No home light has ever gleamed through them in summer dusk or winter darkness. And yet I feel somehow that the little house has kept its dream, and that sometime it will come true. I wish I owned it. I dandered around all my old haunts tonight: Lofty John's bush, Emily's bower, the old orchard, the pond graveyard, the Today road. I love that little road. It's like a personal friend to me. I think dandering is a lovely word of its kind, not in itself exactly, like some words, but because it is so perfectly expressive of its own meaning. Even if you'd never heard it before, you'd know exactly what it meant. Dandering could mean only dandering. The discovery of beautiful and interesting words always gives me joy. When I find a new charming word, I exult as a jewel seeker and am unhappy until I've set it in a sentence. May 29th. Tonight, Aunt Ruth came home with a portentous face. "Emily, what does this story mean that is all over Shrewsbury? That you were standing on Queen Street last night with a man's arms around you, kissing him?" I knew in a minute what had happened. I wanted to stamp. I wanted to laugh. I wanted to tear my hair. The whole thing was so absurd and ludicrous, but I had to keep a grave face and explain to Aunt Ruth. This is the dark, unholy tale. Ilse and I were dandering along Queen Street last night at dusk. Just by the old Taylor house we met a man. I do not know the man. Not likely I shall ever know him. I do not know if he was tall or short, old or young, handsome or ugly, black or white, Jew or Gentile, bond or free. But I do know he hadn't shaved that day. He was walking at a brisk pace. Then something happened which passed in the wink of an eye, but takes several seconds to describe. I stepped aside to let him pass. He stepped in the same direction. I darted the other way, so did he. Then I thought I saw a chance of getting past, and I made a wild dash. He made a dash, with the result that I ran full tilt against him. He had thrown out his arms when he realized a collision was unavoidable. I went right between them, and in the shock of the encounter, they involuntarily closed around me for a moment, while my nose came into violent contact with his chin. I beg your pardon," the poor creature gasped, dropped me as if I were a hot coal, and tore off around the corner. Ilse was in fits. She said she had never seen anything so funny in her life. It had all passed so quickly that to a bystander it looked exactly as if that man and I had stopped, gazed at each other for a moment, and then rushed madly into each other's arms. My nose ached for blocks. Ilse said she saw Miss Taylor peering from the window just as it happened. Of course that old gossip has spread the story with her own interpretation of it. I explained all this to Aunt Ruth, who remained incredulous and seemed to consider it a very limping tale indeed. "It's a very strange thing that on a sidewalk 12 feet wide you couldn't get past a man without embracing him," she said. "Come now, Aunt Ruth," I said. "I know you think me sly and deep and foolish and ungrateful, but you know I am half Murray, and do you think anyone with any Murray in her would embrace a gentleman friend on the public street?" "Oh, I did think you could hardly be so brazen," admitted Aunt Ruth. "But Miss Taylor said she saw it. Everyone has heard it. I do not like to have one of my family talked about like that. It would not have occurred if you had not been out with Ilse Burnley in defiance of my advice. Don't let anything like this happen again. Things like that don't happen, I said. They are foreordained. June 3rd. The land of uprightness is a thing of beauty. I can go to the fern pool to write again. Aunt Ruth is very suspicious of this performance. She has never forgotten that I met Perry there one evening. The pool is very lovely now, under its new young ferns. I look into it and imagine it is the legendary pool in which one could see the future. I picture myself tiptoeing to it at midnight by full moon, casting something precious into it, then looking timidly at what I saw. What would it show me? The alpine path gloriously climbed? Or failure? No, never failure. June 9th. Last week Aunt Ruth had a birthday, and I gave her a centerpiece which I had embroidered. She thanked me rather stiffly and didn't seem to care anything about it. Tonight I was sitting in the bay window recess of the dining room, doing my algebra by the last light. The folding doors were open, and Aunt Ruth was talking to Mrs. Ince in the parlor. I thought they knew I was in the bay, but I suppose the curtains hid me. All at once I heard my name. Aunt Ruth was showing the centerpiece to Mrs. Ince, quite proudly. My niece Emily gave me this on my birthday. See how beautifully it is done? She is very skillful with her needle. Could this be Aunt Ruth? I was so petrified with amazement that I could neither move nor speak. She is clever with more than her needle, said Mrs. Ince. I hear Principal Hardy expects her to head her class in the terminal examinations. Her mother, my sister Juliet, was a very clever girl, said Aunt Ruth. And she's quite pretty, too, said Mrs. Ince. Her father, Douglas Starr, was a remarkably handsome man, said Aunt Ruth. They went out then. For once, an eavesdropper heard something good of herself. But from Aunt Ruth. June 17th. My candle goeth not out by night now, at least not until quite late. Aunt Ruth lets me sit up because the terminal examinations are on. Perry infuriated Mr. Travers by writing at the end of his algebra paper, Matthew 7:5. When Mr. Travers turned it up, he read, Thou hypocrite, first cast out the beam out of thine own eye, and then shalt thou see clearly to cast out the mote out of thy brother's eye. Mr. Travers is credited with knowing much less about mathematics than he pretends to. So he was furious and threw Perry's paper out as a punishment for impertinence. The truth is, poor Perry made a mistake. He meant to write Matthew 5:7. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. He went and explained to Mr. Travers, but Mr. Travers wouldn't listen. Then Ilse bearded the lion in his den, that is, went to Principal Hardy, told him the tale, and induced him to intercede with Mr. Travers. As a result, Perry got his marks, but was warned not to juggle with scripture texts again. June 28th. School's out. I have won my star pin. It has been a great old year of fun and study and stings. And now I'm going back to dear New Moon for 2 splendid months of freedom and happiness. I'm going to write a garden book in vacation. The idea has been sizzling in my brain for some time, and since I can't write stories, I shall try my hand at a series of essays on Cousin Jimmy's garden, with a poem for a tale piece to each essay. It will be good practice, and will please Cousin Jimmy. Chapter 12. At the Sign of the Haystack. Why do you want to do a thing like that? Said Aunt Ruth, sniffing, of course. A sniff may always be taken for granted with each of Aunt Ruth's remarks, even when the present biographer omits mention of it. "To poke some dollars into my slim purse," said Emily. Holidays were over. The garden book had been written and read in installments to Cousin Jimmy in the dusks of July and August, to his great delight. And now it was September, with its return to school and studies, the land of uprightness, and Aunt Ruth. Emily, with skirts a fraction longer and her hair clubbed up so high in the Cadogan braid of those days that it really was almost up, was back in Shrewsbury for her junior year, and she had just told Aunt Ruth what she meant to do on her Shrewsbury Saturdays for the autumn. The editor of the Shrewsbury Times was planning a special illustrated Shrewsbury edition, and Emily was going to canvass as much of the country as she could cover for subscriptions to it. She had wrung a rather reluctant consent from Aunt Elizabeth, a consent which could never have been extorted if Aunt Elizabeth had been paying all Emily's expenses at school. But there was Wallace paying for her books and tuition fees, and occasionally hinting to Elizabeth that he was a very fine, generous fellow to do so. Elizabeth, in her secret heart, was not over-fond of her brother Wallace, and resented his splendid airs over the little help he was extending to Emily. So, when Emily pointed out that she could easily earn, during the fall, at least half enough to pay for her books for the whole year, Elizabeth yielded. Wallace would have been offended if she, Elizabeth, had insisted on paying Emily's expenses when he took a notion to do it, but he could not reasonably resent Emily earning part for herself. He was always preaching that girls should be self-reliant and able to earn their own way in life. Aunt Ruth could not refuse when Elizabeth had assented, but she did not approve. "The idea of your wandering over the country alone." "Oh, I'll not be alone. Ilse is going with me," said Emily. Aunt Ruth did not seem to consider this much of an improvement. "We're going to begin Thursday," said Emily. "There is no school Friday, owing to the death of Principal Hardy's father, and our classes are over at 3 on Thursday afternoon. We're going to canvass the Western Road that evening." "May I ask if you intend to camp on the side of the road?" "Oh, no. We'll spend the night with Ilse's aunt at Wiltney. Then, on Friday, we'll cut back to the Western Road, finish it that day, and spend Friday night with Mary Carswell's people at St. Clair, then work home Saturday by the river road." "It's perfectly absurd," said Aunt Ruth. "No Murray ever did such a thing. I'm surprised at Elizabeth. It simply isn't decent for two young girls like you and Ilse to be wandering alone over the country for 3 days." "What do you suppose could happen to us?" asked Emily. "A good many things might happen," said Aunt Ruth severely. She was right. A good many things might, and did, happen in that excursion. But Emily and Ilse set off in high spirits Thursday afternoon, two graceless schoolgirls with an eye for the funny side of everything, and a determination to have a good time. Emily especially was feeling uplifted. There had been another thin letter in the mail that day with the address of a third-rate magazine in the corner, offering her 3 subscriptions to the said magazine for her poem, Night in the Garden, which had formed the conclusion of her garden book, and was considered both by herself and Cousin Jimmy to be the gem of the volume. Emily had left the garden book locked up in the mantel cupboard of her room at New Moon, but she meant to send copies of its tail-pieces to various publications during the fall. It augured well that the first one sent had been accepted so promptly. "Well, we're off," she said, "over the hills and far away. What an alluring old phrase. Anything may be beyond those hills ahead of us." "I hope we'll get lots of material for our essays," said Ilse practically. Principal Hardy had informed the junior English class that he would require several essays from them during the fall term, and Emily and Ilse had decided that one at least of their essays should recount their experiences in canvassing for subscriptions, from their separate points of view. Thus they had two strings to their bow. "I suggest we work along the Western Road and its branches as far as Hunter's Creek tonight," said Emily. "We ought to get there by sunset. Then we can hit the gypsy trail across the country, through the Malvern woods, and come out on the other side of them, quite near Wiltney. It's only half an hour's walk, while around by the Malvern Road it's an hour." "What a lovely afternoon this is!" It was a lovely afternoon. Such an afternoon as only September can produce when summer has stolen back for one more day of dream and glamour. Harvest fields, drenched in sunshine, lay all around them. The austere charm of northern firs made wonderful the ways over which they walked. Goldenrod beribboned the fences, and the sacrificial fires of willow herb were kindled on all the burnt lands along the sequestered roads back among the hills. But they soon discovered that canvassing for subscriptions was not all fun, though to be sure, as Ilse said, they found plenty of human nature for their essays. There was the old man who said, "Humph," at the end of every remark Emily made. When finally asked for a subscription, he gruffly said, "No." "I'm glad you didn't say humph this time," said Emily. "It was getting monotonous." The old fellow stared, then chuckled. "Are you any relation to the proud Murrays? I worked at a place they call New Moon when I was young, and one of the Murray gals, Elizabeth her name was, had a sort of high and lofty way of looking at you, just like yours." "My mother was a Murray." "I was thinking so. You bear the stamp of the breed. Well, here's $2, and you can put my name down. I'd rather see the special edition before I subscribe. I don't favour buying bearskins afore I see the bear. But it's worth $2 to see a proud Murray coming down to ask an old Billy Scott for a subscription." "Why didn't you slay him with a glance?" asked Ilse as they walked away. Emily was walking savagely with her head held high and her eyes snapping. "I'm out to get subscriptions, not to make widows. I didn't expect it would be all plain sailing." There was another man who growled all the way through Emily's explanations, and then, when she was primed for refusal, gave her 5 subscriptions. "He likes to disappoint people," she told Ilse as they went down the lane. "He would rather disappoint them agreeably than not at all." One man swore volubly, not at anything in particular, but just at large, as Ilse said, and another old man was on the point of subscribing when his wife interfered. "I wouldn't if I was you, Father. The editor of that paper is an infidel." "Very impudent of him, to be sure," said Father, and put his money back in his wallet. "Delicious," murmured Emily when she was out of earshot. "I must jot that down in my Jimmy book." As a rule, the women received them more politely than the men, but the men gave them more subscriptions. Indeed, the only woman who subscribed was an elderly dame whose heart Emily won by listening sympathetically to a long account of the beauty and virtues of the said elderly lady's deceased pet Thomas cat. Though it must be admitted that she whispered aside to Ilse at its conclusion, "Charlottetown papers, please copy." Their worst experience was with a man who treated them to a tirade of abuse because his politics differed from the politics of the times, and he seemed to hold them responsible for it. When he halted for breath, Emily stood up. "Kick the dog, then you'll feel better," she said calmly as she stalked out. Ilse was white with rage. "Could you have believed people could be so detestable?" she exploded. "To rate us as if we were responsible for the politics of the times. Well, human nature from canvasser's point of view is to be the subject of my essay. I'll describe that man and picture myself telling him all the things I wanted to and didn't." Emily broke into laughter and found her temper again. "You can. I can't even take that revenge. My promise to Aunt Elizabeth binds me." I shall have to stick to facts. Come, let's not think of the brute. After all, we've got quite a lot of subscriptions already, and there's a clump of white birches in which it is reasonably certain a dryad lives, and that cloud over the firs looks like the faint golden ghost of a cloud. Nevertheless, I should have liked to reduce that old vampire to powder, said Ilse. At the next place of call, however, their experience was pleasant, and they were asked to stay for supper. By sunset they had done reasonably well in the matter of subscriptions, and had accumulated enough private jokes and bywords to furnish fun for many moons of reminiscence. They decided to canvass no more that night. They had not got quite as far as Hunter's Creek, but Emily thought it would be safe to make a cross-cut from where they were. The Malvern woods were not so very extensive, and no matter where they came out on the northern side of them, they would be able to see Wiltney. They climbed a fence, went up across a hill pasture field feathered with asters, and were swallowed up by the Malvern woods, crossed and recrossed by dozens of trails. The world disappeared behind them, and they were alone in a realm of wild beauty. Emily thought the walk through the woods all too short, though tired Ilse, whose foot had turned on a pebble earlier in the day, found it unpleasantly long. Emily liked everything about it. She liked to see that shining gold head of Ilse's slipping through the gray-green trunks under the long swaying boughs. She liked the faint, dreamlike notes of sleepy birds. She liked the little wandering, whispering, tricksy wind of dusk among the tree crests. She liked the incredibly delicate fragrance of wood flowers and growths. She liked the little ferns that brushed Ilse's silken ankles. She liked that slender, white, tantalizing thing which gleamed out for a moment adown the dim vista of a winding path. Was it a birch or a wood nymph? No matter. It had given her that stab of poignant rapture she called the flash, her priceless thing whose flitting, uncalculated moments were worth cycles of mere existence. Emily wandered on, thinking all of the loveliness of the road and nothing of the road itself, absently following limping Ilse, until at last the trees suddenly fell away before them, and they found themselves in the open, with a wild sort of little pasture before them, and beyond, in the clear afterlight, a long sloping valley, rather bare and desolate, where the farmsteads had no great appearance of thrift or comfort. "Why, where are we?" said Ilse blankly. "I don't see anything like Wiltney." Emily came abruptly out of her dreams and tried to get her bearings. The only landmark visible was a tall spire on a hill 10 miles away. "Why, there's the spire of the Catholic Church at Indian Head," she said flatly. "And that must be Hardscrabble Road down there. We must have taken a wrong turning somewhere, Ilse. We've come out on the east side of the woods instead of the north." "Then we're 5 miles from Wiltney," said Ilse despairingly. "I can never walk that far. And we can't go back through those woods. It will be pitch dark in a quarter of an hour. What on earth can we do?" "Admit we're lost and make a beautiful thing of it," said Emily coolly. "Oh, we're lost all right, to all intents and purposes," moaned Ilse, climbing feebly up on the tumble-down fence and sitting there. "But I don't see how we're going to make it beautiful. We can't stay here all night. The only thing to do is to go down and see if they'll put us up at any of those houses. I don't like the idea. If that's Hardscrabble Road, the people are all poor and dirty. I've heard Aunt Nett tell weird tales of Hardscrabble Road." "Why can't we stay here all night?" said Emily. Ilse looked at Emily to see if she meant it, saw that she did. "Where can we sleep? Hang ourselves over this fence?" "Over on that haystack," said Emily. "It's only half finished, hardscrabble fashion. The top is flat. There's a ladder leaning against it. The hay is dry and clean. The night is summer warm. There are no mosquitoes this time of year. We can put our raincoats over us to keep off the dew. Why not?" Ilse looked at the haystack in the corner of the little pasture and began to laugh, assentingly. "What will Aunt Ruth say?" Aunt Ruth need never know it. I'll be sly for once with a vengeance. Besides, I've always longed to sleep out in the open. It's been one of the secret wishes I believed were forever unattainable, hedged about as I am with ants. And now it has tumbled into my lap like a gift thrown down by the gods. It's really such good luck as to be uncanny. "Suppose it rains," said Ilse, who, nevertheless, found the idea very alluring. "It won't rain. There isn't a cloud in sight, except those great fluffy rose and white ones piling up over Indian Head. They're the kind of clouds that always make me feel that I'd love to soar up on wings as eagles and swoop right down into the middle of them." It was easy to ascend the little haystack. They sank down on its top with sighs of content, realizing that they were tireder than they had thought. The stack was built of the wild, fragrant grasses of the little pasture, and yielded an indescribably alluring aroma, such as no cultivated clover can give. They could see nothing but a great sky of faint rose above them, pricked with early stars, and the dim fringe of tree-tops around the field. Bats and swallows swooped darkly above them against the paling western gold. Delicate fragrances exhaled from the mosses and ferns just over the fence under the trees. A couple of aspen poplars in the corner talked in silvery whispers of the gossip of the woods. They laughed together in sheer lawless pleasure. An ancient enchantment was suddenly upon them, and the white magic of the sky and the dark magic of the woods wove the final spell of a potent incantation. "Such loveliness as this doesn't seem real," murmured Emily. "It's so wonderful it hurts me. I'm afraid to speak out loud for fear it will vanish. Were we vexed with that horrid old man and his beastly politics today, Ilse? Why, he doesn't exist. Not in this world, anyway. I hear the wind woman running with soft, soft footsteps over the hill. I shall always think of the wind as a personality. She is a shrew when she blows from the north, a lonely seeker when she blows from the east, a laughing girl when she comes from the west, and tonight from the south, a little gray fairy." "How do you think of such things?" asked Ilse. This was a question which, for some mysterious reason, always annoyed Emily. "I don't think of them. They come," she answered rather shortly. Ilse resented the tone. "For heaven's sake, Emily, don't be such a crank," she exclaimed. For a second, the wonderful world in which Emily was at the moment living trembled and wavered like a disturbed reflection in water. Then, "Don't let's quarrel here," she implored. "One of us might push the other off the haystack." Ilse burst out laughing. Nobody can really laugh and keep angry. So their night under the stars was not spoiled by a fight. They talked for a while in whispers of schoolgirl secrets and dreams and fears. They even talked of getting married sometime in the future. Of course they shouldn't have, but they did. Ilse, it appeared, was slightly pessimistic in regard to her matrimonial chances. "The boys like me as a pal, but I don't believe anyone will ever really fall in love with me." "Nonsense," said Emily reassuringly. 9 out of 10 men will fall in love with you." "But it will be the 10th I'll want," persisted Ilse gloomily. And then they talked of almost everything else in the world. Finally, they made a solemn compact that whichever one of them died first was to come back to the other if it were possible. How many such compacts have been made, and has even one ever been kept? Then Ilse grew drowsy and fell asleep. But Emily did not sleep, did not want to sleep. It was too dear a night to go to sleep, she felt. She wanted to lie awake for the pleasure of it and think over 1,000 things. Emily always looked back to that night spent under the stars as a sort of milestone. Everything in it and of it ministered to her. It filled her with its beauty, which she must later give to the world. She wished that she could coin some magic word that might express it. The round moon rose. Did an old witch in a high-crowned hat ride past it on a broomstick? No. It was only a bat and the little tip of a hemlock tree by the fence. She made a poem on it at once, the lines singing themselves through her consciousness without effort. With one side of her nature she liked writing prose best. With the other, she liked writing poetry. This side was uppermost tonight, and her very thoughts ran into rhyme. A great pulsating star hung low in the sky over Indian Head. Emily gazed on it and recalled Teddy's old fancy of his previous existence in a star. The idea seized on her imagination, and she spun a dream life, lived in some happy planet circling round that mighty, far-off sun. Then came the northern lights, drifts of pale fire over the sky, spears of light, as of Empyrean armies, pale, elusive hosts retreating and advancing. Emily lay and watched them in rapture. Her soul was washed pure in that great bath of splendor. She was a high priestess of loveliness, assisting at the divine rites of her worship. And she knew her goddess smiled. She was glad Ilse was asleep. Any human companionship, even the dearest and most perfect, would have been alien to her then. She was sufficient unto herself, needing not love nor comradeship, nor any human emotion to round out her felicity. Such moments come rarely in any life, but when they do come, they are inexpressibly wonderful, as if the finite were for a second infinity, as if humanity were for a space uplifted into divinity, as if all ugliness had vanished, leaving only flawless beauty. Oh, beauty! Emily shivered with the pure ecstasy of it. She loved it. It filled her being tonight as never before. She was afraid to move or breathe, lest she break the current of beauty that was flowing through her. Life seemed like a wonderful instrument on which to play supernal harmonies. Oh, God, make me worthy of it. Oh, make me worthy of it, she prayed. Could she ever be worthy of such a message? Could she dare try to carry some of the loveliness of that dialogue divine back to the everyday world of sordid marketplace and clamorous street? She must give it. She could not keep it to herself. Would the world listen, understand, feel? Only if she were faithful to the trust and gave out that which was committed to her, careless of blame or praise. High priestess of beauty, yes, she would serve at no other shrine. She fell asleep in this rapt mood, dreamed that she was Sappho springing from the Leucadian rock, woke to find herself at the bottom of the haystack with Ilse's startled face peering down at her. Fortunately, so much of the stack had slipped down with her that she was able to say cautiously, "I think I'm all in one piece still." Chapter 13. Haven. When you have fallen asleep listening to the hymns of the gods, it is something of an anticlimax to be wakened by an ignominious tumble from a haystack. But at least it had aroused them in time to see the sunrise over Indian Head, which was worth the sacrifice of several hours of inglorious ease. Besides, I might never have known what an exquisite thing a spider's web beaded with dew is, said Emily. Look at it, swung between those two tall plummy grasses. Write a poem on it, jeered Ilse, whose alarm made her fleetingly cross. "How's your foot?" "Oh, it's all right, but my hair is sopping wet with dew." "So is mine. We'll carry our hats for a while, and the sun will soon dry us. It's just as well to get an early start. We can get back to civilization by the time it's safe for us to be seen. Only we'll have to breakfast on the crackers in my bag. It won't do for us to be looking for breakfast, with no rational account to give of where we spent the night. Ilse, swear you'll never mention this escapade to a living soul. It's been beautiful, but it will remain beautiful just as long as only we two know of it. Remember the result of your telling about our moonlit bath." "People have such beastly minds," grumbled Ilse, sliding down the stack. "Oh, look at Indian Head. I could be a sun worshipper this very moment." Indian Head was a flaming mount of splendor. The far-off hills turned beautifully purple against the radiant sky. Even the bare, ugly hardscrabble road was transfigured and luminous in hazes of silver. The fields and woods were very lovely in the faint pearly luster. "The world is always young again for just a few moments at the dawn," murmured Emily. Then she pulled her Jimmy book out of her bag and wrote the sentence down. They had the usual experiences of canvassers the world over that day. Some people refused to subscribe, ungraciously. Some subscribed graciously. Some refused to subscribe so pleasantly that they left an agreeable impression. Some consented to subscribe so unpleasantly that Emily wished they had refused. But on the whole, they enjoyed the forenoon, especially when an excellent early dinner in a hospitable farmhouse on the western road filled up the aching void left by a few crackers and a night on a haystack. "S'pose you didn't come across any stray children today?" asked their host. "No. Have any been lost?" "Little Alan Bradshaw, Will Bradshaw's son, downriver at Malvern Point, has been missing ever since Tuesday morning. He walked out of the house that morning singing and hasn't been seen or heard of since." Emily and Ilse exchanged shocked glances. "How old was he?" "Just 7, and an only child. They say his poor ma is plumb distracted. All the Malvern Point men have been searching for him for 2 days, and not a trace of him can they discover." "What can have happened to him?" said Emily, pale with horror. "It's a mystery. Some think he fell off the wharf at the point. It was only about a quarter of a mile from the house, and he used to like sitting there and watching the boats. But nobody saw anything of him round the wharf or the bridge that morning. There's a lot of marshland west of the Bradshaw farm, full of bogs and pools. Some think he must have wandered there and got lost and perished. You remember Tuesday night was terrible cold. That's where his mother thinks he is. And if you ask me, she's right. If he'd been anywhere else, he'd have been found by the searching parties. They've combed the country." The story haunted Emily all the rest of the day, and she walked under its shadow. Anything like that always took almost a morbid hold on her. She could not bear the thought of the poor mother at Malvern Point. And the little lad, where was he? Where had he been the previous night when she had lain in the ecstasy of wild, free hours? That night had not been cold, but Wednesday night had, and she shuddered as she recalled Tuesday night, when a bitter autumnal windstorm had raged till dawn, with showers of hail and stinging rain. Had he been out in that? The poor lost baby? "Oh, I can't bear it," she moaned. "It's dreadful," agreed Ilse, looking rather sick. "But we can't do anything. There's no use in thinking of it. Oh!" Suddenly Ilse stamped her foot. "I believe Father used to be right when he didn't believe in God. Such a hideous thing as this! How could it happen if there is a God? A decent God, anyway? God hadn't anything to do with this, said Emily. You know the power that made last night couldn't have brought about this monstrous thing. Well, he didn't prevent it, retorted Ilse, who was suffering so keenly that she wanted to arraign the universe at the bar of her pain. Little Alan Bradshaw may be found yet. He must be, exclaimed Emily. He won't be found alive, stormed Ilse. No, don't talk to me about God, and don't talk to me of this. I've got to forget it. I'll go crazy if I don't. Ilse put the matter out of her mind with another stamp of her foot, and Emily tried to. She could not quite succeed, but she forced herself to concentrate superficially on the business of the day, though she knew the horror lurked in the back of her consciousness. Only once did she really forget it, when they came around a point on the Melbourne River Road and saw a little house built in the cup of a tiny bay, with a steep grassy hill rising behind it. Scattered over the hill were solitary, beautifully shaped young fir trees, like little green, elongated pyramids. No other house was in sight. All about it was a lovely autumnal solitude of gray, swift-running, windy river and red, spruce-fringed points. That house belongs to me, said Emily. Ilse stared. To you? Yes. Of course I don't own it. But haven't you sometimes seen houses that you knew belonged to you, no matter who owned them? No, Ilse hadn't. She hadn't the least idea what Emily meant. I know who owns that house, she said. It's Mr. Scobie of Kingsport. He built it for a summer cottage. I heard Aunt Nett talking of it the last time I was in Wiltney. It was finished a few weeks ago. It's a pretty little house, but too small for me. I like a big house. I don't want to feel cramped and crowded, especially in summer. It's hard for a big house to have any personality, said Emily thoughtfully. But little houses almost always have. That house is full of it. There isn't a line or a corner that isn't eloquent, and those casement windows are lovable, especially that little one high up under the eaves over the front door. It's absolutely smiling at me. Look at it glowing like a jewel in the sunshine out of the dark shingle setting. The little house is greeting us. You dear, friendly thing. I love you. I understand you. As old Kelly would say, may never a tear be shed under your roof. The people who are going to live in you must be nice people, or they would never have thought you. If I lived in you, beloved, I'd always stand at that western window at evening to wave to someone coming home. That is just exactly what that window was built for, a frame for love and welcome. When you get through with talking to your house, we'd better hurry on, warned Ilse. There's a storm coming up. See those clouds? And those seagulls. Gulls never come up this far except before a storm. It's going to rain any minute. We'll not sleep on a haystack tonight, friend Emily. Emily loitered past the little house and looked at it lovingly as long as she could. It was such a dear little place, with its dubbed-off gables and rich brown shingle tints, and its general intimate air of sharing mutual jokes and secrets. She turned around half a dozen times to look upon it as they climbed the steep hill, and when at last it dipped below sight, she sighed. I hate to leave it. I have the oddest feeling, Ilse, that it's calling to me, that I ought to go back to it. Don't be silly, said Ilse impatiently. There, it's sprinkling now. If you hadn't poked so long looking at your blessed little hut, we'd have been out on the main road now and near shelter. Wow, but it's cold. It's going to be a dreadful night, said Emily in a low voice. Oh, Ilse, where is that poor little lost boy tonight? I wish I knew if they had found him. Don't, said Ilse savagely. Don't say another word about him. It's awful. It's hideous. What can we do?"
"Nothing. That's the dreadful thing about it. It seems wicked to go on about our own business, asking for subscriptions when that child is not found."
By this time they had reached the main road. The rest of the afternoon was not pleasant. Stinging showers came at intervals. Between them the world was raw and damp and cold, with a moaning wind that came in ominous sighing gusts under a leaden sky. At every house where they called, they were reminded of the lost baby, for there were only women to give or refuse subscriptions. The men were all away searching for him.
"Though it isn't any use now,"
said one woman gloomily.
"Except that they may find his little body. He can't have lived this long. I just can't eat or cook for thinking of his poor mother. They say she's nigh crazy. I don't wonder."
"They say old Margaret McIntyre is taking it quite calmly,"
said an older woman who was piecing a log cabin quilt by the window.
"I'd have thought she'd be wild, too. She seemed real fond of little Alan. Oh, Margaret McIntyre has never got worked up about anything for the past 5 years, ever since her own son, Neil, was frozen to death in the Klondike. Seems as if her feelings were frozen then, too. She's been a little mad ever since. She won't worry none over this. She'll just smile and tell you she spanked the king."
Both women laughed. Emily, with the storyteller's nose, scented a story instantly, but though she would fain have lingered to hunt it down, Ilse hustled her away.
"We must get on, Emily, or we'll never reach St. Clair before night."
They soon realized that they were not going to reach it. At sunset, St. Clair was still 3 miles away, and there was every indication of a wild evening.
"We can't get to St. Clair, that's certain," said Ilse. "It's going to settle down for a steady rain, and it'll be as black as 1,000,000 black cats in a quarter of an hour. We'd better go to that house over there and ask if we can stay all night. It looks snug and respectable, though it certainly is the jumping-off place."
The house at which Ilse pointed, an old whitewashed house with a gray roof, was set on the face of a hill amid bright green fields of clover aftermath. A wet red road wound up the hill to it. A thick grove of spruces shut it off from the Gulf shore, and beyond the grove, a tiny dip in the land revealed a triangular glimpse of misty white-capped gray sea. The near brook valley was filled with young spruces, dark green in the rain. The gray clouds hung heavily over it. Suddenly the sun broke through the clouds in the west for one magical moment. The hill of clover meadows flashed instantly into incredibly vivid green. The triangle of sea shimmered into violet. The old house gleamed like white marble against the emerald of its hilly background, and the inky black sky over and around it.
"Oh,"
gasped Emily.
"I never saw anything so wonderful."
She groped wildly in her bag and clutched her jimmy book. The post of a field gate served as a desk. Emily licked a stubborn pencil and wrote feverishly. Ilse squatted on a stone in a fence corner and waited with ostentatious patience. She knew that when a certain look appeared on Emily's face, she was not to be dragged away until she was ready to go. The sun had vanished, and the rain was beginning to fall again when Emily put her jimmy book back into her bag, with a sigh of satisfaction.
"I had to get it, Ilse."
"Couldn't you have waited till you got to dry land and wrote it down from memory?" grumbled Ilse, uncoiling herself from her stone.
"No, I'd have missed some of the flavor then. I've got it all now, and in just exactly the right words. Come on, I'll race you to the house." "Oh, smell that wind. There's nothing in all the world like a salt sea wind, a savage salt sea wind. After all, there's something delightful in a storm. There's always something, deep down in me, that seems to rise and leap out to meet a storm, wrestle with it. I feel that way sometimes, but not tonight, said Ilse. I'm tired, and that poor baby. Oh! Emily's triumph and exultation went from her in a cry of pain. Oh, Ilse, I'd forgotten for a moment. How could I? Where can he be? Dead, said Ilse harshly. It's better to think so than to think of him alive still, out tonight. Come, we've got to get in somewhere. The storm is on for good now, no more showers. An angular woman, panoplied in a white apron so stiffly starched that it could easily have stood alone, opened the door of the house on the hill and bade them enter. Oh, yes, you can stay here, I reckon, she said, not inhospitably, if you'll excuse things being a bit upset. They're in sad trouble here. Oh, I'm sorry, stammered Emily. We won't intrude. We'll go somewhere else. Oh, we don't mind you, if you don't mind us. There's a spare room. You're welcome. You can't go on in a storm like this. There isn't another house for some ways. I advise you to stop here. I'll get you a bit of supper. I don't live here. I'm just a neighbor come to help 'em out a bit. Hollinger's my name, Mrs. Julia Hollinger. Mrs. Bradshaw ain't good for anything. You've heard of her little boy, maybe? Is this where... And he hasn't been found? No, never will be. I'm not mentioning it to her. With a quick glance over her shoulder along the hall. But it's my opinion he got in the quicksands down by the bay. That's what I think. Come in and lay off your things. I suppose you don't mind eating in the kitchen. The room is cold. We haven't the stove up in it yet. It'll have to be put up soon if there's a funeral. I suppose there won't be if he's in the quicksand. You can't have a funeral without a body, can you? All this was very gruesome. Emily and Ilse would fain have gone elsewhere, but the storm had broken in full fury, and darkness seemed to pour in from the sea over the changed world. They took off their drenched hats and coats and followed their hostess to the kitchen, a clean, old-fashioned spot which seemed cheerful enough in lamplight and fire-glow. Sit up to the fire. I'll poke it a bit. Don't mind Grandfather Bradshaw. Grandfather, here's 2 young ladies that want to stay all night. Grandfather stared stonily at them out of little hazy blue eyes and said not a word. Don't mind him, in a pig's whisper. He's over 90, and he never was much of a talker. Clara, Mrs. Bradshaw, is in there, nodding towards the door of what seemed a small bedroom off the kitchen. Her brother's with her, Dr. McIntyre from Charlottetown. We sent for him yesterday. He's the only one that can do anything with her. She's been walking the floor all day, but we've got her persuaded to lie down a bit. Her husband's out looking for little Alan.
A child can't be lost in the 19th century, said Grandfather Bradshaw with uncanny suddenness and positiveness.
There now, Grandfather. I advise you not to get worked up. And this is the 20th century now. He's still living back there. His memory stopped a few years ago. What might your names be? Burnley? Starr? From Blairwater? Oh, then you'll know the Murrays. Niece? Oh.
Mrs. Julia Hollinger's O was subtly eloquent. She had been setting dishes and food down at a rapid rate on the clean oilcloth on the table. Now she swept them aside, extracted a tablecloth from a drawer of the cupboard, got silver forks and spoons out of another drawer, and a handsome pair of salt and pepper shakers from the shelves.
Don't go to any trouble for us," pleaded Emily. "Oh, it's no trouble. If all was well here, you'd find Mrs. Bradshaw real glad to have you. She's a very kind woman, poor soul. It's awful hard to see her in such trouble. Alan was all the child she had, you see."
"A child can't be lost in the 19th century, I tell you,"
repeated Grandfather Bradshaw with an irritable shift of emphasis.
"No, no," soothingly. "Of course not, Grandfather. Little Alan'll turn up all right yet. Here's a hot cup of tea for you. I advise you to drink it. That'll keep him quiet for a bit. Not that he's ever very fussy, only everybody's a bit upset, except old Mrs. McIntyre. Nothing ever upsets her. It's just as well, only it seems to me real unfeeling. Course, she isn't just right. Come, sit in and have a bite, girls. Listen to that rain, will you? The men will be soaked. They can't search much longer tonight. We'll soon be home. I sort of dread it. Claire'll go wild again when he comes home without little Alan. We had a terrible time with her last night, poor thing."
"A child can't be lost in the 19th century,"
said Grandfather Bradshaw, and choked over his hot drink in his indignation.
"No, nor in the 20th neither," said Mrs. Hollinger, patting him on the back. "I advise you to go to bed, Grandfather. You're tired."
"I am not tired, and I will go to bed when I choose, Julia Hollinger."
"Oh, very well, Grandfather. I advise you not to get worked up. I think I'll take a cup of tea into Clara. Perhaps she'll take it now. She hasn't eaten or drunk since Tuesday night. How can a woman stand that, I put it to you?"
Emily and Ilse ate their supper with what appetite they could summon up, while Grandfather Bradshaw watched them suspiciously, and sorrowful sounds reached them from the little inner room.
"It is wet and cold tonight. Where is he, my little son?"
moaned a woman's voice, with an undertone of agony that made Emily writhe as if she felt it herself.
"They'll find him soon, Clara,"
said Mrs. Hollinger in a sprightly tone of artificial comfort.
"Just you be patient. Take a sleep, I advise you. They're bound to find him soon." "They'll never find him." The voice was almost a scream now. "He is dead. He is dead. He died that bitter cold Tuesday night so long ago. Oh, God, have mercy. He was such a little fellow, and I've told him so often not to speak until he was spoken to. He'll never speak to me again. I wouldn't let him have a light after he went to bed. And he died in the dark, alone and cold. I wouldn't let him have a dog. He wanted one so much. But he wants nothing now, only a grave and a shroud." "I can't endure this," muttered Emily. "I can't, Ilse. I feel as if I'd go mad with horror. I'd rather be out in the storm."
Lank Mrs. Hollinger, looking at once sympathetic and important, came out of the bedroom and shut the door.
"Awful, isn't it? She'll go on like that all night. Would you like to go to bed? It's quite early, but maybe you're tired and'd rather be where you can't hear her. Poor soul. She wouldn't take the tea. She's scared the doctor put a sleeping pill in it. She doesn't want to sleep till he's found, dead or alive. If he's in the quicksands, of course, he never will
be found." "Julia Hollinger, you are a fool and the daughter of a fool, but surely even you must see that a child can't be lost in the 19th century," said Grandfather Bradshaw.
"Well, if it was anybody but you called me a fool, Grandfather, I'd be mad," said Mrs. Hollinger, a trifle tartly. She lighted a lamp and took the girls upstairs. "I hope you'll sleep. I advise you to get in between the blankets, though there's sheets on the bed. They was all aired today, blankets and sheets. I thought it'd be better to air 'em in case there was a funeral. I remember the New Moon Murrays was always particular about airing their beds, so I thought I'd mention it. Listen to that wind. We'll likely hear of awful damage from this storm. I wouldn't wonder if the roof blew off this house tonight. Troubles never come singly. I advise you not to get upset if you hear a noise through the night. If the men bring the body home, Clara'll likely act like all possessed, poor thing. Maybe you'd better turn the key in the lock. Old Mrs. McIntyre wanders round a bit sometimes. She's quite harmless and mostly sane enough, but it gives folks a start." The girls felt relieved as the door closed behind Mrs. Hollinger. She was a good soul, doing her neighborly duty as she conceived it, faithfully, but she was not exactly cheerful company. They found themselves in a tiny, meticulously neat spare room under the sloping eaves. Most of the space in it was occupied by a big, comfortable bed that looked as if it were meant to be slept in, and not merely to decorate the room. A little 4-paned window, with a spotless white muslin frill, shut them in from the cold, stormy night that was on the sea. "Oh!" shivered Ilse, and got into the bed as speedily as possible. Emily followed her more slowly, forgetting about the key. Ilse, tired out, fell asleep almost immediately, but Emily could not sleep. She lay and suffered, straining her ears for the sound of footsteps. The rain dashed against the window, not in drops, but sheets. The wind snarled and shrieked. Down below the hill, she heard the white waves ravening along the dark shore. Could it be only 24 hours since that moonlit, summery glamour of the haystack and the ferny pasture? Why, that must have been in another world. Where was that poor lost child? In one of the pauses of the storm, she fancied she heard a little whimper overhead in the dark, as if some lonely little soul, lately freed from the body, were trying to find its way to kin. She could discover no way of escape from her pain. Her gates of dream were shut against her. She could not detach her mind from her feelings and dramatize them. Her nerves grew strained and tense. Painfully, she sent her thoughts out into the storm, seeking, striving to pierce the mystery of the child's whereabouts. He must be found. She clenched her hands. He must. That poor mother. Oh, God, let him be found, safe. Let him be found, safe. Emily prayed desperately and insistently over and over again, all the more desperately and insistently because it seemed a prayer so impossible of fulfillment. But she reiterated it to bar out of her mind terrible pictures of swamp and quicksand and river, until at last she was so weary that mental torture could no longer keep her awake, and she fell into a troubled slumber, while the storm roared on, and the baffled searchers finally gave up their vain quest. Chapter 14. The Woman Who Spanked the King. The wet dawn came up from the gulf in the wake of the spent storm and crept grayly into the little spare room of the whitewashed house on the hill. Emily woke with a start from a troubled dream of seeking and finding the lost boy. But where she had found him she could not now remember. Ilse was still asleep at the back of the bed,
her pale gold curls lying in a silken heap on the pillow. Emily, her thoughts still tangled in the cobweb meshes of her dream, looked around the room and thought she must be dreaming still. By the tiny table, covered with its white lace-trimmed cloth, a woman was sitting, a tall, stout old woman wearing over her thick gray hair a spotless white widow's cap, such as the old Highland Scotswomen still wore in the early years of the century. She had on a dress of plum-colored drugget, with a large, snowy apron, and she wore it with the air of a queen. A neat blue shawl was folded over her breast. Her face was curiously white and deeply wrinkled, but Emily, with her gift for seeing essentials, saw instantly the strength and vivacity which still characterized every feature. She saw, too, that the beautiful clear blue eyes looked as if their owner had been dreadfully hurt sometime. This must be the old Mrs. McIntyre of whom Mrs. Hollinger had spoken. And if so, then old Mrs. McIntyre was a very dignified personage indeed. Mrs. McIntyre sat with her hands folded on her lap, looking steadily at Emily with a gaze in which there was something hard to define, something just a little strange. Emily recalled the fact that Mrs. McIntyre was supposed to be not quite right. She wondered a little uneasily what she should do. Ought she to speak? Mrs. McIntyre saved her the trouble of deciding.
"You will be having Highlandmen for your forefathers,"
she said in an unexpectedly rich, powerful voice, full of the delightful Highland accent.
"Yes,"
said Emily.
"And you will be Presbyterian?"
"Yes."
"They will be the only decent things to be,"
remarked Mrs. McIntyre in a tone of satisfaction.
"And will you please be telling me what your name is? Emily Starr. That will be a very pretty name. I will be telling you mine. It is Mistress Margaret McIntyre. I am no common person. I am the woman who spanked the king."
Again Emily, now thoroughly awake, thrilled with the storyteller's instinct. But Ilse, awakening at the moment, gave a low exclamation of surprise. Mistress McIntyre lifted her head with a quite regal gesture.
"You will not be afraid of me, my dear. I will not be hurting you, although I will be the woman who spanked the king. That is what the people say of me. Oh, yes. As I walk into the church, she is the woman who spanked the king."
"I suppose," said Emily hesitatingly, "that we'd better be getting up."
"You will not be rising until I have told you my tale," said Mistress McIntyre firmly. "I will be knowing as soon as I saw you that you will be the one to hear it. You will not be having very much colour, and I will not be saying that you are very pretty. Oh, no. But you will be having the little hands and the little ears. They will be the ears of the fairies, I am thinking. The girl with you there, she is a very nice girl, and will make a very fine wife for a handsome man. She is clever, oh yes. But you have the way, and it is to you I will be telling my story."
"Let her tell it," whispered Ilse. "I'm dying of curiosity to hear about the king being spanked."
Emily, who realized that there was no letting in the case, only a matter of lying still and listening to whatever it seemed good to Mistress McIntyre to say, nodded.
"You will not be having twa talks. I will be meaning the Gaelic."
Spellbound, Emily shook her black head.
"That is a pity, for my story will not be sounding so well in the English. Oh, no. You will be saying to yourself the old woman is having a dream, but you will be wrong, for it is the true story I will be telling you. Oh, yes, I spanked the king. Of course, he would not be the king then. He could be only a little prince and no more than 9 years old, just the same age as my little Alec. But it is at the beginning I must be, or you will not be understanding the matter at all, at all. It was all a long, long time ago, before ever we left the old country. My husband would be Alistair McIntyre, and he would be a shepherd near the Balmoral Castle. Alistair was a very handsome man, and we were very happy. It was not that we did not quarrel once in a while. Oh, no, that would be very monotonous. But when we made up, it is more loving than ever we would be. And I would be very good-looking myself. I will be getting fatter and fatter all the time now, but I was very slim and beautiful then. Oh, yes. It is the truth I will be telling you, though I will be seeing that you are laughing in your sleeves at me. When you will be 80, you will be knowing more about it. You will be remembering maybe that Queen Victoria and Prince Albert would be coming up to Balmoral every summer and bringing their children with them, and they would not be bringing any more servants than they could help, for they would not be wanting fuss and pother, but just a quiet, nice time, like common folks. On Sundays they would be walking down sometimes to the church in the glen to be hearing Mr. Donald Macpherson preach. Mr. Donald Macpherson was very gifted in prayer, and he would not be liking it when people would come in when he was praying. He would be apt to be stopping and saying, "Oh, Lord, we will be waiting until Sandy Big Jim has taken his seat. Oh, yes." I would be hearing the Queen laugh the next day. At Sandy Big Jim, you will be knowing, not at the minister. When they will be needing some more help at the castle, they just sent for me and Janet's Jardine. Janet's husband was a gillie on the estate. She would be always saying to me, "Good morning, Mistress McIntyre," when we would be meeting, and I would be saying, "Good morning, Janet," just to be showing the superiority of the McIntyres over the Jardines. But she was a very good creature in her place, and we would be getting on very well together, when she would not be forgetting it. I was very good friends with the Queen. Oh, yes. She was not a proud woman whatever. She would be sitting in my house at times and drinking a cup of tea, and she would be talking to me of her children. She was not very handsome, oh no, but she would be having a very pretty hand. Prince Albert was very fine-looking, so people would be saying, but to my mind, Alistair was far the handsomer man. They would be very fine people whatever, and the little princess and princesses would be playing about with my children every day. The Queen would be knowing they were in good company, and she would be easier in her mind about them than I was, for Prince Bertie was the daring lad if ever there was one. Oh, yes, and the tricky one. And I would be worrying all the time for the fear he and Alec would be getting into a scrape. They would be playing every day together, and quarrelling too, and it would not always be Alec's fault either. But it was Alec that would be getting the scolding, poor lad. Somebody would have to be scolded, and you will be knowing that I could not be scolding the prince, my dear. There was one great worry I will be having. The burn behind the house in the trees. It was very deep and swift in places, and if a child should be falling in, he would be drowned. I would be telling Prince Bertie and Alec time after time that they must never be going near the banks of the burn. They would be doing it once or twice for all that, and I would be punishing Alec for it, though he would be telling me that he did not want to go, and Prince Bertie would be saying, "Oh, come on, there will not be any danger. Do not be a coward." And Alec, he would be going because he would be thinking he had to do what Prince Bertie wanted, and not liking very well either to be called a coward, and him a McIntyre. I would be worrying so much over it that I would not be sleeping at nights. And then, my dear, one day Prince Bertie would be falling right into the deep pool, and Alec would be trying to pull him out and falling in after him. And they would have been drowned together if I had not been hearing the skirls of them when I would be coming home from the castle after taking some buttermilk up for the Queen. Oh, yes, it is quick. I will be taking in what had happened and running to the barn, and it will not be long before I was fishing them out, very frightened and dripping. I will be knowing something had to be done, and I was tired of blaming poor Alec. And besides, it will be truth, my dear, that I was very, very mad, and I was not thinking of princes and kings, but just of two very bad little boys. Oh, it is the quick temper I will be always having. Oh, yes. I will be picking up Prince Bertie and turning him over my knee, and I will be giving him a sound spanking on the place the good Lord will be making for spanks in princes as well as in common children. I will be spanking him first, because he was a prince. Then I spanked Alec, and they made music together, for it was very angry I was, and I will be doing what my hands will be finding to do with all my might, as the good book says. Then when Prince Bertie had gone home, very mad, I will be cooling off and feeling a bit frightened, for I will not be knowing just how the Queen will be taking it, and I will not be liking the thought of Janet Jardine triumphing over me. But it is a sensible woman Queen Victoria was, and she will be telling me next day that I did right, and Prince Albert will be smiling and joking to me about the laying on of hands. And Prince Bertie would not be disobeying me again about going to the barn. Oh, no, and he could not be sitting down very easy for some time. As for Alistair, I had been thinking he would be very cross with me, but it will always be hard telling what a man will think of anything. Oh, yes, for he would be laughing over it too, and telling me that a day would come when I could be boasting that I had spanked the king. It was all a long time ago now, but never will I be forgetting it. She would be dying 2 years ago, and Prince Bertie would be the king at last. When Alistair and I came to Canada, the Queen will be giving me a silk petticoat. It was a very fine petticoat of the Victoria tartan. I have never worn it, but I will be wearing it once, in my coffin. Oh, yes. I will be keeping it in the chest in my room, and they will be knowing what it is for. I will be wishing Janet Jardine could have known that I was to be buried in a petticoat of the Victorian tartan, but she has been dead for a long while. She was a very good sort of creature, although she was not a McIntyre. Mistress McIntyre folded her hands and held her peace. Having told her story, she was content. Emily had listened avidly. Now she said, "Mrs. McIntyre, will you let me write that story down and publish it?" Mistress McIntyre leaned forward. Her white shriveled face warmed a little. Her deep-set eyes shone. "Will you be meaning that it will be printed in a paper?" "Yes." Mistress McIntyre rearranged her shawl over her breast with hands that trembled a little. "It is strange how our wishes will be coming true at times. It is a pity that the foolish people who will be saying there is no God could not be hearing of this. You will be writing it out, and you will be putting it into proud words." "No, no," said Emily quickly. "I will not do that. I may have to make a few changes and write a framework, but most of it I shall write exactly as you told it. I could not better it by a syllable." Mistress McIntyre looked doubtful for a moment, then gratified. "It is only a poor, ignorant body I am, and I will not be choosing my words very well, but maybe you will be knowing best. You have listened to me very nicely, and it is sorry I am to have kept you so long with my old tales. I will be going now and letting you get up."
"Have they found the lost child?" asked Ilse eagerly. Mistress McIntyre shook her head composedly.
"Oh, no. It is not finding him in a hurry they will be. I will be hearing Clara skirling in the night. She is the daughter of my son Angus. He will be marrying a Wilson, and the Wilsons will always be making a stramash over everything. The poor thing will be worrying that she was not good enough to the little lad. But it would always be spoiling him she was, and him that full of mischief. I will not be of much use to her. I have not the second sight. You will be having a bit of that yourself, I am thinking. Oh, yes."
"No, no," said Emily hurriedly. She could not help recalling a certain incident of her childhood at New Moon, of which she somehow never liked to think. Old Mistress McIntyre nodded sagely and smoothed her white apron.
"It will not be right for you to be denying it, my dear, for it is a great gift, and my cousin Helen, 4 times removed, will be having it. Oh, yes. But they will not be finding little Alan. Oh, no. Clara will be loving him too much. It is not a very good thing to be loving anyone too much. God will be a jealous God. Oh, yes. It is Margaret McIntyre who knows it. I will be having 6 sons once, all very fine men, and the youngest will be Neil. He was 6'2" in his stockings, and there would be none of the others like him at all. There would be such fun in him. He would always be laughing, oh yes, and the wiling tongue of him would be coaxing the birds off the bushes. He will be going to the Klondike, and he will be getting frozen to death out there one night, oh yes. He will be dying while I was praying for him. I have not been praying since. Clara will be feeling like that now. She will be saying God does not hear. It is a very strange thing to be a woman, my dears, and to be loving so much for nothing. Little Alan was a very pretty baby. He will be having a fat little brown face and very big blue eyes, and it is a pity he will not be turning up, though they will not be finding my Neil in time. Oh, no. I will be leaving Clara alone and not vexing her with comforting. I was always the great hand to leave people alone. Without it would be when I spanked the king. It is Julia Hollinger who will be darkening counsel by words without knowledge. It is the foolish woman she is. She would be leaving her husband because he will not be giving up a dog he liked. I am thinking he was wise and sticking to the dog. But I will always be getting on well with Julia because I will have learned to suffer fools gladly. She will enjoy giving advice so much, and it will not be hurting me whatever because I will never be taking it. I will be saying goodbye to you now, my dears. And it is very glad I am to have seen you, and I will be wishing that trouble may never sit on your hearthstones. And I will not be forgetting either that you listen to me very polite. Oh, yes. I will not be of much importance to anybody, no. But once I spanked the king.
Chapter 15. The Thing That Couldn't. When the door had closed behind Mistress McIntyre, the girls got up and dressed rather laggingly. Emily thought of the day before her with some distaste. The fine flavor of adventure and romance with which they had started out had vanished, and canvassing a country road for subscriptions had suddenly become irksome. Physically, they were both tireder than they thought. "It seems like an age since we left Shrewsbury," grumbled Ilse as she pulled on her stockings. Emily had an even stronger feeling of a long passage of time. Her wakeful, enraptured night under the moon had seemed in itself like a year of some strange soul growth. And this past night had been wakeful also, in a very different way, and she had roused from her brief sleep at its close with an odd, rather unpleasant sensation of some confused and troubled journey. A sensation which old Mistress McIntyre's story had banished for a time, but which now returned as she brushed her hair. "I feel as if I've been wandering, somewhere, for hours," she said, "and I dreamed I found little Alan, but I don't know where. It was horrible to wake up feeling that I had known just immediately before I woke, and had forgotten." "I slept like a log," said Ilse, yawning. "I didn't even dream. Emily, I want to get away from this house and this place as soon as I can. I feel as if I were in a nightmare, as if something horrible were pressing me down and I couldn't escape from it. It would be different if I could do anything, help in any way. But since I can't, I just want to escape from it. I forgot it for a few minutes while the old lady was telling her story, heartless old thing. She wasn't worrying one bit about poor little lost Alan." "I think she stopped worrying long ago," said Emily dreamily. "That's what people mean when they say she isn't right. People who don't worry a little never are right, like Cousin Jimmy. But that was a great story. I'm going to write it for my first essay, and later on I'll see about having it printed. I'm sure it would make a splendid sketch for some magazine, if I can only catch the savor and vivacity she put into it. I think I'll jot down some of her expressions right away in my Jimmy book before I forget them." "Oh, drat your Jimmy book," said Ilse. "Let's get down and eat breakfast if we have to and get away." But Emily, reveling again in her storyteller's paradise, had temporarily forgotten everything else. "Where is my Jimmy book?" she asked impatiently. "It isn't in my bag. I know it was here last night. Surely I didn't leave it on that gate-post." "Isn't that it over on the table?" asked Ilse. Emily gazed blankly at it. "It can't be. It is. How did it get there? I know I didn't take it out of the bag last night." "You must have," said Ilse indifferently. Emily walked over to the table with a puzzled expression. The Jimmy book was lying open on it, with her pencil beside it. Something on the page caught her eye suddenly. She bent over it. "Why don't you hurry and finish your hair?" demanded Ilse a few minutes later. "I'm ready now. For pity's sake, tear yourself from that blessed Jimmy book for long enough to get dressed." Emily turned around, holding the Jimmy book in her hands. She was very pale, and her eyes were dark with fear and mystery. "Ilse, look at this," she said in a trembling voice. Ilse went over and looked at the page of the Jimmy book which Emily held out to her. On it was a pencil sketch, exceedingly well done, of the little house on the river shore to which Emily had been so attracted on the preceding day. A black cross was marked on a small window over the front door, and opposite it, on the margin of the Jimmy book, beside another cross, was written, "Alan Bradshaw is here." "What does it mean?" gasped Ilse. "Who did it?" "I don't know," stammered Emily. "The writing is mine." Ilse looked at Emily and drew back a little. "You must have drawn it in your sleep," she said dazedly. "I can't draw," said Emily. "Who else could have done it? Mistress McIntyre couldn't. You know she couldn't. Emily, I never heard of such a strange thing. Do you think he can be there?" "How could he? The house must be locked up. There's no one working at it now. Besides, they must have searched all around there. He would be looking out of the window. It wasn't shuttered, you remember. Calling. They would have seen, heard him. I suppose I must have drawn that picture in my sleep, though I can't understand how I did it, because my mind was so filled with the thought of little Alan. It's so strange. It frightens me. You'll have to show it to the Bradshaws, said Ilse. I suppose so, and yet I hate to. It may fill them with a cruel false hope again, and there can't be anything in it. But I daren't risk not showing it. You show it. I can't, somehow. The thing has upset me. I feel frightened, childish. I could sit down and cry. If he should have been there since Tuesday, he would be dead of starvation. Well, they'd know. I'll show it, of course. If it should turn out, Emily, you're an uncanny creature. Don't talk of it. I can't bear it, said Emily, shuddering. There was no one in the kitchen when they entered it, but presently a young man came in, evidently the Dr. McIntyre of whom Mrs. Hollinger had spoken. He had a pleasant, clever face, with keen eyes behind his glasses, but he looked tired and sad. "Good morning," he said. "I hope you had a good rest and were not disturbed in any way. We are all sadly upset here, of course." "They haven't found the little boy?" asked Ilse. Dr. McIntyre shook his head. "No, they have given up the search. He cannot be living yet, after Tuesday night and last night. The swamp will not give up its dead. I feel sure that is where he is. My poor sister is broken-hearted. I am sorry your visit should have happened at such a sorrowful time, but I hope Mrs. Hollinger has made you comfortable. Grandmother McIntyre would be quite offended if you lacked for anything. She was very famous for her hospitality in her day. I suppose you haven't seen her. She does not often show herself to strangers." "Oh, we have seen her," said Emily absently. "She came into our room this morning and told us how she spanked the king." Dr. McIntyre laughed a little. "Then you have been honored. It is not to everyone Grandmother tells that tale. She's something of an ancient mariner and knows her predestined listeners. She is a little bit strange. A few years ago, her favorite son, my Uncle Neil, met his death in the Klondike under sad circumstances. He was one of the lost patrol. Grandmother never recovered from the shock. She has never felt anything since. Feeling seems to have been killed in her. She neither loves, nor hates, nor fears, nor hopes. She lives entirely in the past and experiences only one emotion, a great pride in the fact that she once spanked the king. But I am keeping you from your breakfast. Here comes Mrs. Hollinger to scold me." "Wait a moment, please, Dr. McIntyre," said Ilse hurriedly. There is something I want to show you." Dr. McIntyre bent a puzzled face over the Jimmy book. "What is this? I don't understand." "We don't understand it either. Emily drew it in her sleep." "In her sleep?" Dr. McIntyre was too bewildered to be anything but an echo. "She must have. There was nobody else, unless your grandmother can draw." "Not she. And she never saw this house. It's the Scobie cottage below Malvern Bridge, isn't it?" "Yes, we saw it yesterday." "But Alan can't be there. It's been locked for a month. The carpenters went away in August." "Oh, I know," stammered Emily. "I was thinking so much of Alan before I went to sleep. I suppose it's only a dream. I don't understand it at all, but we had to show it to you." "Of course. Well, I won't say anything to Will or Clara about it. I'll get Rob Mason from over the hill and we'll run down and have a look around the cottage. It would be odd if... But it couldn't possibly be. I don't see how we can get into the cottage. It's locked and the windows are shuttered." "This one, over the front door, isn't?" "No,
but that's a closet window at the end of the upstairs hall. I was over the house one day in August when the painters were at work in it. The closet shuts with a spring lock, so I suppose that is why they didn't put a shutter on that window. It's high up, close to the ceiling, I remember. Well, I'll slip over to Rob's and see about this. It won't do to leave any stone unturned."
Emily and Ilse ate what breakfast they could, thankful that Mrs. Hollinger let them alone, save for a few passing remarks as she came and went at work. "Terrible night last night, but the rain is over. I never closed an eye. Poor Clara didn't either, but she's quieter now, sorta despairing. I'm skeered for her mind. Her grandmother never was right after she heard of her son's death. When Clara heard they weren't going to search no more, she screamed once and laid down on the bed with her face to the wall. Ain't stirred since. Well, the world has to go on for other folks. Help yourselves to the toast. I'd advise you not to be in too much of a hurry starting out till the wind dries the mud a bit." "I'm not going to go until we find out if—" whispered Ilse inconclusively. Emily nodded. She could not eat, and if Aunt Elizabeth or Aunt Ruth had seen her, they would have sent her to bed at once with orders to stay there, and they would have been quite right. She had almost reached her breaking point. The hour that passed after Dr. McIntyre's departure seemed interminable. Suddenly they heard Mrs. Hollinger, who was washing milk pails at the bench outside the kitchen door, give a sharp exclamation. A minute later she rushed into the kitchen, followed by Dr. McIntyre, breathless from his mad run from Melbourne Bridge.
"Clara must be told first," he said. "It is her right."
He disappeared into the inner room. Mrs. Hollinger dropped into a chair, laughing and crying. "They found him! They found little Alan on the floor of the hall closet in the Scobie cottage." "Is he living?" gasped Emily. "Yes, but no more. He couldn't even speak. But he'll come round with care, the doctor says. They carried him to the nearest house. That's all the doctor had time to tell me." A wild cry of joy came from the bedroom, and Clara Bradshaw, with disheveled hair and pallid lips, but with a light of rapture shining in her eyes, rushed through the kitchen, out and over the hill. Mrs. Hollinger caught up a coat and ran after her. Dr. McIntyre sank into a chair.
"I couldn't stop her. And I'm not fit for another run yet. But joy doesn't kill. It would have been cruel to stop her, even if I could."
"Is little Alan all right?" asked Ilse.
"He will be. The poor kid was at the point of exhaustion, naturally. He wouldn't have lasted for another day. We carried him right up to Dr. Matheson at the bridge and left him in his charge. He won't be fit to be brought home before tomorrow."
"Have you any idea how he came to be there?"
"Well, he couldn't tell us anything, of course, but I think I know how it happened. We found a cellar window about half an inch open. I fancy that Alan was poking about the house, boy fashion, and found that this window hadn't been fastened. He must have got entrance by it, pushed it almost shut behind him, and then explored the house. He had pulled the closet door tight in some way, and the spring lock made him a prisoner. The window was too high for him to reach, or he might have attracted attention from it. The white plaster of the closet wall is all marked and scarred with his vain attempts to get up to the window. Of course he must have shouted, but nobody has ever been near enough the house to hear him. You know, it stands in that bare little cove with nothing near it where a child could be hidden. So I suppose the searchers did not pay much attention to it. They didn't search the riverbanks until yesterday, anyhow, because it was never thought he would have gone away down there alone, and by yesterday he was past calling for help."
"I'm so happy since he's found," said Ilse, winking back tears of relief. Grandfather Bradshaw suddenly poked his head out of the sitting-room doorway.
I told ye a child couldn't be lost in the 19th century, he chuckled. He was lost, though, said Dr. McIntyre, and he wouldn't have been found, in time, if it were not for this young lady. It's a very extraordinary thing.
Emily is psychic, said Ilse, quoting Mr. Carpenter.
Psychic? Huh. Well, it's curious. Very. I don't pretend to understand it. Grandmother would say it was second sight, of course. Naturally, she's a firm believer in that, like all the Highland folk.
Oh, I'm sure I haven't second sight, protested Emily. I must just have dreamed it and got up in my sleep. But then I can't draw.
Something used you as an instrument, then, said Dr. McIntyre. After all, Grandmother's explanation of second sight is just as reasonable as anything else when one is compelled to believe an unbelievable thing.
I'd rather not talk of it, said Emily with a shiver. I'm so glad Alan has been found, but please don't tell people about my part in it. Let them think it just occurred to you to search inside the Scobie house. I couldn't bear to have this talked of all over the country. When they left the little white house on the windy hill, the sun was breaking through the clouds, and the harbor waters were dancing madly in it. The landscape was full of the wild beauty that comes in the wake of a spent storm, and the western road stretched before them in loop and hill and dip of wet, red allurement. But Emily turned away from it. I'm going to leave it for my next trip, she said. I can't go canvassing today somehow. Friend of my heart, let's go to Malvern Bridge and take the morning train to Shrewsbury. It was awfully funny about your dream, said Ilse. It makes me a little afraid of you, Emily, somehow. Oh, don't be afraid of me, implored Emily. It was only a coincidence. I was thinking of him so much, and the house took possession of me yesterday. Remember how you found out about Mother? Said Ilse in a low tone. You have some power the rest of us haven't. Perhaps I'll grow out of it, said Emily desperately. I hope so. I don't want to have any such power. You don't know how I feel about it, Ilse. It seems to me a terrible thing, as if I were marked out in some uncanny way. I don't feel human. When Dr. McIntyre spoke about something using me as an instrument, I went cold all over. It seemed to me that while I was asleep, some other intelligence must have taken possession of my body and drawn that picture. It was your writing, said Ilse. Oh, I'm not going to talk of it, or think of it. I'm going to forget it. Don't ever speak of it to me again, Ilse. Chapter 16. Driftwood. Shrewsbury, October 3rd. I have finished canvassing my allotted portion of our fair province. I have the banner list of all the canvassers, and I have made almost enough out of my commissions to pay for my books for my whole junior year. When I told Aunt Ruth this, she did not sniff. I consider that a fact worth recording. Today my story, The Sands of Time, came back from Merton's magazine, but the rejection slip was typewritten, not printed. Typewriting doesn't seem quite as insulting as print, some way. We have read your story with interest and regret to say that we cannot accept it for publication at the present time. If they meant that with interest, it is a little encouragement. But were they only trying to soften the blow? Ilse and I were notified recently that there were 9 vacancies in the Skull and Owl, and that we had been put on the list of those who might apply for membership. So we did. It is considered a great thing in school to be a Skull and Owl. The junior year is in full swing now, and I find the work very interesting. Mr. Hardy has several of our classes, and I like him as a teacher better than anyone since Mr. Carpenter. He was very much interested in my essay, The Woman Who Spanked the King. He gave it first place and commented on it specially in his class criticisms. Evelyn Blake is sure, naturally, that I copied it out of something, and feels certain she has read it somewhere before. Evelyn is wearing her hair in the new pompadour style this year, and I think it is very unbecoming to her. But then, of course, the only part of Evelyn's anatomy I like is her back. I understand that the Martin clan are furious with me. Sally Martin was married last week in the Anglican church here, and the Times editor asked me to report it. Of course I went, though I hate reporting weddings. There are so many things I'd like to say sometimes that can't be said. But Sally's wedding was pretty, and so was she, and I sent in quite a nice report of it, I thought, especially mentioning the bride's beautiful bouquet of roses and orchids, the first bridal bouquet of orchids ever seen in Shrewsbury. I wrote as plain as print, and there was no excuse whatever for that wretched typesetter on the Times turning orchids into sardines. Of course, anybody with any sense would have known that it was only a printer's error. But the Martin clan have taken into their heads the absurd notion that I wrote sardines on purpose for a silly joke, because, it seems, it has been reported to them that I said once I was tired of the conventional reports of weddings, and would like to write just one along different lines. I did say it, but my craving for originality would hardly lead me to report the bride as carrying a bouquet of sardines. Nevertheless, the Martins do think it, and Stella Martin didn't invite me to her thimble party, and Aunt Ruth says she doesn't wonder at it, and Aunt Elizabeth says I shouldn't have been so careless. Heaven grant me patience. October 5th. Mrs. Will Bradshaw came to see me this evening. Luckily, Aunt Ruth was out. I say luckily, for I don't want Aunt Ruth to find out about my dream and its part in finding little Alan Bradshaw. This may be sly, as Aunt Ruth would say, but the truth is that, sly or not, I could not bear to have Aunt Ruth sniffing and wondering and pawing over the incident. Mrs. Bradshaw came to thank me. It embarrassed me, because, after all, what had I to do with it? I don't want to think of or talk of it at all. Mrs. Bradshaw says little Alan is all right again now, though it was a week after they found him before he could sit up. She was very pale and earnest. He would have died there if you hadn't come, Miss Starr, and I would have died. I couldn't have gone on living, not knowing. Oh, I shall never forget the horror of those days. I had to come and try to utter a little of my gratitude. You were gone when I came back that morning. I felt that I had been very inhospitable. She broke down and cried, and so did I, and we had a good howl together. I'm very glad and thankful that Alan was found, but I shall never like to think of the way it happened. New Moon, October 7th. I had a lovely walk and prowl this evening in the pond graveyard. Not exactly a cheerful place for an evening's ramble, one might suppose, but I always like to wander over that little westward slope of graves in the gentle melancholy of a fine autumn evening. I like to read the names on the stones and note the ages, and think of all the loves and hates and hopes and fears that lie buried there. It was beautiful and not sad, and all around were the red-ploughed fields and the frosted ferny woodsides and all the old familiar things I have loved, and love more and more, it seems to me, the older I grow. Every weekend I come home to New Moon, these things seem dearer to me, more a part of me. I love things just as much as people. I think Aunt Elizabeth is like this, too. That is why she will not have anything changed at New Moon. I am beginning to understand her better. I believe she likes me now, too. I was only a duty at first, but now I am something more. I stayed in the graveyard until a dull gold twilight came down and made a glimmering spectral place of it. Then Teddy came for me, and we walked together up the field and through the tomorrow road. It is really a today road now, for the trees along it are above our heads, but we still call it the tomorrow road. Partly out of habit, and partly because we talk so much on it of our tomorrows and what we hope to do in them. Somehow, Teddy is the only person I like to talk to about my tomorrows and my ambitions. There is no one else. Perry scoffs at my literary aspirations. He says, when I say anything about writing books, "What is the good of that sort of thing?" And of course, if a person can't see the good for himself, you can't explain it to him. I can't even talk to Dean about them, not since he said so bitterly one evening, "I hate to hear of your tomorrows. They cannot be my tomorrows." I think in a way Dean doesn't like to think of my growing up. I think he has a little of the priest jealousy of sharing anything, especially friendship, with anyone else, or with the world. I feel thrown back on myself. Somehow, it has seemed to me lately that Dean isn't interested any longer in my writing ambitions. He even, it seems to me, ridicules them slightly. For instance, Mr. Carpenter was delighted with my Woman Who Spanked the King and told me it was excellent, but when Dean read it, he smiled and said, "It will do very well for a school essay, but—" And then he smiled again. It was not the smile I liked, either. It had too much priest in it, as Aunt Elizabeth would say. I felt, and feel, horribly cast down about it. It seemed to say, "You can scribble amusingly, my dear, and have a pretty knack of phrase-turning, but I should be doing you an unkindness if I let you think that such a knack meant a very great deal." If this is true, and it very likely is, for Dean is so clever and knows so much, then I can never accomplish anything worthwhile. I won't try to accomplish anything. I won't be just a pretty scribbler. But it's different with Teddy. Teddy was wildly elated tonight, and so was I when I heard his news. He showed 2 of his pictures at the Charlottetown exhibition in September, and Mr. Lewis, of Montreal, has offered him $50 apiece for them. That will pay his board in Shrewsbury for the winter and make it easier for Mrs. Kent, although she wasn't glad when he told her. She said, "Oh, yes, you think you are independent of me now," and cried. Teddy was hurt, because he had never thought of such a thing. Poor Mrs. Kent. She must be very lonely. There is some strange barrier between her and her kind. I haven't been to the tansy patch for a long, long time. Once in the summer I went with Aunt Laura, who had heard Mrs. Kent was ill. Mrs. Kent was able to be up, and she talked to Aunt Laura, but she never spoke to me, only looked at me now and then with a queer smoldering fire in her eyes. But when we rose to come away, she spoke once and said, "You are very tall. You will soon be a woman, and stealing some other woman's son from her." Aunt Laura said, as we walked home, that Mrs. Kent had always been strange, but was growing stranger. "Some people think her mind is affected," she said. "I don't think the trouble is in her mind. She has a sick soul," I said. "Emily, dear, that is a dreadful thing to say," said Aunt Laura. "I don't see why. If bodies and minds can be sick, can't souls be too? There are times when I feel as certain as if I had been told it that Mrs. Kent got some kind of terrible soul wound sometime, and it had never healed. I wish she didn't hate me. It hurts me to have Teddy's mother hate me. I don't know why this is. Dean is just as dear a friend as Teddy, yet I wouldn't care if all the rest of the Priest clan hated me. October 19th. Ilsa and the other 7 applicants were elected skulls and owls. I was black-beaned. We were notified to that effect Monday. Of course, I know it was Evelyn Blake who did it. There was nobody else who would do it. Ilsa was furious. She tore into pieces the notification of her election and sent the scraps back to the secretary with a scathing repudiation of the Skull and Owl and all its works. Evelyn met me in the cloakroom today and assured me that she had voted for both Ilse and me. "Has anyone been saying you did not?" I asked in my best Aunt Elizabethan manner.
"Yes, Ilse has," said Evelyn peevishly. "She was very insolent to me about it."
"Do you want to know who I think put the black bean in?" I looked Evelyn straight in the eyes. "No, it is not necessary. I know who put it in." And I turned and left her. Most of the Skulls and Owls are very angry about it, especially the Skulls. One or two Owls, I have heard, hoot that it is a good pill for the Murray pride. And, of course, several seniors and juniors who were not among the favored 9 are either gloatingly rejoiced or odiously sympathetic. Aunt Ruth heard of it today and wanted to know why I was black-beaned. New Moon, November 5th. Aunt Laura and I spent this afternoon, the one teaching, the other learning, a certain new moon tradition, to wit, how to put pickles into glass jars in patterns. We stowed away the whole big crockful of new pickles, and when Aunt Elizabeth came to look them over, she admitted she could not tell those which Aunt Laura had done from mine. This evening was very delightful. I had a good time with myself, out in the garden. It was lovely there tonight with the eerie loveliness of a fine November evening. At sunset there had been a wild little shower of snow, but it had cleared off, leaving the world just lightly covered, and the air clear and tingling. Almost all the flowers, including my wonderful asters, which were a vision all through the fall, were frozen black 2 weeks ago, but the beds still have white drifts of alyssum all around them. A big, smoky-red hunter's moon was just rising above the treetops. There was a yellow-red glow in the west behind the white hills on which a few dark trees grew. The snow had banished all the strange deep sadness of a dead landscape on a late fall evening, and the slopes and meadows of Old New Moon Farm were transformed into a wonderland in the faint, early moonlight. The old house had a coating of sparkling snow on its roof. Its lighted windows glowed like jewels. It looked exactly like a picture on a Christmas card. There was just a suggestion of gray-blue chimney smoke over the kitchen. A nice reek of burning autumn leaves came from Cousin Jimmy's smoldering bonfires in the lane. My cats were there, too, stealthy, goblin-eyed, harmonizing with the hour and the place. The twilight, appropriately called the cat's light, is the only time when a cat really reveals himself. Saucy Sal was thin and gleaming, like the silvery ghost of a pussy. Daff was like a dark gray skulking tiger. He certainly gives the world assurance of a cat. He doesn't condescend to everyone, and he never talks too much. They pounced at my feet and tore off and frisked back and rolled each other over, and were all so a part of the night and the haunted place that they didn't disturb my thoughts at all. I walked up and down the paths and around the dial and the summer house in exhilaration. Air such as I breathed then always makes me a little drunk, I verily believe. I laughed at myself for feeling badly over not being elected an owl. An owl? Why, I felt like a young eagle, soaring sunward. All the world was before me to see and learn, and I exulted in it. The future was mine, and the past, too. I felt as if I had been alive here always, as if I had shared in all the loves and lies of the old house. I felt as if I would live always, always, always. I was sure of immortality then. I didn't just believe it. I felt it. Dean found me there. He was close beside me before I was aware of his presence.
"You are smiling," said Dean. "I like to see a woman smiling to herself. Her thoughts must be innocent and pleasant." Has the day been kind to you, dear lady?
Very kind. And this evening is its best gift. I'm so happy tonight, Dean. Just to be alive makes me happy. I feel as if I were driving a team of stars. I wish such a mood could last. I feel so sure of myself tonight, so sure of my future. I'm not afraid of anything. At life's banquet of success, I may not be the guest of honor, but I'll be among those present.
You looked like a seeress gazing into the future as I came down the walk, said Dean. Standing here in the moonlight, white and rapt, your skin is like a narcissus petal. You could dare hold a white rose against your face. Very few women can dare that. You aren't really very pretty, you know, Starr. But your face makes people think of beautiful things, and that is a far rarer gift than mere beauty.
I like Dean's compliments. They are always different from anybody else's. And I like being called a woman. You'll make me vain, I said.
Not with your sense of humor, said Dean. A woman with a sense of humor is never vain. The most malevolent bad fairy in the world couldn't bestow two such drawbacks on the same christened babe.
Do you call a sense of humor a drawback? I asked.
To be sure it is. A woman who has a sense of humor possesses no refuge from the merciless truth about herself. She cannot think herself misunderstood. She cannot revel in self-pity. She cannot comfortably damn anyone who differs from her. No, Emily, the woman with a sense of humor isn't to be envied.
This view of it hadn't occurred to me. We sat down on the stone bench and thrashed it out. Dean is not going away this winter. I am glad. I would miss him horribly. If I can't have a good spiel with Dean at least once a fortnight, life seems faded. There's so much color in our talks. And then at times he can be so eloquently quiet. Part of the time tonight he was like that. We just sat there in the dream and dusk and quiet of the old garden and heard each other's thoughts. Part of the time he told me tales of old lands and the gorgeous bazaars of the East. Part of the time he asked me about myself and my studies and my doings. I like a man who gives me a chance now and then to talk about myself.
What have you been reading lately? He asked.
This afternoon, after I finished the pickles, I read several of Mrs. Browning's poems. We have her in our English work this year, you know. My favorite poem is The Lay of the Brown Rosary, and I am much more in sympathy with Honora than Mrs. Browning was.
You would be, said Dean. That is because you are a creature of emotion yourself. You would barter heaven for love, just as Honora did.
I will not love. To love is to be a slave, I said. And the minute I said it, I was ashamed of saying it, because I knew I had just said it to sound clever. I don't really believe that to love is to be a slave, not with Murray's anyhow. But Dean took me quite seriously.
Well, one must be a slave to something in this kind of a world, he said. No one is free. Perhaps after all, O daughter of the stars, love is the easiest master, easier than hate, or fear, or necessity, or ambition, or pride. By the way, how are you getting on with the love-making parts of your stories?
You forget. I can't write stories just now. When I can, well, you know long ago you promised you would teach me how to make love artistically. I said it in a teasing way, just for a joke, but Dean seemed suddenly to become very much in earnest.
Are you ready for the teaching? He said, bending forward.
For one crazy moment, I really thought he was going to kiss me. I drew back. I felt myself flushing. All at once I thought of Teddy. I didn't know what to say. I picked up Daff, buried my face in his beautiful fur, listened to his inner purring. At that opportune moment, Aunt Elizabeth came to the front door and wanted to know if I had my rubbers on. I hadn't, so I went in, and Dean went home. I watched him from my window limping down the lane. He seemed very lonely, and all at once I felt terribly sorry for him. When I'm with Dean, he's such good company, and we have such good times, that I forget there must be another side to his life. I can fill only such a little corner of it. The rest must be very empty. November 14th. There is a fresh scandal about Emily of New Moon plus Ilse of Blairwater. I have just had an unpleasant interview with Aunt Ruth, and must write it all out to rid my soul of bitterness. Such a tempest in a teapot over nothing. But Ilse and I do have the worst luck. I spent last Thursday evening with Ilse studying our English literature together. We did an evening of honest work, and I left for home at 9. Ilse came out to the gate with me. It was a soft, dark, gentle, starry night. Ilse's new boarding house is the last house on Cardigan Street, and beyond it the road veers over the little creek bridge into the park. We could see the park, dim and luring in the starlight. "Let's go for a walk around it before you go home," proposed Ilse. We went. Of course I shouldn't have. I should have come right home to bed, like any good consumptive. But I had just completed my autumnal course of cod liver emulsion. Ugh! And thought I might defy the night air for once. So, we went. And it was delightful. Away over the harbor we heard the windy music of the November hills, but among the trees of the park it was calm and still. We left the road and wandered up a little side trail through the spicy, fragrant evergreens on the hill. The firs and pines are always friendly, but they tell you no secrets as maples and poplars do. They never reveal their mysteries, never betray their long-guarded lore. And so, of course, they are more interesting than any other trees. The whole hillside was full of nice, elfish sounds and cool, elusive night smells, balsam and frosted fern. We seemed to be in the very heart of a peaceful hush. The night put her arms around us like a mother and drew us close together. We told each other everything. Of course, next day I repented me of this. Though Ilse is a very satisfactory confidant and never betrays anything, even in her rages. But then it is not a Murray tradition to turn your soul inside out, even to your dearest friend. But darkness and fir balsam make people do such things. And we had lots of fun, too. Ilse is such an exhilarating companion. You've never a dull moment in her company. Although we had a lovely walk and came out of the park feeling dearer to each other than ever, with another beautiful memory to share. Just at the bridge, we met Teddy and Perry coming off the western road. They'd been out for a constitutional hike. It happens to be one of the times Ilse and Perry are on speaking terms, so we all walked across the bridge together, and then they went their way and we went ours. I was in bed and asleep by 10 o'clock. But somebody saw us walking across the bridge. Next day, it was all through the school. Day after that, all through the town, that Ilse and I had been prowling in the park with Teddy Kent and Perry Miller till 12 o'clock at night. Aunt Ruth heard it and summoned me to the bar of judgment tonight. I told her the whole story, but of course she didn't believe it. "You know I was home at 9:45 last Thursday night, Aunt Ruth," I said. "I suppose the time was exaggerated," admitted Aunt Ruth, "but there must have been something to start such a story. There's no smoke without some fire. Emily, you are treading in your mother's footsteps." "Suppose we leave my mother out of the question. She's dead," I said. "The point is, Aunt Ruth, do you believe me or do you not?" "I don't believe it was as bad as the report," Aunt Ruth said reluctantly. "But you have got yourself talked about. Of course you must expect that, as long as you run with Ilse Burnley and off-scourings of the gutter like Perry Miller. Andrew wanted you to go for a walk in the park last Friday evening, and you refused. I heard you. That would have been too respectable, of course." "Exactly," I said. "That was the very reason. There's no fun in anything that's too respectable."
"Impertinence, miss, is not wit," said Aunt Ruth.
I didn't mean to be impertinent, but it does annoy me to have Andrew flung in my teeth like that. Andrew was going to be one of my problems. Dean thinks it's great fun. He knows what is in the wind as well as I do. He's always teasing me about my red-headed young man, my RHYM for short.
"He's almost a rhyme," said Dean.
"But never a poem," said I. Certainly poor good dear Andrew is the stodgiest of prose. Yet I'd like him well enough if the whole Murray clan weren't literally throwing him at my head. They want to get me safely engaged before I'm old enough to elope. And who so safe as Andrew Murray? Oh, as Dean says, nobody is free. Never, except just for a few brief moments now and then, when the flash comes, or when, as on my haystack night, the soul slips over into eternity for a little space. All of the rest of our years we are slaves to something, traditions, conventions, ambitions, relations. And sometimes, as tonight, I think that last is the hardest bondage of all. New Moon, December 3rd. I am here in my own dear room, with a fire in my little fireplace by the grace of Aunt Elizabeth. An open fire is always lovely, but it is 10 times lovelier on a stormy night. I watched the storm from my window until darkness fell. There is a singular charm in snow coming gently down in slanting lines against dark trees. I wrote a description of it in my Jimmy book as I watched. A wind has come up since, and now my room is full of the soft, forlorn sigh of snow driving through lofty John spruce wood. It is one of the loveliest sounds in the world. Some sounds are so exquisite, far more exquisite than anything seen. Daff's purr, there on my rug, for instance, and the snap and crackle of the fire, and the squeaks and scrambles of mice that are having a jamboree behind the wainscot. I love to be alone in my room like this. I like to think even the mice are having a good time. And I get so much pleasure out of all my little belongings. They have a meaning for me they have for no one else. I have never for one moment felt at home in my room at Aunt Ruth's, but as soon as I come here, I enter into my kingdom. I love to read here, dream here, sit by the window and shape some airy fancy into verse. I've been reading one of Father's books tonight. I always feel so beautifully near to Father when I read his books, as if I might suddenly look over my shoulder and see him. And so often I come across his penciled notes on the margin, and they seem like a message from him. The book I'm reading tonight is a wonderful one, wonderful in plot and conception, wonderful in its grasp of motives and passions. As I read it, I feel humbled and insignificant, which is good for me. I say to myself, you poor pitiful little creature, did you ever imagine you could write? If so, your delusion is now stripped away from you forever, and you behold yourself in your naked paltriness. But I shall recover from this state of mind, and believe again that I can write a little, and go on cheerfully producing sketches and poems until I can do better. In another year and a half, my promise to Aunt Elizabeth will be over and I can write stories again. Meanwhile, patience. To be sure, I get a bit weary at times of saying patience and perseverance. It is hard not to see all at once the results of those estimable virtues. Sometimes I feel that I want to tear around and be as impatient as I like. But not tonight. Tonight I feel as contented as a cat on a rug. I would purr if I knew how. December 9th. This was Andrew night. He came, all beautifully groomed up, as usual. Of course, I like a boy who gets himself up well, but Andrew really carries it too far. He always seems as if he had just been starched and ironed, and was afraid to move or laugh, for fear he'd crack. When I come to think of it, I've never heard Andrew give a hearty laugh yet. And I know he never hunted pirate gold when he was a boy. But he's good and sensible and tidy, and his nails are always clean, and the bank manager thinks a great deal of him, and he likes cats, in their place. Oh, I don't deserve such a cousin. January 5th. Holidays are over. I had a beautiful 2 weeks at Old White-Hooded New Moon. The day before Christmas, I had 5 acceptances. I wonder I didn't go crazy. 3 of them were from magazines who don't pay anything but subscriptions for contributions. But the others were accompanied by checks. One for $2 for a poem, and one for $10 for my Sands of Time, which has been taken at last, my first story acceptance. Aunt Elizabeth looked at the checks and said wonderingly, "Do you suppose the bank will really pay you money for those?" She could hardly believe it, even after Cousin Jimmy took them to Shrewsbury and cashed them. Of course, the money goes to my Shrewsbury expenses, but I had no end of fun planning how I would have spent it if I had been free to spend. Perry is on the high school team who will debate with the Queen's Academy boys in February. Good for Perry. It's a great honor to be chosen on that team. The debate is a yearly occurrence, and Queen's has won for 3 years. Ilsa offered to coach Perry on the elocution of his speech, and she is taking no end of trouble with him, especially in preventing him from saying development when he means development. It's awfully good of her, for she really doesn't like him. I do hope Shrewsbury will win. We have the Idylls of the King in English class this term. I like some things in them, but I detest Tennyson's Arthur. If I had been Guinevere, I'd have boxed his ears, but I wouldn't have been unfaithful to him for Lancelot, who was just as odious in a different way. As for Geraint, if I had been Enid, I'd have bitten him. These patient Griseldas deserve all they get. Lady Enid, if you had been a Murray of New Moon, you would have kept your husband in better order, and he would have liked you all the better for it. I read a story tonight. It ended unhappily. I was wretched until I had invented a happy ending for it. I shall always end my stories happily. I don't care whether it's true to life or not. It's true to life as it should be, and that's a better truth than the other. Speaking of books, I read an old one of Aunt Ruth's the other day, The Children of the Abbey. The heroine fainted in every chapter and cried quarts if anyone looked at her. But as for the trials and persecutions she underwent, in spite of her delicate frame, their name was Legion, and no fair maiden of these degenerate days could survive half of them, not even the newest of new women. I laughed over the book until I amazed Aunt Ruth, who thought it a very sad volume. It is the only novel in Aunt Ruth's house. One of her beaux gave it to her when she was young. It seems impossible to think that Aunt Ruth ever had a beau. Uncle Dutton seems an unreality, and even his picture on the crepe-draped easel in the parlor cannot convince me of his existence. January 21st. Friday night the debate between Shrewsbury High and Queen's came off. The Queen's boys came up believing they were going to come, see, and conquer, and went home like the proverbial dogs with carefully adjusted tails. It was really Perry's speech that won the debate. He was a wonder. Even Aunt Ruth admitted for the first time that there was something in him. After it was over, he came rushing up to Ilsa and me in the corridor. "Didn't I do great, Emily?" he demanded. "I knew it was in me, but I didn't know if I could get it out. When I got up at first, I felt tongue-tied, and then I saw you, looking at me as if you said, 'You can, you must,' and I went ahead full steam. You won that debate, Emily." Now, wasn't that a nice thing to say before Ilsa, who had worked for hours with him and drilled and slaved? Never a word of tribute to her. Everything to me, who hadn't done a thing except look interested. "Perry, you're an ungrateful barbarian," I said, and left him there with his jaw dropping. Ilse was so furious she cried. She has never spoken to him since, and that ass of a Perry can't understand why.
What's she peeved about now? I thanked her for all her trouble at our last practice, he says.
Certainly Stovepipe Town has its limitations. February 2nd. Last night Mrs. Rogers invited Aunt Ruth and me to dinner to meet her sister and brother-in-law, Mr. and Mrs. Herbert. Aunt Ruth had her Sunday scallops in her hair and wore her brown velvet dress that reeked of mothballs and her big oval brooch with Uncle Dutton's hair in it. And I put on my ashes of roses and Princess Mina's necklace and went, quivering with excitement, for Mr. Herbert is a member of the Dominion Cabinet and a man who stands in the presence of kings. He has a massive silver head and eyes that have looked into people's thoughts so long that you have an uncanny feeling that they can see right into your soul and read motives you don't dare avow even to yourself. His face is a most interesting one. There is so much in it. All the varied experiences of his full, wonderful life had written it over. One could tell at sight that he was a born leader. Mrs. Rogers let me sit beside him at dinner. I was afraid to speak, afraid I'd say something stupid, afraid I'd make some ludicrous mistake. So I just sat quiet as a mouse and listened adoringly. Mrs. Rogers told me today that Mr. Herbert said, after we had left, "That little Star girl of New Moon is the best conversationalist of any girl of her age I ever met." So even great statesmen, but there, I won't be horrid. And he was splendid. He was wise and witty and humorous. I felt as if I were drinking in some rare stimulating mental wine. I forgot even Aunt Ruth's mothballs. What an event it is to meet such a man and take a peep through his wise eyes at the fascinating game of empire building. Perry went to the station today to get a glimpse of Mr. Herbert. Perry says he will be just as great a man some day. But no. Perry can, and I believe will, go far, climb high. But he will be only a successful politician, never a statesman. Ilse flew into me when I said this. "I hate Perry Miller," she fumed, "but I hate snobbery worse. You're a snob, Emily Starr. You think just because Perry comes from Stovepipe Town that he can never be a great man. If he had been one of the sacred Murrays, you would see no limits to his attainments." I thought Ilse was unfair, and I lifted my head haughtily. "After all," I said, "there is a difference between New Moon and Stovepipe Town." Chapter 17. If a Body Kiss a Body. It was 10:30, and Emily realized with a sigh that she must go to bed. When she had come in at 9:30 from Alice Kennedy's thimble party, she had asked permission of Aunt Ruth to sit up an hour later to do some special studying. Aunt Ruth had consented reluctantly and suspiciously, and had gone to bed herself, with sundry warnings regarding candles and matches. Emily had studied diligently for 45 minutes and written poetry for 15. The poem burned for completion, but Emily resolutely pushed her portfolio away. At that moment, she remembered that she had left her Jimmy book in her school bag in the dining room. This would never do. Aunt Ruth would be down before her in the morning and would inevitably examine the book bag, find the Jimmy book, and read it. There were things in that Jimmy book it was well Aunt Ruth should not see. She must slip down and bring it up. Very quietly she opened her door and tiptoed downstairs, in anguish at every creaking step. Aunt Ruth, who slept in the big front bedroom at the other end of the hall, would surely hear those creaks. They were enough to waken the dead. They did not waken Aunt Ruth, however, and Emily reached the dining room, found her book bag, and was just going to return when she happened to glance at the mantelpiece. There, propped up against the clock, was a letter for her which had evidently come by the evening mail. A nice thin letter with the address of a magazine in the corner. Emily set her candle on the table, tore open the letter, found the acceptance of a poem, and a check for $3. Acceptances, especially acceptances with checks, were still such rare occurrences with our Emily that they always made her a little crazy. She forgot Aunt Ruth. She forgot that it was nearing 11 o'clock. She stood there entranced, reading over and over the brief editorial note. Brief, but oh, how sweet. Your charming poem. We would like to see more of your work. Oh, yes, indeed. They should see more of it. Emily turned with a start. Was that a tap at the door? No, at the window. Who? What? The next moment she was aware that Perry was standing on the side veranda, grinning at her through the window. She was at it in a flash, and without pausing to think, still in the exhilaration of her acceptance, she slipped the catch and pushed the window up. She knew where Perry had been and was dying to know how he had got along. He had been invited to dinner with Dr. Hardy in the fine Queen Street house. This was considered a great honor, and very few students ever received it. Perry owed the invitation to his brilliant speech at the interschool debate. Dr. Hardy had heard it and decided that here was a coming man. Perry had been enormously proud of the invitation and had bragged of it to Teddy and Emily, not to Ilsa, who had not yet forgiven him for his tactlessness on the night of the debate. Emily had been pleased, but had warned Perry that he would need to watch his step at Dr. Hardy's. She felt some qualms in regard to his etiquette, but Perry had felt none. He would be all right, he loftily declared. Perry perched himself on the window-sill, and Emily sat down on the corner of the sofa, reminding herself that it could be only for a minute. "Saw the light in the window as it went past," said Perry, "so I thought I'd just take a sneak round to the side and see if it was you. Wanted to tell you the tale while it was fresh. Say, Emily, you were right. R-I-G-H-T. I should smile. I wouldn't go through this evening again for $100. "How did you get along?" asked Emily anxiously. In a sense, she felt responsible for Perry's manners. Such as he had acquired at New Moon. Perry grinned. "It's a heart-rending tale. I've had a lot of conceit taken out of me. I suppose you'll say that's a good thing." "You could spare some," said Emily coolly. Perry shrugged his shoulders. "Well, I'll tell you all about it if you won't tell Ilsa or Teddy. I'm not going to have them laughing at me. I went to Queen Street at the proper time. I remembered all you'd said about boots and tie and nails and handkerchief, and I was all right outside. When I got to the house, my troubles began. It was so big and splendid I felt queer, not afraid. I wasn't afraid then, but just a bit as if I was ready to jump, like a strange cat when you try to pat it. I rang the bell. Of course, it stuck and kept on ringing like mad. I could hear it away down the hall, and thinks I, they'll think I don't know any better than to keep on ringing it till somebody comes, and that rattled me. The maid rattled me still more. I didn't know whether I ought to shake hands with her or not. "Oh, Perry." "Well, I didn't. I never was to a house where there was a maid like that before, all dolled up with a cap and finicky little apron. She made me feel like 30 cents. "Did you shake hands with her?" "No." Emily gave a sigh of relief. She held the door open, and I went in. I didn't know what to do then. Guess I'd have stood there till I took root, only Dr. Hardy himself came through the hall. He shook hands and showed me where to put my hat and coat, and then he took me into the parlor to meet his wife. The floor was as slippery as ice, and just as I stepped on the rug inside the parlor door, it went clean from under me, and down I went and slid across the floor, feet foremost, right to Mrs. Hardy. I was on my back, not on my stomach, or it would have been quite the proper oriental caper, wouldn't it?
Emily couldn't laugh. "Oh, Perry." "Great snakes, Emily, it wasn't my fault. All the etiquette in the world couldn't have prevented it. Of course, I felt like a fool, but I got up and laughed. Nobody else laughed. They were all decent. Mrs. Hardy was smooth as wax, hoped I hadn't hurt myself, and Dr. Hardy said he had slipped the same way more than once after they had given up their good old carpets and taken to rugs and hardwood. I was scared to move, so I sat down in the nearest chair, and there was a dog on it, Mrs. Hardy's Peak. Oh, I didn't kill it. I got the worst scare of the two. By the time I had made port in another chair, the perspiration, was just pouring down my face. Some more folks arrived just then, so that kind of took the edge off me, and I had time to get my bearings. I found I had about 10 pairs of hands and feet, and my boots were too big and coarse. Then I found myself with my hands in my pockets, whistling. Emily began to say, "Oh, Perry," but bit it off and swallowed it. What was the use of saying anything? I knew that wasn't proper, so I stopped and took my hands out and began to bite my nails. Finally, I put my hands underneath me and sat on 'em. I doubled my feet back under my chair, and I sat like that till we went out to dinner. Sat like that when a fat old lady waddled in and all the other fellows stood up. I didn't see any reason for it. There was plenty of chairs. But later on it occurred to me that it was some etiquette stunt, and I ought to have stood up too. Should I?
"Of course," said Emily wearily. "Don't you remember how Ilse used to rag you about that very thing?"
Oh, I'd forgotten. Ilse was always jawing about something. But live and learn. I won't forget again, you bet. There were 3 or 4 other boys there, the new French teacher and a couple of bankers and some ladies. I got out to dinner without falling over the floor and got into a chair between Miss Hardy and the aforesaid old lady. I gave one look over that table, and then, Emily, I knew what it was to be afraid at last, all right. I never knew it before, honest. It's an awful feeling. I was in a regular funk. I used to think you carried fierce style at New Moon when you had company, but I never saw anything like that table, and everything so dazzling and glittering, and enough forks and spoons and things at one place to fit everybody out. There was a piece of bread folded in my napkin, and it fell out and went skating over the floor. I could feel myself turning red all over my face and neck. I suppose you call it blushing. I never blushed before, that I remember. I didn't know whether I ought to get up and go and pick it up or not. Then the maid brought me another one. I used the wrong spoon to eat my soup with, but I tried to remember what your Aunt Laura said about the proper way to eat soup. I'd get on all right for a few spoonfuls. Then I'd get interested in something somebody was saying and go gulp.
"Did you tilt your plate to get the last spoonful?"
asked Emily despairingly. No, I was just going to when I remembered it wasn't proper. I hate to have lost it, too. It was awful good soup, and I was hungry. The good old dowager next to me did. I got on pretty well with the meat and vegetables, except once. I'd packed a load of meat and potatoes on my fork, and just as I lifted it, I saw Mrs. Hardy eyeing it, and I remembered I oughtn't to have loaded up my fork like that. And I jumped, and it all fell off in my napkin. I didn't know whether it would be etiquette to scrape it up and put it back on my plate, so I left it there. The pudding was all right, only I ate it with a spoon, my soup spoon, and everyone else ate theirs with a fork. But it tasted just as good one way as another, and I was getting reckless. You always use spoons at New Moon to eat pudding.
"Why didn't you watch what the others did and imitate them?"
Too rattled. But I'll say this, for all the style, the eats weren't a bit better than you have at New Moon. No, nor as good by a jugful. Your Aunt Elizabeth's cooking would knock the spots off the Hardys every time, and they didn't give you too much of anything. After the dinner was over, we went back to the parlor. They called it living room. And things weren't so bad. I didn't do anything out of the way, except knock over a bookcase.
Perry!
Well, it was wobbly. I was leaning against it, talking to Mr. Hardy, and I suppose I leaned too hard, for the bloomin' thing went over. But writing it and getting the books back seemed to loosen me up, and I wasn't so tongue-tied after that. I got on not too bad, only every once in a while I'd let slip a bit of slang before I could catch it. I tell you, I wished I'd taken your advice about talking slang. Once the fat old lady agreed with something I'd said. She had sense if she did have 3 chins, and I was so tickled to find her on my side that I got excited and said to her, "You bet your boots," before I thought. And I guess I bragged a bit. Do I brag too much, Emily? This question had never presented itself to Perry before. "You do," said Emily candidly, "and it's very bad form." Well, I felt kind of cheap after I'd done it. I guess I've got an awful lot to learn yet, Emily. I'm going to buy a book on etiquette and learn it off by heart. No more evenings like this for me. But it was better at the last. Jim Hardy took me off to the den and we played checkers, and I licked him dizzy. Nothing wrong with my checker etiquette, I tell you. And Mrs. Hardy said my speech at the debate was the best she had ever heard for a boy of my age, and she wanted to know what I meant to go in for. She's a great little dame and has the social end of things down fine. That is one reason I want you to marry me when the time comes, Emily. I've got to have a wife with brains.
"Don't talk nonsense, Perry,"
said Emily haughtily. "'Tisn't nonsense," said Perry stubbornly, "and it's time we settled something. You needn't turn up your nose at me because you're a Murray. I'll be worth marrying some day, even for a Murray. Come, put me out of my misery." Emily rose disdainfully. She had her dreams, as all girls have, the rose-red one of love among them, but Perry Miller had no share in those dreams.
"I'm not a Murray, and I'm going upstairs. Good night."
"Wait half a second," said Perry with a grin. "When the clock strikes 11, I'm going to kiss you." Emily did not for a moment believe that Perry had the slightest notion of doing anything of the kind, which was foolish of her, for Perry had a habit of always doing what he said he was going to do. But then, he had never been sentimental. She ignored his remark, but lingered a moment to ask another question about the Hardy dinner. Perry did not answer the question. The clock began to strike 11 as she asked it. He flung his legs over the window-sill and stepped into the room. Emily realized too late that he meant what he said. She had only time to duck her head in Perry's hearty, energetic smack. There was nothing subtle about Perry's kisses. Fell on her ear instead of her cheek. At the very moment Perry kissed her, and before her indignant protest could rush to her lips, 2 things happened. A gust of wind swept in from the veranda and blew the little candle out, and the dining-room door opened, and Aunt Ruth appeared in the doorway, robed in a pink flannel nightgown and carrying another candle, the light of which struck upward with gruesome effect on her set face, with its halo of crimping pins. This is one of the places where a conscientious biographer feels that, in the good old phrase, her pen cannot do justice to the scene. Emily and Perry stood as if turned to stone. So, for a moment, did Aunt Ruth. Aunt Ruth had expected to find Emily there, writing, as she had done one night a month previously when Emily had had an inspiration at bedtime and had slipped down to the warm dining room to jot it in a Jimmy book. But this... I must admit it did look bad. Really, I think we can hardly blame Aunt Ruth for righteous indignation. Aunt Ruth looked at the unlucky pair. "What are you doing here?" she asked Perry. "Stovepipe Town made a mistake." "Oh, looking for a round square.
said Perry offhandedly, his eyes suddenly becoming limpid with mischief and lawless roguery. Perry's impudence, Aunt Ruth called it that, and really, I think he was impudent, naturally made a bad matter worse. Aunt Ruth turned to Emily. "Perhaps you can explain how you came to be here at this hour, kissing this fellow in the dark." Emily flinched from the crude vulgarity of the question, as if Aunt Ruth had struck her. She forgot how much appearances justified Aunt Ruth, and let a perverse spirit enter into and possess her. She lifted her head haughtily. "I have no explanation to give to such a question, Aunt Ruth." "I didn't think you would have." Aunt Ruth gave a very disagreeable laugh, through which a thin, discordant note of triumph sounded. One might have thought that, under all her anger, something pleased Aunt Ruth. It is pleasant to be justified in the opinion we have always entertained of anybody. "Well, perhaps you will be so good as to answer some questions. How did this fellow get here?" "Window," said Perry laconically, seeing that Emily was not going to answer. "I was not asking you, sir. Go," said Aunt Ruth, pointing dramatically to the window. "I'm not going to stir a step out of this room until I see what you're going to do to Emily," said Perry stubbornly. "I," said Aunt Ruth with an air of terrible detachment, "am not going to do anything to Emily." "Mrs. Dutton, be a good sport," implored Perry coaxingly. "It's all my fault, honest. Emily wasn't one bit to blame. You see, it was this way." But Perry was too late. "I have asked my niece for an explanation, and she has refused to give it. I do not choose to listen to yours." "But," persisted Perry. "You had better go, Perry," said Emily, whose face was flying danger signals. She spoke quietly, but the Murrayest of all Murrays could not have expressed a more definite command. There was a quality in it Perry dared not disregard. He meekly scrambled out of the window into the night. Aunt Ruth stepped forward and shut the window, then, ignoring Emily utterly, she marched her pink-flanneled little figure back upstairs. Emily did not sleep much that night, nor, I admit, did she deserve to. After her sudden anger died away, shame cut her like a whip. She realized that she had behaved very foolishly in refusing an explanation to Aunt Ruth. Aunt Ruth had a right to it, when such a situation developed in her own house, no matter how hateful and disagreeable she made her method of demanding it. Of course, she would not have believed a word of it, but Emily, if she had given it, would not have further complicated her false position. Emily fully expected she would be sent home to New Moon in disgrace. Aunt Ruth would stonily decline to keep such a girl any longer in her house. Aunt Elizabeth would agree with her. Aunt Laura would be heartbroken. Would even Cousin Jimmy's loyalty stand the strain? It was a very bitter prospect. No wonder Emily spent a white night. She was so unhappy that every beat of her heart seemed to hurt her. And again, I say, most unequivocally, she deserved it. I haven't one word of pity or excuse for her. Chapter 18. Circumstantial Evidence. At the Saturday morning breakfast table, Aunt Ruth preserved a stony silence, but she smiled cruelly to herself as she buttered and ate her toast. Anyone might have seen clearly that Aunt Ruth was enjoying herself, and with equal clearness that Emily was not. Aunt Ruth passed Emily the toast and marmalade with killing politeness, as if to say, "I will not abate one jot or tittle of the proper thing. I may turn you out of my house, but it will be your own fault if you go without your breakfast." After breakfast, Aunt Ruth went uptown. Emily suspected that she had gone to telephone to Dr. Burnley a message for New Moon.
She expected when Aunt Ruth returned to be told to pack her trunk. But still Aunt Ruth spoke not. In the middle of the afternoon, Cousin Jimmy arrived with the double-seated box sleigh. Aunt Ruth went out and conferred with him. Then she came in and at last broke her silence. "Put on your wraps," she said. "We are going to New Moon." Emily obeyed mutely. She got into the back seat of the sleigh, and Aunt Ruth sat beside Cousin Jimmy in front. Cousin Jimmy looked back at Emily over the collar of his fur coat and said, "Hello, Pussy," with just a shade too much of cheerful encouragement. Evidently, Cousin Jimmy believed something very serious had happened, though he didn't know what. It was not a pleasant drive through the beautiful grays and smokes and pearls of the winter afternoon. The arrival at New Moon was not pleasant. Aunt Elizabeth looked stern. Aunt Laura looked apprehensive. "I have brought Emily here," said Aunt Ruth, "because I do not feel that I can deal with her alone. You and Laura, Elizabeth, must pass judgment on her behavior yourselves." So it was to be a domestic court, with her, Emily, at the bar of justice. Justice. Would she get justice? Well, she would make a fight for it. She flung up her head, and the color rushed back into her face. They were all in the sitting room when she came down from her room. Aunt Elizabeth sat by the table. Aunt Laura was on the sofa, ready to cry. Aunt Ruth was standing on the rug before the fire, looking peevishly at Cousin Jimmy, who, instead of going to the barn as he should have done, had tied the horse to the orchard fence and had seated himself back in the corner, determined, like Perry, to see what was going to be done to Emily. Ruth was annoyed. She wished Elizabeth would not always insist on admitting Jimmy to family conclaves when he desired to be present. It was absurd to suppose that a grown-up child like Jimmy had any right there. Emily did not sit down. She went and stood by the window, where her black head came out against the crimson curtain as softly and darkly clear as a pine tree against a sunset of spring. Outside, a white, dead world lay in the chilly twilight of early March. Past the garden and the Lombardy poplars, the fields of New Moon looked very lonely and drear, with the intense red streak of lingering sunset beyond them. Emily shivered. "Well," said Cousin Jimmy, "let's begin and get it over. Emily must want her supper." "When you know what I know about her, you will think she needs something besides supper," said Mrs. Dutton tartly. "I know all anyone need know about Emily," retorted Cousin Jimmy. "Jimmy Murray, you are an ass," said Aunt Ruth angrily. "Well, we're cousins," agreed Cousin Jimmy pleasantly. "Jimmy, be silent," said Elizabeth majestically. "Ruth, let us hear what you have to say." Aunt Ruth told the whole story. She stuck to facts, but her manner of telling them made them seem even blacker than they were. She really contrived to make a very ugly story of it, and Emily shivered again as she listened. As the telling proceeded, Aunt Elizabeth's face became harder and colder. Aunt Laura began to cry, and Cousin Jimmy began to whistle. "He was kissing her neck," concluded Aunt Ruth. Her tone implied that, bad as it was to kiss on ordinary places for kissing, it was 1,000-fold more scandalous and disgraceful to kiss the neck. "It was my ear, really," murmured Emily with a sudden impish grin she did not check in time. Under all her discomfort and dread, there was something that was standing back and enjoying this. The drama, the comedy of it. But this outbreak of it was most unfortunate. It made her appear flippant and unashamed. "Now, I ask you," said Aunt Ruth, throwing out her pudgy hands, "if you can expect me to keep a girl like her any longer in my house." "No, I don't think we can," said Aunt Elizabeth slowly. Aunt Laura began to sob wildly. Cousin Jimmy brought down the front legs of his chair with a bang. Emily turned from the window and faced them all.
I want to explain what happened, Aunt Elizabeth.
I think we have heard enough about it, said Aunt Elizabeth icily. All the more icily because of a certain bitter disappointment that was filling her soul. She had been gradually becoming very fond and proud of Emily in her reserved, undemonstrative Murray way. To find her capable of such conduct as this was a terrible blow to Aunt Elizabeth. Her very pain made her the more merciless.
No, that won't do now, Aunt Elizabeth, said Emily quietly. I'm too old to be treated like that. You must hear my side of the story.
The Murray look was on her face, the look Elizabeth knew and remembered so well of old. She wavered. "You had your chance to explain last night," snapped Aunt Ruth, "and you wouldn't do it."
"Because I was hurt and angry over your thinking the worst of me," said Emily. "Besides, I knew you wouldn't believe me."
"I would have believed you if you had told the truth," said Aunt Ruth. "The reason you wouldn't explain last night was because you couldn't think up an excuse for your conduct on the spur of the moment. You've had time to invent something since, I suppose." "Did you ever know Emily to tell a lie?" demanded Cousin Jimmy. Mrs. Dutton opened her lips to say yes, then closed them again. Suppose Jimmy should demand a specific instance. She felt sure Emily had told her fibs a score of times. But what proof had she of it? "Did you?" persisted that abominable Jimmy. "I am not going to be catechized by you." Aunt Ruth turned her back on him. "Elizabeth, I've always told you that girl was deep and sly, haven't I?" "Yes," admitted poor Elizabeth, rather thankful that there need be no indecision on that point. Ruth had certainly told her so times out of number. "And doesn't this show I was right?" "I'm afraid so." Elizabeth Murray felt that it was a very bitter moment for her. "Then it is for you to decide what is to be done about the matter," said Ruth triumphantly. "Not yet," interposed Cousin Jimmy resolutely. "You haven't given Emily the ghost of a chance to explain. That's no fair trial. Now let her talk for 10 minutes without interrupting her once." "That is only fair," said Elizabeth with sudden resolution. She had a mad, irrational hope that, after all, Emily might be able to clear herself. "Oh, well," Mrs. Dutton yielded ungraciously and sat herself down with a thud on old Archibald Murray's chair. "Now, Emily, tell us what really happened," said Cousin Jimmy. "Well, upon my word," exploded Aunt Ruth. "Do you mean to say I didn't tell what really happened?" Cousin Jimmy lifted his hand. Now, you had your say. Come, Pussy." Emily told her story from beginning to end. Something in it carried conviction. 3 of her listeners at least believed her and felt an enormous load lifted from their minds. Even Aunt Ruth, deep down in her heart, knew Emily was telling the truth, but she would not admit it. "A very ingenious tale, upon my word," she said derisively. Cousin Jimmy got up and walked across the floor. He bent down before Mrs. Dutton and thrust his rosy face, with its forked beard and childlike brown eyes under his shock of gray curls, very close to hers. "Ruth Murray," he said, "do you remember the story that got around 40 years ago about you and Fred Blair? Do you?" Aunt Ruth pushed back her chair. Cousin Jimmy followed her. "Do you remember that you were caught in a scrape that looked far worse than this? Didn't it?" Again poor Aunt Ruth pushed back her chair. Again Cousin Jimmy followed. "Do you remember how mad you were because people wouldn't believe you? But your father believed you. He had confidence in his own flesh and blood, hadn't he?"
Aunt Ruth had reached the wall by this time and had to surrender at discretion. I remember well enough, she said shortly. Her cheeks were a curdled red. Emily looked at her interestedly. Was Aunt Ruth trying to blush? Ruth Dutton was, in fact, living over some very miserable months in her long-past youth. When she was a girl of 18, she had been trapped in a very ugly situation, and she had been innocent, absolutely innocent. She had been the helpless victim of a most impish combination of circumstances. Her father had believed her story, and her own family had backed her up. But her contemporaries had believed the evidence of known facts for years, perhaps believed it yet, if they ever thought about the matter. Ruth Dutton shivered over the remembrance of her suffering under the lash of scandal. She no longer dared to refuse credence to Emily's story, but she could not yield gracefully. "Jimmy," she said sharply, "will you be good enough to go away and sit down? I suppose Emily is telling the truth. It's a pity she took so long deciding to tell it. And I'm sure that creature was making love to her." "No, he was only asking me to marry him," said Emily coolly. You heard 3 gasps in the room. Aunt Ruth alone was able to speak. "Do you intend to? May I ask?" "No. I've told him so half a dozen times." "Well, I'm glad you had that much sense. Stovepipe Town, indeed." Stovepipe Town had nothing to do with it. 10 years from now, Perry Miller will be a man whom even a Murray would delight to honor. But he doesn't happen to be the type I fancy, that's all. Could this be Emily? This tall young woman coolly giving her reasons for refusing an offer of marriage and talking about the types she fancied? Elizabeth, Laura, even Ruth, looked at her as if they had never seen her before, and there was a new respect in their eyes. Of course they knew that Andrew was, well, in short, that Andrew was. But years must doubtless pass before Andrew would. And now the thing had happened already with another suitor. Happened half a dozen times, mark you. At that moment, although they were quite unconscious of it, they ceased to regard her as a child. At a bound, she had entered their world and must henceforth be met on equal terms. There could be no more family courts. They felt this, though they did not perceive it. Aunt Ruth's next remark showed it. She spoke almost as she might have spoken to Laura or Elizabeth, if she had deemed it her duty to admonish them. "Just suppose, Emily, if anyone passing had seen Perry Miller sitting in that window at that hour of the night." "Yes, of course. I see your angle of it perfectly, Aunt Ruth. All I want is to get you to see mine. I was foolish to open the window and talk to Perry. I see that now. I simply didn't think. And then I got so interested in the story of his mishaps at Dr. Hardy's dinner that I forgot how time was going." "Was Perry Miller to dinner at Dr. Hardy's?" asked Aunt Elizabeth. This was another staggerer for her. The world, the Murray world, must be literally turned upside down if Stovepipe Town was invited to dinner on Queen Street. At the same moment, Aunt Ruth remembered with a pang of horror that Perry Miller had seen her in her pink flannel nightgown. It hadn't mattered before. He had been only the help boy at New Moon. Now, he was Dr. Hardy's guest. "Yes, Dr. Hardy thinks he is a very brilliant debater and says he has a future," said Emily. "Well," snapped Aunt Ruth, "I wish you would stop prowling about my house at all hours writing novels. If you had been in your bed, as you should have been, this would never have happened." "I wasn't writing novels," cried Emily. "I've never written a word of fiction since I promised Aunt Elizabeth. I wasn't writing anything. I told you I just went down to get my Jimmy book."
Why couldn't you have left that where it was till morning? Persisted Aunt Ruth.
Come, said Cousin Jimmy. Don't start up another argument. I want my supper. You girls go and get it.
Elizabeth and Laura left the room as meekly as if old Archibald Murray himself had commanded it. After a moment, Ruth followed them. Things had not turned out just as she anticipated, but, after all, she was resigned. It would not have been a nice thing for a scandal like this concerning a Murray to be blown abroad, as must have happened if a verdict of guilty had been found against Emily.
So, that's settled, said Cousin Jimmy to Emily as the door closed.
Emily drew a long breath. The quiet, dignified old room suddenly seemed very beautiful and friendly to her.
Yes, thanks to you,
she said, springing across it to give him an impetuous hug.
Now scold me, Cousin Jimmy. Scold me hard.
No. But it would have been more prudent not to have opened that window. Wouldn't it now, Pussy?
Of course it would. But prudence is such a shoddy virtue at times, Cousin Jimmy. One is ashamed of it. One likes to just go ahead and
hang consequences,
supplied Cousin Jimmy.
Something like that,
Emily laughed.
I hate to go mincing through life, afraid to take a single long step for fear somebody is watching. I want to wave my wild tail and walk by my wild lone. There wasn't a bit of real harm in my opening that window and talking to Perry. There wasn't even any harm in his trying to kiss me. He just did it to tease me. Oh, I hate conventions. As you say, hang consequences.
But we can't hang 'em, Pussy. That's just the trouble. They're more likely to hang us. I put it to you, Pussy. Suppose, there's no harm in supposing it, that you were grown up and married and had a daughter of your age, and you went downstairs one night and found as Aunt Ruth found you and Perry. Would you like it? Would you be well pleased? Honest now.
Emily stared hard at the fire for a moment.
No, I wouldn't,
she said at last.
But then, that's different. I wouldn't know.
Cousin Jimmy chuckled.
That's the point, Pussy. Other people can't know. So we've got to watch our step. Oh, I'm only simple Jimmy Murray, but I can see we have to watch our step. Pussy, we're going to have roast spare ribs for supper.
A savory whiff crept in from the kitchen at that very moment, a homely, comfortable odor that had nothing in common with compromising situations and family skeletons. Emily gave Cousin Jimmy another hug.
Better a dinner of herbs where Cousin Jimmy is than roast spare ribs and Aunt Ruth therewith, she said.
Chapter 19. Airy Voices.
April 3rd.
There are times when I am tempted to believe in the influence of evil stars, or the reality of unlucky days. Otherwise, how can such diabolical things happen as do happen to well-meaning people? Aunt Ruth has only just begun to grow weary of recalling the night she found Perry kissing me in the dining room, and now I'm in another ridiculous scrape. I will be honest. It was not dropping my umbrella which was responsible for it. Neither was it the fact that I let the kitchen mirror at New Moon fall last Saturday and crack. It was just my own carelessness. St. John's Presbyterian Church here in Shrewsbury became vacant at New Year's and has been hearing candidates. Mr. Towers of the Times asked me to report the sermons for his paper on such Sundays as I was not in Blairwater. The first sermon was good, and I reported it with pleasure. The second one was harmless, very harmless, and I reported it without pain. But the third, which I heard last Sunday, was ridiculous. I said so to Aunt Ruth on the way home from church, and Aunt Ruth said, "Do you think you are competent to criticize a sermon?"
Well, yes, I do. That sermon was a most inconsistent thing. Mr. Wickham contradicted himself half a dozen times. He mixed his metaphors. He attributed something to St. Paul that belonged to Shakespeare. He committed almost every conceivable literary sin, including the unpardonable one of being deadly dull. However, it was my business to report the sermon, so report it I did. Then I had to do something to get it out of my system, so I wrote, for my own satisfaction, an analysis of it. It was a crazy but delightful deed. I showed up all the inconsistencies, the misquotations, the weaknesses, and the wobblings. I enjoyed writing it. I made it as pointed and satirical and satanical as I could. Oh, I admit it was a very vitriolic document. Then I handed it into the Times by mistake. Mr. Towers passed it over to the typesetter without reading it. He had a touching confidence in my work, which he will never have again. It came out the next day. I awoke to find myself infamous. I expected Mr. Towers would be furious, but he is only mildly annoyed, and a little amused at the back of it. It isn't as if Mr. Wickham had been a settled minister here, of course. Nobody cared for him or his sermon, and Mr. Towers is a Presbyterian, so the St. John's people can't accuse him of wanting to insult them. It is poor Emily B. on whom is laid the whole burden of condemnation. It appears most of them think I did it to show off. Aunt Ruth is furious, Aunt Elizabeth outraged, Aunt Laura grieved, Cousin Jimmy alarmed. It is such a shocking thing to criticize a minister's sermon. It is a Murray tradition that ministers' sermons, Presbyterian ministers especially, are sacrosanct. My presumption and vanity will yet be the ruin of me, so Aunt Elizabeth coldly informs me. The only person who seems pleased is Mr. Carpenter. Dean is away in New York. I know he would like it, too. Mr. Carpenter is telling everyone that my report is the best thing of its kind he ever read. But Mr. Carpenter is suspected of heresy, so his commendation will not go far to rehabilitate me. I feel wretched over the affair. My mistakes worry me more than my sins sometimes, and yet an unholy something way back in me is grinning over it all. Every word in that report was true. And more than true, appropriate. I didn't mix my metaphors. Now to live this down. April 20th. Awake, thou north wind, and come thou south. Blow upon my garden that the spices thereof may flow out. So I chanted as I went through the land of uprightness this evening, only I put woods in place of garden. For spring is just around the corner, and I have forgotten everything but gladness. We had a gray, rainy dawn, but sunshine came in the afternoon, and a bit of April frost tonight, just enough to make the earth firm. It seemed to me a night when the ancient gods might be met with in the lonely places, but I saw nothing except some sly things back among the fir copses that may have been companies of goblins, if they weren't merely shadows. I wonder why goblin is such an enchanting word, and gobbling such an ugly one, and why is shadowy suggestive of all beauty, while umbrageous is so ugly. But I heard all kinds of fairy sounds, and each gave me an exquisite vanishing joy as I went up the hill. There was always something satisfying in climbing to the top of a hill, and that is a hilltop I love. When I reached it, I stood still and let the loneliness of the evening flow through me like music. How the wind woman was singing in the bits of birchland around me, how she whistled in the serrated tops of the trees against the sky. One of the 13 new silver moons of the year was hanging over the harbor. I stood there and thought of many, many beautiful things, of wild, free brooks running through starlit April fields, of rippled gray satin seas, of the grace of an elm against the moonlight, of roots stirring and thrilling in the earth, owls laughing in darkness, a curl of foam on a long, sandy shore, a young moon setting over a dark hill, the gray of Gulf storms. I had only 75 cents in the world, but paradise isn't bought with money. Then I sat down on an old boulder and tried to put those moments of delicate happiness into a poem. I caught the shape of them fairly well, I think, but not their soul. It escaped me. It was quite dark when I came back, and the whole character of my land of uprightness seemed changed. It was eerie, almost sinister. I would have run if I could have dared. The trees, my old well-known friends, were strange and aloof. The sounds I heard were not the cheery, companionable sounds of daytime, nor the friendly fairy sounds of the sunset. They were creeping and weird, as if the life of the woods had suddenly developed something almost hostile to me, something at least that was furtive and alien and unacquainted. I could fancy that I heard stealthy footsteps all around me, that strange eyes were watching me through the boughs. When I reached the open space and hopped over the fence into Aunt Ruth's backyard, I felt as if I were escaping from some fascinating but not altogether hallowed locality, a place given over to paganism and the revels of satyrs. I don't believe the woods are ever wholly Christian in the darkness. There is always a lurking life in them that dares not show itself to the sun, but regains its own with the night. "You should not be out in the damp with that cough of yours," said Aunt Ruth. But it wasn't the damp that hurt me, for I was hurt. It was that little fascinating whisper of something unholy. I was afraid of it, and yet I loved it. The beauty I had loved on the hilltops seemed suddenly quite tasteless beside it. I sat down in my room and wrote another poem. When I had written it, I felt that I had exorcised something out of my soul, and Emily in the glass seemed no longer a stranger to me. Aunt Ruth has just brought in a dose of hot milk and cayenne pepper for my cough. It is on the table before me. I have to drink it, and it has made both paradise and pagan land seem very foolish and unreal. May 25th. Dean came home from New York last Friday, and that evening we walked and talked in New Moon Garden in a weird, uncanny twilight following a rainy day. I had a light dress on, and as Dean came down the path, he said, "When I saw you first, I thought you were a wild white cherry tree, like that." And he pointed to one that was leaning and beckoning, ghost fair in the dusk, from Lofty John's bush. It was such a beautiful thing that just to be distantly compared to it made me feel very well pleased with myself, and it was lovely to hear dear old Dean back again. So we had a delightful evening, and picked a big bunch of Cousin Jimmy's pansies, and watched the gray rain clouds draw together in great purple masses in the east, leaving the western sky all clear and star-powdered. "There is something in your company," said Dean, "that makes stars seem starrier and pansies purpler." Wasn't that nice of him? How is it that his opinion of me and Aunt Ruth's opinion of me are so very different? He had a little flat parcel under his arm, and when he went away, he handed it to me. "I brought you that to counteract Lord Byron," he said. It was a framed copy of the portrait of Giovanna degli Albizzi, wife of Lorenzo Tornabuoni Gilancio, a lady of the Quattro Centro. I brought it to Shrewsbury and have it hanging in my room. I love to look at Lady Giovanna, that slim, beautiful young thing with her sleek coils of pale gold and her prim little curls and her fine, high-bred profile. Did the painter flatter her? And her white neck and open, unshadowed brow, with the indefinable air over it of all saintliness and remoteness and fate, for the Lady Giovanna died young. And her embroidered velvet sleeves, slashed and puffed, very beautifully made and fitting the arm perfectly. The Lady Giovanna must have had a good dressmaker, and, in spite of her saintliness, one thinks She was quite aware of the fact. I am always wishing that she would turn her head and let me see her full face. Aunt Ruth thinks she is queer-looking and evidently doubts the propriety of having her in the same room with the jeweled chromo of Queen Alexandra. I doubt it myself. June 10th. I do all my studying now by the pool in the land of uprightness, among those wonderful tall, slender trees. I'm a druidess in the woods. I regard trees with something more than love, worship. And then, too, trees, unlike so many humans, always improve on acquaintance. No matter how much you like them at the start, you are sure to like them much better further on, and best of all, when you have known them for years and enjoyed intercourse with them in all seasons. I know 100 dear things about these trees in the land of uprightness that I didn't know when I came here 2 years ago. Trees have as much individuality as human beings. Not even 2 spruces are alike. There was always some kink or curve or bend of bough to single each one out from its fellows. Some trees love to grow sociably together, their branches twining, like Ilse and me with our arms about each other, whispering interminably of their secrets. Then there are more exclusive groups of 4 or 5, Clanmurray trees. And then there are hermits of trees who choose to stand apart in solitary state and who hold commune only with the winds of heaven. Yet these trees are often the best worth knowing. One feels it is more of a triumph to win their confidence than that of easier trees. Tonight I suddenly saw a great pulsating star resting on the very crest of the big fir that stands alone in the eastern corner, and I had a sense of 2 majesties meeting that will abide with me for days and enchant everything. Even classroom routine and dishwashing and Aunt Ruth's Saturday cleaning. June 25th. We had our history examination today, the Tudor period. I've found it very fascinating, but more because of what isn't in the histories than of what is. They can't tell you what you would really like to know. What did Jane Seymour think of when she was awake in the dark? Or murdered Anne? Or of pale, forsaken Catherine? Or just about the fashion of her new ruff? Did she ever think she had paid too high for her crown? Or was she satisfied with her bargain? And was she happy in those few hours after her little son was born? Or did she see a ghostly procession beckoning her onward with them? Was Lady Jane Grey Janey to her friends? And did she ever have a fit of temper? What did Shakespeare's wife actually think of him? And was any man ever really in love with Queen Elizabeth? I am always asking questions like this when I study that pageant of kings and queens and geniuses and puppets put down in the school curriculum as the Tudor period. July 7th. 2 years of high school are over. The result of my exams was such as to please even Aunt Ruth, who condescended to say that she always knew I could study if I put my mind to it. In brief, I led my class. And I'm pleased, but I begin to understand what Dean meant when he said real education was what you dug out of life for yourself. After all, the things that have taught me the most, these past 2 years, have been my wanderings in the land of uprightness, and my night on the haystack, and the Lady Giovanna, and the old woman who spanked the king, and trying to write nothing but facts, and things like that. Even rejection slips and hating Evelyn Blake have taught me something. Speaking of Evelyn, she failed in her exams and will have to take her senior year over again. I am truly sorry. That sounds as if I were a most amiable, forgiving creature. Let me be perfectly frank. I am sorry she didn't pass, because if she had, she wouldn't be in school next year. July 20th. Ilse and I go bathing every day now. Aunt Laura is always very particular about seeing that we have our bathing suits with us. I wonder if she ever heard any faint, far-off echoes of our moonlit petticoatedness. But so far, our dips have been in the afternoon, and afterwards we have a glorious wallow on sun-warm golden sands, with the gauzy dunes behind us stretching to the harbor, and the lazy blue sea before us, dotted over with sails that arc silver in the magic of the sunlight. Oh, life is good, good, good. In spite of 3 rejection slips that came today, those very editors will be asking for my work someday. Meanwhile, Aunt Laura is teaching me how to make a certain rich and complicated kind of chocolate cake, after a recipe which a friend of hers in Virginia sent her 30 years ago. Nobody in Blairwater has ever been able to get it, and Aunt Laura made me solemnly promise I would never reveal it. The real name of the cake is Devil's Food, but Aunt Elizabeth will not have it called that. August 2nd. I was down seeing Mr. Carpenter this evening. He has been laid up with rheumatism, and one can see he is getting old. He was very cranky with the scholars last year, and there was some protest against keeping him on, but it was done. Most of the Blairwater people have sense enough to realize that with all his crankiness, Mr. Carpenter is a teacher in 1,000.
One can't teach fools amiably,
he growled when the trustees told him there were complaints about his harshness. Perhaps it was his rheumatism that made Mr. Carpenter rather crusty over the poems I took to him for criticism. When he read the one I had composed that April night on a hilltop, he tossed it back to me.
"A pretty little gossamer thing,"
he said, and I had really thought the poem expressed in some measure the enchantment of that evening. How I must have failed. Then I gave him the poem I had written after I'd come in that night. He read it over twice, then he deliberately tore it into strips. "Now, why?" I said, rather annoyed. "There was nothing wrong about that poem, Mr. Carpenter."
"Not about its body," he said. "Every line of it, taken by itself, might be read in Sunday school. But its soul. What mood were you in when you wrote that, in heaven's name?"
"The mood of the Golden Age," I said.
"No, of an age far before that. That poem was sheer paganism, girl, though I don't think you realize it. To be sure, from the point of view of literature, it's worth 1,000 of your pretty songs. All the same, that way danger lies. Better stick to your own age. You're part of it and can possess it without its possessing you. Emily, there was a streak of diabolism in that poem. It's enough to make me believe that poets are inspired by some spirits outside themselves. Didn't you feel possessed when you wrote it?"
"Yes," I said, remembering. I felt rather glad Mr. Carpenter had torn the poem up. I could never have done it myself. I have destroyed a great many of my poems that seemed trash on successive readings, but this one never seemed so, and it always brought back the strange charm and terror of that walk. But Mr. Carpenter was right. I feel it. He also berated me because I happened to mention I had been reading Mrs. Herman's poems. Aunt Laura has a cherished volume, bound in faded blue and gold, with an inscription from an admirer. In Aunt Laura's youth, it was the thing to give your adored, a volume of poetry on her birthday. The things Mr. Carpenter said about Mrs. Herman's were not fit to write in a young lady's diary. I suppose he is right in the main, yet I do like some of her poems. Just here and there comes a line or verse that haunts me for days, delightfully. "The March of the Hosts as Alaric passed" is one. Though I can't give any reason for my liking it, one never can give reasons for enchantment. And another is, "The sounds of the sea and the sounds of the night were around Clotilda as she knelt to pray, in a chapel where the mighty lay on the old Provençal shore." That isn't great poetry, but there's a bit of magic in it for all that, concentrated in the last line, I think. I never read it without feeling that I am Clotilde, kneeling there, on the old Provençal shore, with the banners of forgotten wars waving over me. Mr. Carpenter sneered at my liking for slops and told me to go and read the Elsie books, but when I was coming away, he paid me the first personal compliment I ever had from him.
"I like that blue dress you've got on, and you know how to wear it. That's good. I can't bear to see a woman badly dressed. It hurts me, and it must hurt God Almighty. I've no use for Dowds, and I'm sure he hasn't. After all, if you know how to dress yourself, it won't matter if you do like Mrs. Herman's."
I met old Kelly on the way home, and he stopped and gave me a bag of candy and sent his respects to him. August 15th. This is a wonderful year for columbines. The old orchard is full of them, all in lovely white and purple and fairy blue and dreamy pink color. They are half wild and so have a charm no real tamed garden flower ever has. And what a name! Columbine is poetry itself. How much lovelier the common names of flowers are than the horrid Latin-y names the florists stick in their catalogues. Heart's ease and bride's bouquet, prince's feather, snapdragon, Flora's paintbrush, dusty millers, bachelor's buttons, baby's breath, love in a mist. Oh, I love them all. September 1st. 2 things happened today. One was a letter from Great-Aunt Nancy to Aunt Elizabeth. Aunt Nancy has never taken any notice of my existence since my visit to Priest Pond 4 years ago. But she is still alive, 94 years old, and from all accounts quite lively yet. She wrote some sarcastic things in her letter about both me and Aunt Elizabeth, but she wound up by offering to pay all my expenses in Shrewsbury next year, including my board to Aunt Ruth. I am very glad. In spite of Aunt Nancy's sarcasm, I don't mind feeling indebted to her. She has never nagged or patronized me, or did anything for me because she felt it her duty. "Hang duty," she said in her letter. "I'm doing this because it will vex some of the priests, and because Wallace is putting on too many airs about helping to educate Emily. I dare say you feel yourself that you've done virtuously. Tell Emily to go back to Shrewsbury and learn all she can, but to hide it and show her ankles." Aunt Elizabeth was horrified at this and wouldn't show me the letter, but Cousin Jimmy told me what was in it. The second thing was that Aunt Elizabeth informed me that, since Aunt Nancy was paying my expenses, she, Aunt Elizabeth, felt that she ought not to hold me any longer to my promise about writing fiction. I was, she told me, free to do as I chose about that matter. "Though I shall never approve of your writing fiction," she said gravely, "at least I hope you will not neglect your studies." Oh, no, dear Aunt Elizabeth, I won't neglect them. But I feel like a released prisoner. My fingers tingle to grasp a pen. My brain teems with plots. I've a score of fascinating dream characters I want to write about. Oh, if there only were not such a chasm between seeing a thing and getting it down on paper.
Ever since you got that check for a story last winter, Elizabeth's been wondering if she oughtn't to let you write,
Cousin Jimmy told me.
but she couldn't bring herself to back down till Aunt Nancy's letter gave her the excuse. Money makes the Murray mare go, Emily. Want some more Yankee stamps?
Mrs. Kent has told Teddy he can go for another year. After that, he doesn't know what will happen. So we are going back, and I am so happy that I want to write it in italics. September 10th. I have been elected president of the senior class for this year, and the Skulls and Owls sent me a notice that I had been elected a member of their august fraternity without the formality of an application. Evelyn Blake, by the way, is at present laid up with tonsillitis. I accepted the presidency, but I wrote a note to the Skull and Owl declining membership with awful politeness. After black-beaning me last year, indeed. October 7th. There was great excitement today in class when Dr. Hardy made a certain announcement. Kathleen Darcy's uncle, who is a professor of McGill, is visiting here, and he has taken it into his head to offer a prize for the best poem, written by a pupil of Shrewsbury High School, said prize being a complete set of Parkman. The poems must be handed in by the 1st of November and are to be not less than 20 lines and no more than 60. Sounds as if a tape measure was the first requisite. I have been wildly hunting through my Jimmy books tonight and have decided to send in Wild Grapes. It is my second best poem. A Song of Sixpence is my best, but it has only 15 lines, and to add any more would spoil it. I think I can improve Wild Grapes a bit. There are 2 or 3 words in it I've always been dubious about. They don't exactly express fully what I want to say, but I can't find any others that do either. I wish one could coin words, as I used to do long ago when I wrote letters to Father and just invented a word whenever I wanted one. But then, Father would have understood the words if he had ever seen the letters, while I am afraid the judges in the contest wouldn't. Wild Grapes should certainly win the prize. This isn't conceit or vanity or presumption. It's just knowing. If the prize were for mathematics, Kath Darcy should win it. If it were for beauty, Hazel Ellis would win it. If it were for all-round proficiency, Perry Miller. For elocution, Ilsa. For drawing, Teddy. But since it is for poetry, E.B. Starr is the one. We are studying Tennyson and Keats in senior literature this year. I like Tennyson, but sometimes he enrages me. He is beautiful, not too beautiful as Keats is, the perfect artist. But he never lets us forget the artist. We are always conscious of it. He is never swept away by some splendid mountain torrent of feeling. Not he. He flows on serenely between well-ordered banks and carefully laid-out gardens. And no matter how much one loves a garden, one doesn't want to be cooped up in it all the time. One likes an excursion now and then into the wilderness. At least Emily Byrd Starr does, to the sorrow of her relations. Keats is too full of beauty. When I read his poetry, I feel stifled in roses and long for a breath of frosty air or the austerity of a chill mountain peak. But oh, he has some lines. Magic casements opening on the foam of perilous seas in fairylands forlorn. When I read them, I always feel a sort of despair. What is the use of trying to do what has been done, once and for all? But I found some other lines that inspire me. I have written them on the index page of my new Jimmy book. He ne'er is crowned with immortality who fears to follow where airy voices lead. Oh, it's true. We must follow our airy voices, follow them through every discouragement and doubt and disbelief till they lead us to our city of fulfillment, wherever it may be. I had 4 rejections in the mail today, raucously shrieking failure at me. Airy voices grow faint in such a clamor. But I'll hear them again, and I will follow. I will not be discouraged. Years ago I wrote a vow. I found it the other day in an old packet in my cupboard, that I would climb the Alpine path and write my name on the scroll of fame. I'll keep on climbing. October 20th. I read my chronicles of an old garden over the other night. I think I can improve it considerably, now that Aunt Elizabeth has lifted the ban. I wanted Mr. Carpenter to read it, but he said, "Lord, girl, I can't wade through all that stuff. My eyes are bad. What is it, a book? Jade, it will be time 10 years from now for you to be writing books." "I've got to practice," I said indignantly. "Oh, practice, practice.
But don't try out the results on me. I'm too old. I really am, Jade. I don't mind a very short story, now and then, but let a poor old devil off the books.
I might ask Dean what he thinks of it. But Dean does laugh now at my ambitions, very cautiously and kindly, but he does laugh. And Teddy thinks everything I write perfect, so he's no use as a critic. I wonder if any publisher would accept the Chronicles. I'm sure I've seen books of the kind that weren't much better. November 11th. This evening I spent expurgating a novel for Mr. Towers's use and behoof. When Mr. Towers was away in August on his vacation, the sub-editor, Mr. Grady, began to run a serial in the Times called A Bleeding Heart. Instead of getting APA stuff, as Mr. Towers always does, Mr. Grady simply bought the reprint of a sensational and sentimental English novel at the shop and began publishing it. It was very long, and only about half of it has appeared. Mr. Towers saw that it would run all winter in its present form, so he bade me take it and cut out all unnecessary stuff. I have followed instructions mercilessly, cutting out most of the kisses and embraces, 2/3 of the love-making and all the descriptions, with the happy result that I have reduced it to about 1/4 of its normal length. And all I can say is, may heaven have mercy on the soul of the compositor who has to set it in its present mutilated condition. Summer and autumn have gone. It seems to me they go more quickly than they used to. The goldenrod has turned white in the corners of the land of uprightness, and the frost lies like a silver scarf on the ground o' mornings. The evening winds that go piping down the valleys wild are heartbroken searchers, seeking for things loved and lost, calling in vain on elf and fay. For the fairy folk, if they be not all fled afar to the southlands, must be curled up asleep in the hearts of the firs or among the roots of the ferns. And every night we have murky red sunsets flaming in smoky crimson across the harbor, with a star above them like a saved soul, gazing with compassionate eyes into pits of torment where sinful spirits are being purged from the stains of earthly pilgrimage. Would I dare show the above sentence to Mr. Carpenter? I would not. Therefore there is something fearfully wrong with it. I know what's wrong with it, now that I've written it in cold blood. It's fine writing, and yet it's just what I felt when I stood on the hill beyond the land of uprightness tonight and looked across the harbor. And who cares what this old journal thinks? December 2nd. The results of the prize poem competition were announced today. Evelyn Blake is the winner with a poem entitled A Legend of Abegweit. There isn't anything to say, so I say it. Besides, Aunt Ruth has said everything. December 15th. Evelyn's prize poem was printed in the Times this week, with her photograph and a biographical sketch. The set of Parkman is on exhibition in the windows of the bookshop. A Legend of Abegweit is a fairly good poem. It is in ballad style, and rhythm and rhyme are correct, which could not be said of any other poem of Evelyn's I've ever seen. Evelyn Blake has said of everything of mine she ever saw in print that she was sure I copied it from somewhere. I hate to imitate her, but I know that she never wrote that poem. It isn't any expression of her at all. She might as well have imitated Dr. Hardy's handwriting and claimed it as her own. Her mincing copperplate script is as much like Dr. Hardy's black forcible scrawl as that poem is like her. Besides, though A Legend of Abegweit is fairly good, it is not as good as Wild Grapes. I am not going to say so to anyone, but down it goes in this journal. Because it's true. December 20th. I showed A Legend of Abegweit and Wild Grapes to Mr. Carpenter. When he had read them both, he said,
"Who were the judges?"
I told him.
"Give them my compliments, and tell them they're asses," he said.
I feel comforted. I won't tell the judges or anyone that they're asses, but it soothes me to know they are. The strange thing is, Aunt Elizabeth asked to see Wild Grapes, and when she had read it, she said, "I am no judge of poetry, of course, but it seems to me that yours is of a higher order." January 4th. I spent the Christmas week at Uncle Oliver's. I didn't like it. It was too noisy. I would have liked it years ago, but they never asked me then. I had to eat when I wasn't hungry, play parcheesi when I didn't want to, talk when I wanted to be silent. I was never alone for one moment all the time I was there. Besides, Andrew was getting to be such a nuisance. And Aunt Addie was odiously kind and motherly. I just felt all the time like a cat who was held on a lap where it doesn't want to be, and gently, firmly stroked. I had to sleep with Jen, who is my first cousin and just my age, and who thinks in her heart I'm not half good enough for Andrew, but is going to try with the blessing of God to make the best of it. Jen is a nice, sensible girl, and she and I are friendish. That is a word of my own coining. Jen and I are more than mere acquaintances, but not really friendly. We will always be friendish, and never more than friendish. We don't talk the same language. When I got home to dear New Moon, I went up to my room and shut the door and reveled in solitude. School opened yesterday. Today in the bookshop I had an internal laugh. Mrs. Rodney and Mrs. Elder were looking over some books, and Mrs. Rodney said, "That story in the Times, A Bleeding Heart, was the strangest one I ever read. It wandered on, chapter after chapter, for weeks, and never seemed to get anywhere. And then it just finished up in 8 chapters, lickety-split. I can't understand it." I could have solved the mystery for her, but I didn't. Chapter 20. In the Old John House. When The Woman Who Spanked the King was accepted and published by a New York magazine of some standing, quite a sensation was produced in Blairwater and Shrewsbury, especially when the incredible news was whispered from lip to lip that Emily had actually been paid $40 for it. For the first time, her clan began to take her writing mania with some degree of seriousness, and Aunt Ruth gave up, finally and forever, all slurs over wasted time. The acceptance came at the psychological moment when the sands of Emily's faith were running rather low. All the fall and winter her stuff had been coming back to her, except from 2 magazines, whose editors evidently thought that literature was its own reward and quite independent of degrading monetary considerations. At first, she had always felt dreadfully when a poem or story over which she had agonized came back with one of those icy little rejection slips or a few words of faint praise. The butt rejections, Emily called these, and hated them worse than the printed ones. Tears of disappointment would come, but after a time she got hardened to it and didn't mind so much. She only gave the editorial slip the Murray look and said, "I will succeed," and never at any time had she any real doubt that she would. Down, deep down, something told her that her time would come. So, though she flinched momentarily at each rejection, as from the flick of a whip, she sat down and wrote another story. Still, her inner voice had grown rather faint under so many discouragements. The acceptance of The Woman Who Spanked the King suddenly raised it into a joyous paean of certainty again. The check meant much, but the storming of that magazine much more. She felt that she was surely winning a foothold. Mr. Carpenter chuckled over it and told her it really was absolutely good. "The best in this story belongs to Mistress McIntyre," said Emily ruefully. "I can't call it mine." "The setting is yours,
and what you've added harmonizes perfectly with your foundation. And you didn't polish hers up too much. That shows the artist. Weren't you tempted to?
Yes. There were so many places I thought I could improve it a good deal.
But you didn't try to. That makes it yours," said Mr. Carpenter, and left her to puzzle his meaning out for herself. Emily spent 35 of her dollars so sensibly that even Aunt Ruth herself couldn't find fault with her budget. But with the remaining 5, she bought a set of Parkman. It was a much nicer set than the prize one, which the donor had really picked out of a mail-order list, and Emily felt much prouder of it than if it had been the prize. After all, it was better to earn things for yourself. Emily has those Parkmans yet, somewhat faded and frayed now, but dearer to her than all the other volumes in her library. For a few weeks she was very happy and uplifted. The Murrays were proud of her. Principal Hardy had congratulated her. A local elocutionist of some repute had read her story at a concert in Charlottetown. And, most wonderful of all, a faraway reader in Mexico had written her a letter telling her what pleasure the woman who spanked the king had given him. Emily read and reread that letter until she knew it off by heart, and slept with it under her pillow. No lover's missive was ever more tenderly treated. Then the affair of the old John house came up like a thundercloud and darkened all her cerulean sky. There was a concert and pie social at Dairy Pond one Friday night, and Ilse had been asked to recite. Dr. Burnley took Ilse and Emily and Perry and Teddy over in his big double-seated sleigh, and they had a gay and merry 8 miles drive through the soft snow that was beginning to fall. When the concert was half over, Dr. Burnley was summoned out. There was sudden and serious illness in a Dairy Pond household. The doctor went, telling Teddy that he must drive the party home. Dr. Burnley made no bones about it. They might have silly rules about chaperonage in Shrewsbury and Charlottetown, but in Blairwater and Dairy Pond they did not obtain. Teddy and Perry were decent boys. Emily was a Murray. Ilse was no fool. The doctor would have summed them up thus tersely if he had thought about it at all. When the concert was over, they left for home. It was snowing very thickly now, and the wind was rising rapidly, but the first 3 miles of the road were through sheltering woods and were not unpleasant. There was a wild, weird beauty in the snow-coated ranks of trees, standing in the pale light of the moon behind the storm clouds. The sleigh bells laughed at the shriek of the wind far overhead. Teddy managed the doctor's team without difficulty. Once or twice, Emily had a strong suspicion that he was using only one arm to drive them. She wondered if he had noticed that evening that she wore her hair really up for the first time, in a softy bon psych knot under her crimson hat. Emily thought again that there was something quite delightful about a storm. But when they left the woods, their troubles began. The storm swooped down on them in all its fury. The winter road went through the fields and wound and twisted and doubled in and out and around corners and spruce groves. A road that would break a snake's back, as Perry said. The track was already obliterated with the drift, and the horses plunged to their knees. They had not gone a mile before Perry whistled in dismay. "We'll never make Blairwater tonight, Ted." "We've got to make somewhere," shouted Ted. "We can't camp here. And there's no house till we get back to the summer road, past Shaw's Hill. Duck under the robes, girls. You'd better get back with Ilse, Emily. And Perry will come here with me." The transfer was effected, Emily no longer thinking storms quite so delightful. Perry and Teddy were both thoroughly alarmed. They knew the horses could not go much farther in that depth of snow. The summer road beyond Shaw's Hill would be blocked with drift, and it was bitterly cold on those high, bleak hills between the valleys of Dairy Pond and Blairwater. "If we can only get to Malcolm Shaw's, we'll be all right,"
muttered Perry. "We'll never get that far. Shaw's Hill is filled in by this time to the fence tops," said Teddy. "Here's the old John house. Do you suppose we could stay here?" "Cold as a barn," said Perry. "The girls would freeze. We must try to make Malcolm's." When the plunging horses reached the summer road, the boys saw at a glance that Shaw's Hill was a hopeless proposition. All traces of track were obliterated by drifts that were over the fence tops. Telephone posts were blown down across the road, and a huge fallen tree blocked the gap where the field road ran out to it. "Nothing to do but go back to the old John house," said Perry. "We can't go wandering over the fields in the teeth of this storm, looking for a way through to Malcolm's. We'd get stuck and freeze to death." Teddy turned the horses. The snow was thicker than ever. Every minute the drift deepened. The track was entirely gone, and if the old John house had been very far away, they could never have found it. Fortunately, it was near, and after one last wild flounder through the unbroken drift around it, during which the boys had to get out and scramble along in their own feet, they reached the comparative calm of the little cleared space in the young spruce woods, wherein stood the old John house. The old John house had been old when, 40 years before, John Shaw had moved into it with his young bride. It had been a lonely spot even then, far back from the road and almost surrounded by spruce woods. John Shaw had lived there 5 years. Then his wife died. He had sold the farm to his brother Malcolm and gone west. Malcolm farmed the land and kept the little barn in good repair, but the house had never been occupied since, save for a few weeks in winter when Malcolm's boys camped there while they got out their firewood. It was not even locked. Tramps and burglars were unknown in Dairy Pond. Our castaways found easy entrance through the door of the tumble-down porch, and drew a breath of relief to find themselves out of the shrieking wind and driving snow. "We won't freeze anyhow," said Perry. "Ted and I'll have to see if we can get the horses in the barn, and then we'll come back and see if we can't make ourselves comfortable. I've got matches, and I've never been stumped yet." Perry met no great difficulties in making good his boast. His lighted match revealed a couple of half-burned candles in squat tin candlesticks, a cracked and rusty but still quite serviceable old Waterloo stove, 3 chairs, a bench, a sofa, and a table. "What's the matter with this?" demanded Perry. "They'll be awfully worried about us at home, that's all," said Emily, shaking the snow off her wraps. "Worry won't kill them in one night," said Perry. "We'll get home tomorrow somehow." "Meanwhile, this is an adventure," laughed Emily. "Let's get all the fun out of it we can." Ilse said nothing, which was very odd in Ilse. Emily, looking at her, saw that she was very pale, and recalled she had been unusually quiet ever since they had left the hall. "Aren't you feeling all right, Ilse?" she asked anxiously. "I'm feeling all wrong," said Ilse with a ghastly smile. I'm sick as a dog," she added with more force than elegance. "Oh, Ilse." "Don't hit the ceiling," said Ilse impatiently. "I'm not beginning pneumonia or appendicitis. I'm just plain sick. That pie I had at the hall was too rich, I suppose. It's turned my little tummy upside down. Ow!" "Lie down on the sofa," urged Emily. "Perhaps you'll feel better then." Ilse, shuddering and abject, cast herself down. A sick stomach is not a romantic ailment, or a very deadly one, but it certainly takes the ginger out of its victim for the time being. The boys, finding a box full of wood behind the stove, soon had a roaring fire. Perry took one of the candles and explored the little house. In a small room opening off the kitchen was an old-fashioned wooden bedstead with a rope mattress. The other room, it had been Elmira Shaw's parlor in olden days, was half filled with oat straw. Upstairs there was nothing but emptiness and dust, but in the little pantry Perry made some finds. "There's a can of pork and beans here," he announced, "and a tin box half full of crackers. I see our breakfast. I suppose the Shaw boys left them here. And what's this?" Perry brought out a small bottle, uncorked, and sniffed it solemnly. "Whiskey as I'm a living sinner. Not much, but enough. Here's your medicine, Ilsa. You take it in some hot water, and it'll settle your stomach in a jiffy."
"I hate the taste of whiskey," moaned Ilsa. "Father never uses it. He doesn't believe in it."
"Aunt Tom does," said Perry, as if that settled the matter. "It's a sure cure. Try it and see."
"But there isn't any water," said Ilsa.
"You'll have to take it straight then. There's only about 2 tablespoons in the bottle. Try it. It won't kill you if it doesn't cure you." Poor Ilsa was really feeling so abjectly wretched that she would have taken anything short of poison if she thought there was any chance of its helping her. She crawled off the sofa, sat down on a chair before the fire, and swallowed the dose. It was good, strong whiskey. Malcolm Shaw could have told you that. And I think there was really more than 2 tablespoonfuls in the bottle, though Perry always insisted that there wasn't. Ilsa sat huddled in her chair for a few minutes longer. Then she got up and put her hand uncertainly on Emily's shoulder.
"Do you feel worse?"
asked Emily anxiously.
I'm drunk,"
said Ilsa.
"Help me back to the sofa, for mercy's sake. My legs are going to double up under me. Who was the Scotchman up at Melbourne who said he never got drunk but the whiskey always settled in his knees? But mine's in the head, too. It's spinning round."
Harry and Teddy both sprang to help her, and between them a very wobbly Ilsa made safe port on the sofa again.
"Is there anything we can do?" implored Emily. "Too much has already been done,"
said Ilsa with preternatural solemnity. She shut her eyes, and not another word would she say in response to any entreaty. Finally, it was deemed best to let her alone. "She'll sleep it off, and anyway, I guess it'll settle her stomach," said Perry. Emily could not take it so philosophically. Not until Ilsa's quiet breathing half an hour later proved that she was really asleep could Emily begin to taste the flavor of their adventure. The wind threshed about the old house and rattled the windows as if in a fury over their escape from it. It was very pleasant to sit before the stove and listen to the wild melody of defeated storm, very pleasant to think about the vanished life of this old dead house, in the years when it had been full of love and laughter. Very pleasant to talk of cabbages and kings with Perry and Teddy in the faint glow of candlelight. Very pleasant to sit in occasional silences, staring into the firelight, which flickered alluringly over Emily's milk-white brow and haunting, shadowy eyes. Once Emily, glancing up suddenly, found Teddy looking at her strangely. For just a moment their eyes met and locked. Only a moment. Yet Emily was never really to belong to herself again. She wondered dazedly what had happened. Whence came that wave of unimaginable sweetness that seemed to engulf her, body and spirit? She trembled. She was afraid. It seemed to open such dizzying possibilities of change. The only clear idea that emerged from her confusion of thought was that she wanted to sit with Teddy before a fire like this every night of their lives, and then a fig for the storms. She dared not look at Teddy again, but she thrilled with a delicious sense of his nearness. She was acutely conscious of his tall, boyish straightness, his glossy black hair, his luminous dark blue eyes. She had always known she liked Teddy better than any other male creature in her ken. But this was something apart from liking altogether. This sense of belonging to him that had come in that significant exchange of glances. All at once, she seemed to know why she had always snubbed any of the high school boys who wanted to be her beau. The delight of the spell that had been suddenly laid on her was so intolerable that she must break it. She sprang up and went over to the window. A little hissing whisper of snow against the blue-white frost crystals on the pane seemed softly to scorn her bewilderment. The 3 big haystacks, thatched with snow, dimly visible at the corner of the barn, seemed to be shaking their shoulders with laughter over her predicament. The fire in the stove reflected out in the clearing seemed like a mocking goblin bonfire under the firs. Beyond it, through the woods, were unfathomable spaces of white storm. For a moment Emily wished she were out in them. There would be freedom there from this fetter of terrible delight that had so suddenly and inexplicably made her a prisoner. Her, who hated bonds. "Am I falling in love with Teddy?" she thought. I won't. Perry, quite unconscious of all that had happened in the wink of an eye to Teddy and Emily, yawned and stretched. "Guess we better hit the hay. The candles are about done. I guess that straw will make a real good bed for us, Ted. Let's carry enough out and pile it on the bedstead in there to make a comfortable roost for the girls. With one of the fur rugs over it, it won't be so bad. We ought to have some high old dreams tonight. Ilsa especially. Wonder if she's sober yet." "I've a pocket full of dreams to sell," said Ted whimsically, with a new, unaccountable gaiety of voice and manner. "What do you lack? What do you lack? A dream of success, a dream of adventure, a dream of the sea, a dream of the woodland, any kind of dream you want at reasonable prices, including 1 or 2 unique little nightmares. What will you give me for a dream?" Emily turned around, stared at him for a moment, then forgot thrills and spells and everything else in a wild longing for a Jimmy book. As if his question, "What will you give me for a dream?" had been a magic formula opening some sealed chamber in her brain, she saw unrolling before her a dazzling idea for a story, complete even to the title, A Seller of Dreams. For the rest of that night, Emily thought of nothing else. The boys went off to their straw couch, and Emily, after deciding to leave Ilsa, who seemed comfortable, on the sofa as long as she slept, lay down on the bed in the small room. But not to sleep. She had never felt less like sleeping. She did not want to sleep. She had forgotten that she had been falling in love with Teddy. She had forgotten everything but her wonderful idea. Chapter by chapter, page by page, it unrolled itself before her in the darkness. Her characters lived and laughed and talked and did and enjoyed and suffered. She saw them on the background of the storm. Her cheeks burned, her heart beat. She tingled from head to foot with the keen rapture of creation, a joy that sprang fountain-like from the depths of being and seemed independent of all earthly things. Ilsa had got drunk on Malcolm Shaw's forgotten Scotch whiskey, but Emily was intoxicated with immortal wine. Chapter 21. Thicker Than Water. Emily did not sleep until nearly morning. The storm had ceased, and the landscape around the old John house had a spectral look in the light of the sinking moon when she finally drifted into slumber, with a delightful sense of accomplishment, for she had finished thinking out her story. Nothing remained now except to jot its outlines down in her Jimmy book. She would not feel safe until she had them in black and white. She would not try to write it yet. Oh, not for years. She must wait until time and experience had made of her pen an instrument capable of doing justice to her conception. For it is one thing to pursue an idea through an ecstatic night, and quite another to get it down on paper in a manner that will reproduce 1/10 of its original charm and significance. Emily was wakened by Ilsa, who was sitting on the side of her bed, looking rather pale and seedy, but with amber eyes full of unconquerable laughter.
Well, I've slept off my debauch, Emily Starr, and my tummy's all right this morning. Malcolm's whiskey did settle it, though I think the remedy is worse than the disease. I suppose you wondered why I wouldn't talk last night.
I thought you were too drunk to talk, said Emily candidly. Ilse giggled.
I was too drunk not to talk. When I got to that sofa, Emily, my giddiness passed off, and I wanted to talk. Oh, golly, but I wanted to talk, and I wanted to say the silliest things and tell everything I ever knew or thought. I'd just enough sense left to know I mustn't say those things, or I'd make a fool of myself forever, and I felt that if I said one word, it would be like taking a cork out of a bottle. Everything would gurgle out. So I just buttoned my mouth up and wouldn't say the one word. It gives me a chill to think of the things I could have said, and before Perry. You'll never catch your little Ilse going on a spree again. I'm a reformed character from this day forth. What I can't understand, said Emily, is how such a small dose of anything could have turned your head like that. Oh, well, you know Mother was a Mitchell. It's a notorious fact that the Mitchells can't take a teaspoonful of booze without toppling. It's one of their family kinks. Well, rise up, my love, my fair one. The boys are getting a fire on, and Perry says we can dope up a fair meal from the pork and beans and crackers. I'm hungry enough to eat the cans.
It was while Emily was rummaging in the pantry in search of some salt that she made a great discovery. Far back on the top shelf was a pile of dusty old books, dating back probably to the days of John and Elmira Shaw, old mildewed diaries, almanacs, account books. Emily knocked the pile down, and when she was picking it up, discovered that one of the books was an old scrapbook. A loose leaf had fallen out of it. As Emily replaced it, her eyes fell on the title of a poem pasted on it. She caught it up, her breath coming quickly. A Legend of Abegweit, the poem with which Evelyn had won the prize. Here it was in this old yellowed scrapbook of 20 years' vintage, word for word, except that Evelyn had cut out 2 verses to shorten it to the required length. And the 2 best verses in it, thought Emily contemptuously. How like Evelyn! She has simply no literary judgment. Emily replaced the books on the shelf, but she slipped the loose leaf into her pocket and ate her share of breakfast very absently. By this time men were on the roads breaking out the tracks. Perry and Teddy found a shovel in the barn and soon had a way opened to the road. They got home finally, after a slow but uneventful drive, to find the New Moon folks rather anxious as to their fate, and mildly horrified to learn that they had had to spend the night in the old John house. "You might have caught your deaths of cold," said Elizabeth severely.
Well, it was Hobson's choice. It was that or freeze to death in the drifts,
said Emily, and nothing more was said about the matter. Since they had got home safe, and nobody had caught cold, what more was there to say? That was the New Moon way of looking at it. The Shrewsbury way was somewhat different, but the Shrewsbury way did not become apparent immediately. The whole story was over Shrewsbury by Monday night. Ilse told it in school and described her drunken orgy with great spirit and vivacity, amid shrieks of laughter from her classmates. Emily, who had called for the first time on Evelyn Blake that evening, found Evelyn looking quite well pleased over something.
"Can't you stop Ilse from telling that story, my dear?"
"What story?"
"Why, about getting drunk last Friday night, the night you and she spent with Teddy Kent and Perry Miller in that old house up at Dairy Pond,"
said Evelyn smoothly. Emily suddenly flushed. There was something in Evelyn's tone. The innocent fact seemed all at once to take on shades of a sinister significance. Was Evelyn being deliberately insolent? "I don't know why she shouldn't tell the story," said Emily coldly. "It was a good joke on her."
"But you know how people will talk,"
said Evelyn gently.
"It's all rather unfortunate, Of course you couldn't help being caught in the storm, I suppose. But Ilsa will only make matters worse. She is so indiscreet. Haven't you any influence over her, Emily?
I didn't come here to discuss that, said Emily bluntly. I came here to show you something I found in the old John house. She held out the leaf of the scrapbook. Evelyn looked at it blankly for a moment, then her face turned a curious mottled purple. She made an involuntary movement as if to snatch the paper, but Emily quickly drew it back. Their eyes met. In that moment, Emily felt that the score between them was at last even. She waited for Evelyn to speak. After a moment, Evelyn did speak, sullenly.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
I haven't decided yet, said Emily. Evelyn's long, brown, treacherous eyes swept up to Emily's face with a crafty, seeking expression.
I suppose you mean to take it to Dr. Hardy and disgrace me before the school?
Well, you deserve it, don't you? Said Emily judiciously.
I wanted to win that prize because Father promised me a trip to Vancouver next summer if I won it, muttered Evelyn, suddenly crumpling. I was crazy to go. Oh, don't betray me, Emily. Father will be furious. I'll give you the Parkman set. I'll do anything, only don't.
Evelyn began to cry. Emily didn't like the sight. I don't want your Parkman, she said contemptuously. But there is one thing you must do. You will confess to Aunt Ruth that it was you who drew that mustache on my face the day of the English exam, and not Ilsa. Evelyn wiped away her tears and swallowed something.
That was only a joke,
she sobbed. It was no joke to lie about it, said Emily sternly.
You're so blunt.
Evelyn looked for a dry spot on her handkerchief and found one.
It was all a joke. I just ran back from the shop to do it. I thought of course you'd look in the glass when you got up. I didn't suppose you'd go to class like that, and I didn't know your aunt took it so seriously. Of course, I'll tell her. If you'll...
Write it out and sign it, said Emily remorselessly. Evelyn wrote it out and signed it.
You'll give me that?
She pleaded with an entreating gesture towards the scrapbook leaf. Oh, no, I'll keep this, said Emily.
And what assurance have I that you won't tell some day, after all?
Sniffed Evelyn. You have the word of a star, said Emily loftily. She went out with a smile. She had finally conquered in the long duel, and she held in her hand what would finally clear Ilsa in Aunt Ruth's eyes. Aunt Ruth sniffed a good deal over Evelyn's note, and was inclined to ask questions as to how it had been extorted, but not getting much satisfaction out of Emily on this score, and knowing that Alan Burnley had been sore at her ever since her banishment of his daughter, she secretly welcomed an excuse to recall it. Very well, then. I told you Ilsa could come here when you could prove to my satisfaction that she had not played that trick on you. You have proved it, and I keep my word. I am a just woman, concluded Aunt Ruth, who was, perhaps, the most unjust woman on the earth at that time. So far, well. But if Evelyn wanted revenge, she tasted it to the full in the next 3 weeks, without raising a finger or wagging a tongue to secure it. All Shrewsbury burned with gossip about the night of the storm, insinuations, distortions, wholesale fabrications. Emily was so snubbed at Janet Thompson's afternoon tea that she went home white with humiliation. Ilsa was furious.
I wouldn't mind if I had been rip-roaring drunk and had the fun of it, she vowed with a stamp of her foot. But I wasn't drunk enough to be happy, only just drunk enough to be silly. There are moments, Emily, when I feel that I could have a gorgeous time if I were a cat, and these old Shrewsbury dames were mice. But let's keep our smiles pinned on. I really don't care a snap for them. This will soon die out. We'll fight."
"You can't fight insinuations," said Emily bitterly. Ilse did not care, but Emily cared horribly. The Murray pride smarted unbearably, and it smarted worse and worse as time went on. A sneer at the night of the storm was published in a rag of a paper that was printed in a town on the mainland and made up of spicy notes sent to it from all over the Maritimes. Nobody ever confessed to reading it, but almost everybody knew everything that was in it, except Aunt Ruth, who wouldn't have handled the sheet with the tongs. No names were mentioned, but everyone knew who was referred to, and the venomous innuendo of the thing was unmistakable. Emily thought she would die of shame, and the worst sting was that it was so vulgar and ugly, and had made that beautiful night of laughter and revelation and rapturous creation in the old John house vulgar and ugly. She had thought it would always be one of her most beautiful memories, and now this. Teddy and Perry saw red and wanted to kill somebody, but whom could they kill? As Emily told them, anything they said or did would only make the matter worse. It was bad enough after the publication of that paragraph. Emily was not invited to Florence Black's dance the next week, the great social event of the winter. She was left out of Hattie Denoon's skating party. Several of the Shrewsbury matrons did not see her when they met her on the streets. Others set her 1,000 miles away by bland, icy politeness. Some young men about town grew oddly familiar in look and manner. One of them, with whom she was totally unacquainted, spoke to her one evening in the post office. Emily turned and looked at him. Crushed, humiliated as she was still Archibald Murray's granddaughter. The wretched youth was 3 blocks away from the post office before he came to himself and knew where he was. To this day, he has not forgotten how Emily Byrd Starr's eyes looked when she was angry. But even the Murray look, while it might demolish a concrete offender, could not scotch scandalous stories. Everybody, she felt morbidly, believed them. It was reported to her that Miss Percy of the library said she had always distrusted Emily Starr's smile. She had always felt sure it was deliberately provocative and alluring. Emily felt that she, like poor King Henry, would never smile again. People remembered that old Nancy Priest had been a wild thing 70 years ago, and hadn't there been some scandal about Mrs. Dutton herself in her girlhood? What's bred in the bone, you understand. Her mother had eloped, hadn't she? And Ilse's mother. Of course, she had been killed by falling into the old Lee well, but who knew what she would have done if she hadn't? Then there was that old story of bathing on Blairwater sandshore, au natural. In short, you didn't see ankles like Emily's on proper girls. They simply didn't have them. Even harmless, unnecessary Andrew had ceased to call on Friday nights. There was a sting in this. Emily thought Andrew a bore and dreaded his Friday nights. She had always meant to send him packing as soon as he gave her an opportunity. But for Andrew to go packing of his own accord had a very different flavor, mark you. Emily clenched her hands when she thought of it. A bitter report came to her ears that Principal Hardy had said she ought to resign from the presidency of the senior class. Emily threw up her head. Resign? Confess defeat and admit guilt? Not she.
"I could knock that man's block off," said Ilse. "Emily Starr, don't let yourself worry over this. What does it matter what a lot of doddering old donkeys think? I hereby devote them to the infernal gods. They'll have their maws full of something else in a month, and they'll forget this."
"I'll never forget it," said Emily passionately. "To my dying day I'll remember the humiliation of these weeks. And now, Ilse, Mrs. Tolliver has written asking me to give up my stall at the St. John's Bazaar."
Emily Starr! She hasn't!
She has. Oh, of course, she cloaks it under an excuse that she'd like a stall for her cousin from New York who is visiting her. But I understand. And it's dear Miss Starr. Look you, when it was dearest Emily a few weeks ago. Everybody in St. John's will know why I've been asked to step out, and she almost went to her knees to ask Aunt Ruth to let me take the stall. Aunt Ruth didn't want to let me.
What will your Aunt Ruth say about this?
Oh, that's the worst of it, Ilse. She'll have to know now. She's never heard a word of this since she's been laid up with her sciatica. I've lived in dread of her finding out, for I know it will be hideous when she does. She's getting about now, so of course she'd soon hear it anyway, and I haven't the spirit to stand up to her, Ilse. Oh, it all seems like a nightmare.
They've got such mean, narrow, malicious, beastly little minds in this town, said Ilse,
and was straightway comforted. But Emily could not ease her tortured spirit by a choice assortment of adjectives. Neither could she write out her misery and so rid herself of it. There were no more jottings in her Jimmy book, no further entries in her journal, no new stories or poems. The flash never came now, never would come again. There would never again be wonderful little secret raptures of insight and creation which no one could share. Life had grown thin and poor, tarnished and unlovely. There was no beauty in anything, not even in the golden white March solitudes of New Moon, when she went home for the weekend. She had longed to go home, where no one believed ill of her. No one at New Moon had heard anything of what was being whispered in Shrewsbury. But their very ignorance tortured Emily. Soon they would know. They would be hurt and grieved over the fact that a Murray, even an innocent Murray, had become a target for scandal. And who knew how they would regard Ilse's mishap with Malcolm Scotch? Emily felt it almost a relief to go back to Shrewsbury. She imagined slurs in everything Principal Hardy said, covert insults in every remark or look of her schoolmates. Only Evelyn Blake posed as friend and defender, and this was the most unkindest cut of all. Whether alarm or malice was behind Evelyn's pose, Emily did not know, but she did know that Evelyn's parade of friendship and loyalty and staunch belief in the face of overwhelming evidence was something that seemed to smirch her more than all the gossip could. Evelyn went about assuring everyone that she wouldn't believe one word against poor dear Emily. Poor dear Emily could have cheerfully watched her drown, or thought she could. Meanwhile, Aunt Ruth, who had been confined to her house for several weeks with sciatica, and had been so crusty with it that neither friends nor enemies had dared to hint anything to her of the gossip concerning her niece, was beginning to take notice. Her sciatica had departed and left her faculties free to concentrate on other things. She recalled that Emily's appetite had been poor for days, and Aunt Ruth suspected that she had not been sleeping. The moment this suspicion occurred to Aunt Ruth, she took action. Secret worries were not to be tolerated in her house. "Emily, I want to know what is the matter with you," she demanded, one Saturday afternoon when Emily, pale and listless with purple smudges under her eyes, had eaten next to nothing for dinner. A little color came into Emily's face. The hour she had dreaded so was upon her. Aunt Ruth must be told all. And Emily felt miserably that she had neither the courage to endure the resultant heckling, nor the spirit to hold her own against Aunt Ruth's whys and wherefores. She knew so well how it would all be. Horror over the John House episode, as if anybody could have helped it. Annoyance over the gossip, as if Emily were responsible for it. Several assurances that she had always expected something like this, and then intolerable weeks of reminders and slurs. Emily felt a sort of mental nausea at the whole prospect. For a minute she could not speak. What have you been doing?" persisted Aunt Ruth.
Emily set her teeth. It was unendurable, but it must be endured. The story had to be told. The only thing to do was to get it told as soon as possible. "I haven't done anything wrong, Aunt Ruth. I've just done something that has been misunderstood."
Aunt Ruth sniffed, but she listened without interruption to Emily's story. Emily told it as briefly as possible, feeling as if she were a criminal in the witness box, with Aunt Ruth as judge, jury, and prosecuting attorney all in one. When she had finished, she sat in silence waiting for some characteristic Aunt Ruthian comment. "And what are they making all the fuss about?" said Aunt Ruth. Emily didn't know exactly what to say. She stared at Aunt Ruth.
They're thinking and saying all sorts of horrible things," she faltered. "You see, down here in sheltered Shrewsbury, they didn't realize what a storm it was. And then, of course, everyone who repeated the story colored it a little. We were all drunk by the time it filtered through Shrewsbury."
"What exasperates me," said Aunt Ruth, "is to think you told about it in Shrewsbury at all. Why on earth didn't you keep it all quiet?"
"That would have been sly."
Emily's demon suddenly prompted her to say this. Now that the story was out, she felt a rebound of spirit that was almost laughter. "Sly? It would have been common sense," snorted Aunt Ruth. "But, of course, Ilse couldn't hold her tongue. I've often told you, Emily, that a fool friend is 10 times more dangerous than an enemy. But what are you killing yourself worrying for? Your conscience is clear. This gossip will soon die out."
"Principal Hardy says I ought to resign from the presidency of the class," said Emily.
"Jim Hardy? Why, his father was a hired boy to my grandfather for years," said Aunt Ruth in tones of ineffable contempt. "Does Jim Hardy imagine that my niece would behave improperly?" Emily felt herself all at sea. She thought she really must be dreaming. Was this incredible woman Aunt Ruth? It couldn't be Aunt Ruth. Emily was up against one of the contradictions of human nature. She was learning that you may fight with your kin, disapprove of them, even hate them, but that there is a bond between you for all that. Somehow, your very nerves and sinews are twisted with theirs. Blood is always thicker than water. Let an outsider attack. That's all. Aunt Ruth had at least one of the Murray virtues, loyalty to clan. "Don't worry over Jim Hardy," said Aunt Ruth. "I'll soon settle him. I'll teach people to keep their tongues off the Murrays."
"But Mrs. Tulliver has asked me to let her cousin take my stall in the bazaar," said Emily. "You know what that means."
"I know that Polly Tulliver is an upstart and a fool," retorted Aunt Ruth. "Ever since Nat Tulliver married his stenographer, St. John's Church hasn't been the same place. 10 years ago she was a barefooted girl running round the back streets of Charlottetown. The cats themselves wouldn't have brought her in. Now she puts on the airs of a queen and tries to run the church. I'll soon clip her claws. She was pretty thankful a few weeks ago to have a Murray in her stall. It was a rise in the world for her. Polly Tulliver, forsooth. What is this world coming to?" Aunt Ruth sailed upstairs, leaving a dazed Emily looking at vanishing bogies. Aunt Ruth came down again, ready for the warpath. She had taken out her crimps, put on her best bonnet, her best black silk, and her new sealskin coat. Thus arrayed, she skimmed uptown to the Tulliver residence on the hill. She remained there half an hour, closeted with Mrs. Nat Tulliver. Aunt Ruth was a short, fat little woman, looking very dowdy and old-fashioned in spite of new bonnet and sealskin coat. Mrs. Nat was the last word in fashion and elegance, with her Paris gown, her lorgnette, and her beautifully marcelled hair. Marcells were just coming in then, and Mrs. Nat's was the first in Shrewsbury.
But the victory of the encounter did not perch on Mrs. Tolliver's standard. Nobody knows just what was said at that notable interview. Certainly Mrs. Tolliver never told. But when Aunt Ruth left the big house, Mrs. Tolliver was crushing her Paris gown and her Marcel waves among the cushions of her davenport while she wept tears of rage and humiliation. And Aunt Ruth carried a note in her muff to Mrs. Tolliver's Dear Emily, saying that her cousin was not going to take part in the bazaar, and would dear Emily be so kind as to take the stall, as at first planned? Dr. Hardy was next interviewed, and again Aunt Ruth went, saw, conquered. The maid in the Hardy household heard and reported one sentence of the confab, though nobody ever believed that Aunt Ruth really said to stately, spectacled Dr. Hardy, "I know you're a fool, Jim Hardy, but for heaven's sake pretend you're not for 5 minutes." No, the thing was impossible. Of course, the maid invented it. "You won't have much more trouble, Emily," said Aunt Ruth on her return home. "Polly and Jim have got their craws full. When people see you at the bazaar, they'll soon realize what way the wind blows and trim their sails accordingly. I've a few things to say to some other folks when opportunity offers. Matters have come to a pretty pass if decent boys and girls can't escape freezing to death without being slandered for it. Don't you give this thing another thought, Emily. Remember, you've got a family behind you." Emily went to her glass when Aunt Ruth had gone downstairs. She tilted it at the proper angle and smiled at Emily in the glass. Smiled slowly, provocatively, alluringly. "I wonder where I put my Jimmy book," thought Emily. "I must add a few more touches to my sketch of Aunt Ruth." Chapter 22. Love Me, Love My Dog. When Shrewsbury people discovered that Mrs. Dutton was backing her niece, the flame of gossip that had swept over the town died down in an incredibly short time. Mrs. Dutton gave more to the various funds of St. John's Church than any other member. It was a Murray tradition to support your church becomingly. Mrs. Dutton had lent money to half the businessmen in town. She held Nat Tolliver's note for an amount that kept him wakeful o' nights. Mrs. Dutton had a disconcerting knowledge of family skeletons, to which she had no delicacy in referring. Therefore, Mrs. Dutton was a person to be kept in good humor, and if people had made the mistake of supposing that because she was very strict with her niece, it was safe to snub that niece, why, the sooner they corrected that mistake, the better for all concerned. Emily sold baby jackets and blankets and booties and bonnets in Mrs. Tolliver's stall at the big bazaar, and wheedled elderly gentlemen into buying them, with her now famous smile. Everybody was nice to her, and she was happy again, though the experience had left a scar. Shrewsbury folks in after years said that Emily Starr had never really forgiven them for having talked about her, and added that the Murrays never did forgive, you know. But forgiveness did not enter into the matter. Emily had suffered so horribly that henceforth the sight of anyone who had been connected with her suffering was hateful to her. When Mrs. Tolliver asked her a week later to pour tea at the reception she was giving her cousin, Emily declined politely, without troubling herself to give any excuse, and something in the tilt of her chin, or in the level glance of her eyes, made Mrs. Tolliver feel to her marrow that she was still Polly Riordan of Riordan Alley, and would never be anybody else in the sight of a Murray of New Moon. But Andrew was welcomed quite sweetly when he somewhat sheepishly called the following Friday night. It may be that he felt a little doubtful of his reception, in spite of the fact that he was sealed of the tribe. But Emily was markedly gracious to him. Perhaps she had her own reasons for it. Again, I call attention to the fact that I am Emily's biographer, not her apologist. If she took away to get even with Andrew, which I may not approve, what can I do but deplore it? For my own satisfaction, however,
I may remark in passing that I do think Emily went too far when she told Andrew, after his report of some compliments his manager had paid him, that he was certainly a wonder. I cannot even excuse her by saying that she spoke in sarcastic tones. She did not. She said it most sweetly with an upward glance, followed by a downward one that made even Andrew's well-regulated heart skip a beat. Oh, Emily, Emily. Things went well with Emily that spring. She had several acceptances and checks, and was beginning to plume herself on being quite a literary person. Her clan began to take her scribbling mania somewhat seriously. Checks were unanswerable things. "Emily has made $50 by her pen since New Year's," Aunt Ruth told Mrs. Drury. "I begin to think the child has an easy way of making a living." An easy way! Emily, overhearing this as she went through the hall, smiled and sighed. What did Aunt Ruth, what did anyone know of the disappointments and failures of the climbers on alpine paths? What did she know of the despairs and agonies of one who sees but cannot reach? What did she know of the bitterness of one who conceives a wonderful tale and writes it down, only to find a flat and flavorless manuscript as a reward for all her toil? What did she know of barred doors and impregnable editorial sanctums, of brutal rejection slips and the awfulness of faint praise, of hopes deferred, and hours of sickening doubt and self-distrust? Aunt Ruth knew of none of these things, but she took to having fits of indignation when Emily's manuscripts were returned. "Impudence, I call it," she said. "Don't send that editor another line. Remember, you're a Murray." "I'm afraid he doesn't know that," said Emily gravely. "Then why don't you tell him?" said Aunt Ruth. Shrewsbury had a mild sensation in May, when Janet Royal came home from New York with her wonderful dresses, her brilliant reputation, and her chow dog. Janet was a Shrewsbury girl, but she had never been home since she had gone to the States 20 years ago. She was clever and ambitious, and she had succeeded. She was the literary editor of a big metropolitan woman's magazine and one of the readers for a noted publishing house. Emily held her breath when she heard of Miss Royal's arrival. Oh, if she could only see her, have a talk with her, ask her about 100 things she wanted to know. When Mr. Towers told her in an offhand manner to go and interview Miss Royal and write it up for the Times, Emily trembled between terror and delight. Here was her excuse. But could she? Had she assurance enough? Wouldn't Miss Royal think her unbearably presumptuous? How could she ask Miss Royal questions about her career and her opinion of the United States foreign policy and reciprocity? She could never have the courage. "We both worship at the same altar, but she is high priestess, and I am only the humblest acolyte," wrote Emily in her journal. Then she indited a very worshipful letter to Miss Royal and rewrote it a dozen times, asking permission to interview her. After she had mailed it, she could not sleep all night because it occurred to her that she should have signed herself "Yours truly" instead of "Yours sincerely." "Yours sincerely" smacked of an acquaintanceship that did not exist. Miss Royal would surely think her presuming. But Miss Royal sent back a charming letter. Emily has it to this day. Ashburn, Monday. Dear Miss Starr, of course you may come and see me, and I'll tell you everything you want to know for Jimmy Towers. God rest his soul, and wasn't he my first beau? And everything you want to know for yourself. I think half my reason for coming back to Prince Edward Island this spring was because I wanted to see the writer of The Woman Who Spanked the King. I read it last winter when it came out in Roche's, and I thought it charming. Come and tell me all about yourself and your ambitions. You are ambitious, aren't you? And I think you're going to be able to realize your ambitions, too. And I want to help you if I can. You've got something I never had, real creative ability. but I've heaps of experience, and what I've learned from it is yours for the asking. I can help you to avoid some snares and pitfalls, and I'm not without a bit of pull in certain quarters. Come to Ashburn next Friday afternoon when school's out, and we'll have a heart-to-heart powwow. Yours fraternally, Janet Royal. Emily thrilled to the ends of her toes when she read this letter. Yours fraternally? Oh, heavenly! She knelt at her window and looked out with enraptured eyes into the slender firs of the land of uprightness and the dewy young clover fields beyond. Oh, was it possible that some day she would be a brilliant, successful woman like Miss Royal? That letter made it seem possible, made every wonderful dream seem possible. And on Friday, 4 more days, she was going to see and talk intimately with her high priestess. Mrs. Angela Royal, who called to see Aunt Ruth that evening, didn't exactly seem to think Janet Royal a high priestess or a wonder. But then, of course, a prophetess is apt to have scant honor in her own country, and Mrs. Royal had brought Janet up.
"I don't say but what she's got on well,"
she confided to Aunt Ruth.
"She gets a big salary, but she's an old maid for all that, and as odd in some ways as Dick's hatband."
Emily, studying Latin in the bay window, went on fire with indignation. This was nothing short of lèse-majesty.
"She is very fine-looking yet," said Aunt Ruth. "Janet was always a nice girl." "Oh, yes, she's nice enough. But I was always afraid she was too clever to get married. And I was right. And she's full of foreign notions. She's never on time for her meals, and it really makes me sick the fuss she makes over that dog of hers. Choo-chin, she calls it. He rules the house. He does exactly as he likes, and nobody dare say a word. My poor cat can't call her soul her own. Janet is so touchy about him. When I complained about him sleeping on the plush davenport, she was so vexed she wouldn't speak for a day. That's the thing I don't like about Janet. She gets so high and mighty when she's offended, and she gets offended at things nobody else would dream of minding. And when she's offended with one, she's offended with everybody. I hope nothing will upset her before you come on Friday, Emily. If she's out of humor, she'll visit it on you. But I will say for her that she doesn't often get vexed, and there's nothing mean or grudging about her. She'd work her fingers to the bone to serve a friend."
When Aunt Ruth had gone out to interview the grocer's boy, Mrs. Royal added hurriedly,
"She's greatly interested in you, Emily. She's always fond of having pretty, fresh girls about her. Says it keeps her feeling young. She thinks your work shows real talent. If she takes a fancy to you, it would be a great thing for you. But for pity's sake, keep on good terms with that Chow. If you offend him, Janet wouldn't have anything to do with you, supposing you were Shakespeare himself."
Emily awoke Friday morning with the conviction that this was to be one of the crucial days of her life, a day of dazzling possibilities. She had had a terrible dream of sitting spellbound before Miss Royal, unable to utter one word except choo-chin, which she repeated parrot-like whenever Miss Royal asked her a question. It poured rain all the afternoon, much to her dismay, but at noon it cleared up brilliantly, and the hills across the harbor scarfed themselves in fairy blue. Emily hurried home from school, pale with the solemnity of the occasion. Her toilette was an important rite. She must wear her new navy blue silk. No question about that. It was positively long, and made her look fully grown up. But how should she do her hair? The Psyche knot had more distinction, suited her profile, and showed to better advantage under her hat. Besides, perhaps a bare forehead made her look more intellectual. But Mrs. Royal had said that Miss Royal liked pretty girls. Pretty, therefore, she must be at all costs. The rich black hair was dressed low on her forehead and crowned by the new spring hat which Emily had dared to buy with her latest check, in spite of Aunt Elizabeth's disapproval and Aunt Ruth's unvarnished statement that a fool and her money were soon parted. But Emily was glad now that she had bought the hat. She couldn't have gone to interview Miss Royal in her plain black sailor. This hat was very becoming with its cascade of purple violets that fell from it over the lovely unbroken waves of hair, just touching the milk whiteness of her neck. Everything about her was exquisitely neat and dainty. She looked, I like the old phrase, as if she had just stepped from a bandbox. Aunt Ruth, prowling about the hall, saw her coming downstairs and realized, with something of a shock, that Emily was a young woman. "She carries herself like a Murray," thought Aunt Ruth. The force of commendation could no further go, though it was really from the Starrs that Emily had inherited her slim elegance. The Murrays were stately and dignified, but stiff. It was quite a little walk to Ashburn, which was a fine old white house set far back from the street amid great trees. Emily went up the gravel walk, edged with its fine-fringed shadows of spring, as a worshipper approaching a sacred fane. A fairly large, fluffy white dog was sitting halfway up the gravel walk. Emily looked at him curiously. She had never seen a chow dog. She decided that Chu Chin was handsome, but not clean. He had evidently been having a glorious time in some mud puddle, for his paws and breast were reeking. Emily hoped he would approve of her, but keep his distance. Evidently he approved of her, for he turned and trotted up the walk with her, amiably waving a plumy tail, or rather a tail that would have been plumy had it not been wet and muddy. He stood expectantly beside her while she rang the bell, and as soon as the door was opened he made a joyous bound on the lady who stood within, almost knocking her over. Miss Royal herself had opened the door. She had, as Emily saw at once, no beauty, but unmistakable distinction, from the crown of her gold-bronze hair to the toes of her satin slippers. She was arrayed in some marvelous dress of mauve velvet, and she wore pince-nez with tortoise-shell rims, the first of their kind to be seen in Shrewsbury. Chu Chin gave one rapturous, slobbery wipe at her face with his tongue, then rushed on into Miss Royal's parlor. The beautiful mauve dress was spotted from collar to hem with muddy paw marks. Emily thought that Chu Chin fully deserved Mrs. Royal's bad opinion, and mentally remarked that if he were her dog, he should behave better. But Miss Royal did not reprove him in any way, and perhaps Emily's secret criticism was subconsciously prompted by her instant perception that Miss Royal's greeting, while perfectly courteous, was very cold. From her letter, Emily had somehow expected a warmer reception. "Won't you come in and sit down?" said Miss Royal. She ushered Emily in, waved to a comfortable chair, and sat down on a stiff and uncompromising Chippendale one. Somehow, Emily, sensitive at all times, and abnormally so just now, felt that Miss Royal's selection of a chair was ominous. Why hadn't she sunk chummily into the depths of the big velvet Morris? But there she sat, a stately, aloof figure, having apparently paid not the slightest attention to the appalling mud stains on her beautiful dress. Chu Chin had jumped on the big plush davenport, where he sat, cockily looking from one to the other as if enjoying the situation. It was all too evident that, as Mrs. Royal had foreboded, something had upset Miss Royal, and Emily's heart suddenly sank like lead. "It's a lovely day," she faltered. She knew it was an incredibly stupid thing to say, but she had to say something when Miss Royal wouldn't say anything. The silence was too awful. "Very lovely," agreed Miss Royal, not looking at Emily at all, but at Chu Chin, who was thumping a beautiful silken lace cushion of Mrs. Royal's with his wet tail. Emily hated Chu Chin. It was a relief to hate him, since as yet she did not dare to hate Miss Royal. But she wished herself 1,000 miles away. Oh, if she only hadn't that little bundle of manuscripts on her lap. It was so evident what it was. She would never dare to show one of them to Miss Royal. Was this outraged empress the writer of that kind, friendly letter? It was impossible to believe it. This must be a nightmare. Her dream was out with a vengeance. She felt crude and bread and buttery and ignorant and dowdy and young. Oh, so horribly young. The moments passed, not so very many, perhaps, but seeming like hours to Emily. Her mouth was dry and parched, her brain paralyzed. She couldn't think of a solitary thing to say. A horrible suspicion flashed across her mind that, since writing her letter, Miss Royal had heard the gossip about the night in the old John house, and that her altered attitude was the result. In her misery, Emily squirmed in her chair, and her little packet of manuscript slipped to the floor. Emily stooped to retrieve it. At the same moment, Chu Chin made a flying leap from the davenport at it. His muddy paws caught the spray of violets hanging from Emily's hat and tore it loose. Emily let go of her packet and clutched her hat. Chu Chin let go of the violets and pounced on the packet. Then, holding that in his mouth, he bolted out of the open glass door leading to the garden.
"Oh, what a relief it would be to tear my hair," thought Emily violently.
That diabolical Chow had carried off her latest and best story and a number of choice poems. Heaven knew what he would do with them. She supposed she would never see them again, but at least there was fortunately now no question of showing them to Miss Royal. Emily no longer cared whether Miss Royal was in a bad humor or not. She was no longer desirous of pleasing her. A woman who would let her dog behave like that to an invited guest and never reprove him. Nay, she even seemed to be amused at his antics. Emily was sure she had detected a fleeting smile on Miss Royal's arrogant face as she looked at the ruined violets scattered over the floor. There suddenly popped into Emily's mind a story she had heard of Lofty John's father, who was in the habit of telling his wife, "When people do be after snubbing you, Bridget, pull up your lip, Bridget, pull up your lip." Emily pulled up her lip.
"A very playful dog," she said sarcastically.
"Very," agreed Miss Royal composedly.
"Don't you think a little discipline would improve him?" asked Emily.
"No, I do not think so," said Miss Royal meditatively. Chu Chin returned at this moment, capered about the room, knocked a small glass vase off a tabaret with a whisk of his tail, sniffed at the ensuing fragments, then bounded up on the davenport again, where he sat panting. "Oh, what a good dog am I!" Emily picked up her notebook and pencil.
"Mr. Towers sent me to interview you," she said.
"So I understand," said Miss Royal, never taking her eyes off her worshipped Chow. Emily.
"May I trouble you to answer a few questions?"
Miss Royal with exaggerated amiability. "Charmed." Chu Chin, having saved enough breath, springs from the davenport and rushes through the half-opened folding doors of the dining room. Emily, consulting notebook and recklessly asking the first question jotted down therein.
"What do you think will be the result of the presidential election this fall?"
Miss Royal. "I never think about it." Emily, with compressed lips, writes down in her notebook, "She never thinks about it." Chu Chin reappears, darts through parlor and out into the garden, carrying a roast chicken in his mouth. Miss Royal. "There goes my supper." Emily, checking off first question.
"Is there any likelihood that the United States Congress will look favorably on the recent reciprocity proposals of the Canadian government?"
Miss Royal. "Is the Canadian government making reciprocity proposals? I never heard of them." Emily writes, "She never heard of them." Miss Royal refits her pince-nez. Emily thinks,
"With a chin and a nose like that, you'll look very witch-like when you grow old."
Says,
"Is it your opinion that the historical novel has had its day?"
Miss Royal languidly. I always leave my opinions at home when I take a holiday.
Emily writes, she always leaves her opinions home when she takes a holiday, and wishes savagely she could write her own description of this interview, but knows Mr. Towers wouldn't print it. Then consoles herself by remembering that she has a Virgin Jimmy book at home, and takes a wicked delight in thinking of the account that will be written in it that night. Chu Chin enters. Emily wonders if he could have eaten the chicken in that short time. Chu Chin, evidently feeling the need of some dessert, helps himself to one of Mrs. Royal's crocheted tidies, crawls under the piano with it, and falls to chewing rapturously. Miss Royal fervently, "Dear dog!" Emily suddenly inspired. "What do you think of chow dogs?" Miss Royal, "The most adorable creatures in the world." Emily, to herself, "So you've brought one opinion with you." To Miss Royal, "I do not admire them." Miss Royal, with an icy smile, "It is evident that your taste in dogs must be quite different from mine." Emily, to herself, "I wish Ilse were here to call you names for me." A large motherly gray cat passes across the doorstep outside. Chu Chin bolts out from under the piano, shoots between the legs of a tall plant stand, and pursues the flying cat. The plant stand has gone over with a crash, and Mrs. Royal's beautiful Rex begonia lies in ruins on the floor, amid a heap of earth and broken pottery. Miss Royal, unsympathetically, "Poor Aunt Angela! Her heart will be broken." Emily, "But that doesn't matter, does it?" Miss Royal, gently, "Oh, no, not at all." Emily, consulting notebook, "Do you find many changes in Shrewsbury?" Miss Royal, "I find a good many changes in the people. The younger generation does not impress me favorably." Emily writes this down. Chu Chin again reappears, evidently having chased the cat through a fresh mud puddle, and resumes his repast of the tidy under the piano. Emily shut her notebook and rose. Not for any number of Mr. Towers would she prolong this interview. She looked like a young angel, but she was thinking terrible things, and she hated Miss Royal. Oh, how she hated her! "Thank you. That will be all," she said with a haughtiness quite equal to Miss Royal's. "I'm sorry to have taken so much of your time. Good afternoon." She bowed slightly and went out to the hall. Miss Royal followed her to the parlor door. "Hadn't you better take your dog, Miss Starr?" she asked sweetly. Emily paused in the act of shutting the outer door and looked at Miss Royal. "Pardon me?" "I said, hadn't you better take your dog?" "My dog?" "Yes. He hasn't quite finished the tidy, to be sure, but you might take it along. It won't be much good to Aunt Angela now." He isn't my dog," gasped Emily. "Not your dog? Whose dog is he, then?" said Miss Royal. I thought he was yours. Your Chow," said Emily. Chapter 23. An Open Door. Miss Royal looked at Emily for a moment. Then she seized her wrist, shut the door, drew her back to the parlor, and firmly pushed her down into the Morris chair. This done, Miss Royal threw herself on the muddy davenport and began to laugh, long and helplessly. Once or twice she rocked herself forward, gave Emily's knee 2 wild whacks, then rocked back and continued to laugh. Emily sat, smiling faintly. Her feelings had been too deeply harrowed to permit of Miss Royal's convulsions of mirth, but already there was glimmering in her mind a sketch for her Jimmy book. Meanwhile, the white dog, having chewed the tidy to tatters, spied the cat again, and again rushed after her. Finally Miss Royal sat erect and wiped her eyes. Oh, this is priceless, Emily Byrd Starr. Priceless! When I'm 80, I'll recall this and howl over it. Who will write it up, you or I? But who does own that brute? I'm sure I don't know, said Emily demurely. I never saw him in my life before. Well, let's shut the door before he can return. And now, dear thing, sit here beside me. There's one clean spot here under the cushion. We're going to have our real talk now. Oh, I was so beastly to you when you were trying to ask me questions. I was trying to be beastly. Why didn't you throw something at me, you poor insulted darling? I wanted to, but now I think you let me off very easily, considering the behavior of my supposed dog. Miss Royal went off in another convulsion. I don't know if I can forgive you for thinking that horrid curly white creature was my glorious red gold chow. I'll take you up to my room before you go, and you shall apologize to him. He's asleep on my bed. I locked him there to relieve dear Aunt Angela's mind about her cat. Chu Chin wouldn't hurt the cat. He merely wants to play with her, and the foolish old thing runs. Now you know when a cat runs, a dog simply can't help chasing her. As Kipling tells us, he wouldn't be a proper dog if he didn't. If only that white fiend had confined himself to chasing the cat. It is too bad about Mrs. Royal's begonia, said Emily regretfully. Yes, that is a pity. Aunt Angela's had it for years, but I'll get her a new one. When I saw you coming up the walk with that dog frisking around you, of course I concluded he was yours. I had put on my favorite dress because it really makes me look almost beautiful, and I wanted you to love me. And when the beast muddied it all over, and you never said a word of rebuke or apology, I simply went into one of my cold rages. I do go into them. I can't help it. It's one of my little faults. But I soon thaw out if no fresh aggravation occurs. In this case, fresh aggravation occurred every minute. I vowed to myself that if you did not even try to make your dog behave, I would not suggest that you should. And I suppose you were indignant because I calmly let my dog spoil your violets and eat your manuscripts. I was. It's too bad about the manuscripts. Perhaps we can find them. He can't really have swallowed them, but I suppose he has chewed them to bits. It doesn't matter. I have other copies at home. And your questions! Emily, you were too delicious. Did you really write down my answers? Word for word. I meant to print them just so, too. Mr. Towers had given me a list of questions for you, but of course I didn't mean to fire them off point blank like that. I meant to weave them artfully into our conversation as we went along. But here comes Mrs. Royal. Mrs. Royal came in, smiling. Her face changed as she saw the begonia, but Miss Royal interposed quickly. Dearest Auntie, don't weep or faint, at least not before you've told me who around here owns a white, curly, utterly mannerless, devilish dog.
Lily Bates,
said Mrs. Royal in a tone of despair.
Oh, has she let that creature out again? I had a most terrible time with him before you came. He's really just a big puppy, and he can't behave. I told her finally if I caught him over here again, I'd poison him. She's kept him shut up since then, but now, oh, my lovely Rex.
Well, this dog came in with Emily. I supposed he was her dog. Courtesy to a guest implies courtesy to her dog. Isn't there an old proverb that expresses it more concisely? He embraced me fervently upon his entrance, as my dearest dress testifies. He marked up your Davenport, he tore off Emily's violets, he chased your cat, he overturned your begonia, he broke your vase, he ran off with our chicken. Aye, groan, Aunt Angela, he did. And yet I, determinedly composed and courteous, said not a word of protest. I vow my behavior was worthy of New Moon itself. Wasn't it, Emily?
"You were just too mad to speak,"
said Mrs. Royal ruefully, fingering her wrecked begonia. Miss Royal stole a sly glance at Emily. You see, I can't put anything over on Aunt Angela. She knows me too well. I admit I was not my usual charming self. But, Auntie darling, I'll get you a new vase and a new begonia. Think of all the fun you'll have coaxing it along. Anticipation is always so much more interesting than realization.
"I'll settle Lily Bates,"
said Mrs. Royal, going out of the room to look for a dustpan. Now, dear thing, let's gab, said Miss Royal, snuggling down beside Emily. This was the Miss Royal of the letter. Emily found no difficulty in talking to her. They had a jolly hour, and at the end of it Miss Royal made a proposition that took away Emily's breath. Emily, I want you to come to New York with me in July. There's a vacancy on the staff of the Ladies' Own. No great thing in itself. You'll be sort of general handyman, and all odd jobs will be turned over to you, but you'll have a chance to work up, and you'll be in the center of things. You can write. I realized that the moment I read The Woman Who Spanked the King. I know the editor of Roche's, and I found out who you were and where you lived. That's really why I came down this spring. I wanted to get hold of you. You mustn't waste your life here. It would be a crime. Oh, of course, I know New Moon is a dear, quaint, lovely spot, full of poetry and steeped in romance. It was just the place for you to spend your childhood in. But you must have a chance to grow and develop and be yourself. You must have the stimulus of association with great minds, the training that only a great city can give. Come with me. If you do, I promise you that in 10 years' time Emily Byrd Starr will be a name to conjure with among the magazines of America. Emily sat in a maze of bewilderment, too confused and dazzled to think clearly. She had never dreamed of this. It was as if Miss Royal had suddenly put into her hand a key to unlock the door into the world of all her dreams and hopes and imaginings. Beyond that door was all she had ever hoped for of success and fame. And yet, what faint, odd resentment stirred at the back of all her whirling sensations? Was there a sting in Miss Royal's calm assumption that if Emily did not go with her, her name would forever remain unknown? Did the old dead-and-gone Murrays turn over in their graves at the whisper that one of their descendants could never succeed without the help and pull of a stranger? Or had Miss Royal's manner been a shade too patronizing? Whatever it was, it kept Emily from figuratively flinging herself at Miss Royal's feet. "Oh, Miss Royal, that would be wonderful," she faltered. "I'd love to go. But I'm afraid Aunt Elizabeth will never consent. She'll say I'm too young." "How old are you?" 17. "I was 18 when I went. I didn't know a soul in New York. I had just enough money to keep me for 3 months. I was a crude, callow little thing. Yet I won out. You shall live with me. I'll look after you as well as Aunt Elizabeth herself could do. Tell her I'll guard you like the apple of my eye. I have a dear, cozy little flat where we'll be as happy as queens with my adored and adorable Choo-Chin. You'll love Choo-Chin, Emily." "I think I'd like a cat better," said Emily firmly. "Cats? Oh, we couldn't have a cat in a flat. It wouldn't be amenable enough to discipline. You must sacrifice your pussies on the altar of your art. I'm sure you'll like living with me. I'm very kind and amiable, dearest, when I feel like it, and I generally do feel like it, and I never lose my temper. It freezes up occasionally, but, as I told you, it thaws quickly. I bear other people's misfortunes with equanimity,
And I never tell anyone she has a cold or that she looks tired.
Oh, I'd really make an adorable housemate.
I'm sure you would,
said Emily, smiling. I never saw a young girl before that I wanted to live with, said Miss Royal. You have a sort of luminous personality, Emily. You'll give off light in dull places and empurpled drab spots. Now do make up your mind to come with me.
It is Aunt Elizabeth's mind that must be made up,
said Emily ruefully. If she says I can go, I'll... Emily found herself stopping suddenly. Go, finished Miss Royal joyfully. Aunt Elizabeth will come around. I'll go and have a talk with her. I'll go out to New Moon with you next Friday night. You must have your chance.
I can't thank you enough, Miss Royal, so I won't try. But I must go now.
I'll think this all over. I'm too dazzled just now to think at all.
You don't know what this means to me.
I think I do, said Miss Royal gently. I was once a young girl in Shrewsbury, eating my heart out because I had no chance.
But you made your own chance.
And won out, said Emily wistfully. Yes, but I had to go away to do it. I could never have got anywhere here, and it was a horribly hard climb at first. It took my youth. I want to save you some of the hardships and discouragements. You will go far beyond what I have done. You can create. I can only build with the materials others have made. But we builders have our place. We can make temples for our gods and goddesses, if nothing else. Come with me, dear girl Emily, and I will do all I can to help you in every way.
Thank you. Thank you,
was all Emily could say. Tears of gratitude for this offer of ungrudging help and sympathy were in her eyes. She had not received too much of sympathy or encouragement in her life. It touched her deeply. She went away feeling that she must turn the key and open the magic door beyond, which now seemed to lie all the beauty and allurement of life. If only Aunt Elizabeth would let her.
I can't do it if she doesn't approve,
decided Emily. Halfway home she suddenly stopped and laughed. After all, Miss Royal had forgotten to show her chew-chin. But it doesn't matter, she thought, because in the first place I can't believe that after this I'll ever feel any real interest in chow dogs, and in the second place I'll see him often enough if I go to New York with Miss Royal. Chapter 24. A Valley of Vision. Would she go to New York with Miss Royal? That was the question Emily had now to answer, or rather the question Aunt Elizabeth must answer. For on Aunt Elizabeth's answer, as Emily felt, everything depended, and she had no real hope that Aunt Elizabeth would let her go. Emily might look longingly towards those pleasant far-off green pastures pictured by Miss Royal, but she was quite sure she could never browse in them. The Murray pride and prejudice would be an impassable barrier. Emily said nothing to Aunt Ruth about Miss Royal's offer. It was Aunt Elizabeth's due to hear it first. She kept her dazzling secret until the next weekend, when Miss Royal came to New Moon, very gracious and pleasant, and the weeest bit patronizing, to ask Aunt Elizabeth to let Emily go with her. Aunt Elizabeth listened in silence, a disapproving silence, as Emily felt. The Murray women have never had to work out for their living, she said coldly. It isn't exactly what you would call working out, dear Miss Murray, said Miss Royal, with the courteous patience one must use to a lady whose viewpoint was that of an outlived generation. Thousands of women are going into business and professional life everywhere. I suppose it's all right for them if they don't get married, said Aunt Elizabeth. Miss Royal flushed slightly. She knew that in Blair Water in Shrewsbury she was regarded as an old maid, and therefore a failure, no matter what her income and her standing might be in New York. But she kept her temper and tried another line of attack. "Emily has an unusual gift for writing," she said. "I think she can do something really worthwhile if she gets a chance." "She ought to have her chance, Miss Murray." "You know there isn't any chance for that kind of work here." "Emily has made $90 this past year with her pen," said Aunt Elizabeth. "Heaven grant me patience," thought Miss Royal. Said Miss Royal, "Yes, and 10 years from now she may be making a few hundreds, whereas if she comes with me, in 10 years' time her income would probably be as many thousands." "I'll have to think it over," said Aunt Elizabeth. Emily felt surprised that Aunt Elizabeth had even consented to think it over. She had expected absolute refusal. "She'll come round to it," whispered Miss Royal when she went away. "I'm going to get you, darling Emily B. I know the Murrays of old. They always had an eye to the main chance. Auntie will let you come." "I'm afraid not," said Emily ruefully. When Miss Royal had gone, Aunt Elizabeth looked at Emily. "Would you like to go, Emily?" "Yes, I think so. If you don't mind," faltered Emily. She was very pale. She did not plead or coax, but she had no hope. None. Aunt Elizabeth took a week to think it over. She called in Ruth and Wallace and Oliver to help her. Ruth said dubiously, "I suppose we ought to let her go. It's a splendid chance for her. It's not as if she were going alone. I'd never agree to that. Janet will look after her." "She's too young. She's too young," said Uncle Oliver. "It seems a good chance for her. Janet Royal has done well, they say," said Uncle Wallace. Aunt Elizabeth even wrote to Great-Aunt Nancy. The answer came back in Aunt Nancy's quavering hand.
"Suppose you let Emily decide for herself," suggested Aunt Nancy.
Aunt Elizabeth folded up Aunt Nancy's letter and called Emily into the parlor. "If you wish to go with Miss Royal, you may," she said. "I feel it would not be right for me to hinder you. We shall miss you. We would rather have you with us for a few years yet. I know nothing about New York. I am told it is a wicked city. But you have been brought up carefully. I leave the decision in your own hands. Laura, what are you crying about?" Emily felt as if she wanted to cry herself. To her amazement, she felt something that was not delight or pleasure. It was one thing to long after forbidden pastures. It seemed to be quite another thing when the bars were flung down and you were told to enter if you would. Emily did not immediately rush to her room and write a joyous letter to Miss Royal, who was visiting friends in Charlottetown. Instead, she went out into the garden and thought very hard, all that afternoon and all Sunday. During the week in Shrewsbury, she was quiet and thoughtful, conscious that Aunt Ruth was watching her closely. For some reason, Aunt Ruth did not discuss the matter with her. Perhaps she was thinking of Andrew. Or perhaps it was an understood thing among the Murrays that Emily's decision was to be entirely uninfluenced. Emily couldn't understand why she didn't write Miss Royal at once. Of course she would go. Wouldn't it be terribly foolish not to? She would never have such a chance again. It was such a splendid chance. Everything made easy. The Alpine path no more than a smooth and gentle slope. Success certain and brilliant and quick. Why, then, did she have to keep telling herself all this? Why was she driven to seek Mr. Carpenter's advice the next weekend? And Mr. Carpenter would not help her much. He was rheumatic and cranky. "Don't tell me the cats have been hunting again," he groaned. "No, I haven't any manuscripts this time," said Emily with a faint smile. "I've come for advice of a different kind." She told him of her perplexity. "It's such a splendid chance," she concluded.
Of course, it's a splendid chance to go and be Yankified, grunted Mr. Carpenter.
I wouldn't get Yankified, said Emily resentfully. Miss Royal has been 20 years in New York, and she isn't Yankified.
Isn't she? I don't mean by Yankified what you think I do, retorted Mr. Carpenter. I'm not referring to the silly girls who go up to the States to work and come back in 6 months with an accent that would raise blisters on your skin. Janet Royal is Yankified. Her outlook and atmosphere and style are all U.S. And I'm not condemning them. They're all right. But she isn't a Canadian any longer, and that's what I wanted you to be. Pure Canadian through and through. Doing something as far as in you lay for the literature of your own country, keeping your Canadian tang and flavor. But, of course, there's not many dollars in that sort of thing yet.
There's no chance to do anything here, argued Emily.
No more than there was in Haworth Parsonage, growled Mr. Carpenter.
I'm not a Charlotte Bronte, protested Emily. She had genius. It can stand alone. I have only talent. It needs help and guidance.
In short, pull, said Mr. Carpenter.
So you think I oughtn't to go, said Emily anxiously.
Go if you want to. To be quickly famous, we must all stoop a little. Oh, go, I'm telling you. I'm too old to argue. Go in peace. You'd be a fool not to, only fools do sometimes attain. There's a special providence for them, no doubt.
Emily went away from the little house in the hollow with her eyes rather black. She met old Kelly on her way up the hill, and he pulled his plump nag and red chariot to a standstill and beckoned to her.
Girl dear, here's some peppermints for you. And now ain't it high time, eh? Now you know.
Old Kelly winked at her. Oh, I'm going to be an old maid, Mr. Kelly, smiled Emily. Old Kelly shook his head as he gathered up his reins.
Sure, and nothing like that will ever be happening to you. You're one of the folks God really loves. Only don't be taking one of the praise now. Never have the praise, girl dear.
Mr. Kelly, said Emily suddenly, I've been offered a splendid chance to go to New York and take a place on the staff of a magazine. I can't make up my mind. What do you think I'd better do? As she spoke, she thought of the horror of Aunt Elizabeth at the idea of a Murray asking old Jock Kelly's advice. She herself was a little ashamed of doing it. Old Kelly shook his head again.
What do the boys around here be thinking of? But what does the old lady say?
Aunt Elizabeth says I can do as I like.
Then I guess we'll be leaving it at that,
said old Kelly, and drove off without another word. Plainly, there was no help to be had in old Kelly. Why should I want help? Thought Emily desperately. What has got into me that I can't make up my own mind? Why can't I say I'll go? It doesn't seem to me now that I want to go. I only feel I ought to want to go. She wished that Dean were home, but Dean had not got back from his winter in Los Angeles, and somehow she could not talk the matter over with Teddy. Nothing had come of that wonderful moment in the old John house, nothing except a certain constraint that had almost spoiled their old comradeship. Outwardly they were as good friends as ever, but something was gone, and nothing seemed to be taking its place. She would not admit to herself that she was afraid to ask Teddy. Suppose he told her to go? That would hurt unbearably, because it would show that he didn't care whether she went or stayed. But Emily would not glance at this at all. Of course I'll go, she said aloud to herself. Perhaps the spoken word would settle things. What would I do next year if I didn't? Aunt Elizabeth will certainly never let me go anywhere else alone. Ilse will be away, and Perry, Teddy too, likely. He says he's bound to go and do something to earn money for his art study. I must go. She said it fiercely, as if arguing against some invisible opponent. When she reached home in the twilight, no one was there, and she went restlessly all over the house. What charm and dignity and fineness the old rooms had, with their candles and their ladder-backed chairs and their braided rugs. How dear and entreating was her own little room, with its diamond paper and its guardian angel, its fat black rose jar and its funny, kinky window pane. Would Miss Royal's flat be half so wonderful? "Of course I'll go," she said again, feeling that if she could only have left off the "of course," the thing would have been settled. She went out into the garden, lying in the remote, passionless beauty of early spring moonlight, and walked up and down its paths. From afar came the whistle of the Shrewsbury train, like a call from the alluring world beyond, a world full of interest, charm, drama. She paused by the old lichened sundial and traced the motto on its border, "So goes time by." Time did go by, swiftly, mercilessly, even at new moon, unspoiled as it was by any haste or rush of modernity. Should she not take the current when it offered? The white June lilies waved in the faint breeze. She could almost see her old friend, the Wind Woman, bending over them to tilt their waxen chins. Would the Wind Woman come to her in the crowded city streets? Could she be like Kipling's cat there? And I wonder if I'll ever have the flash in New York, she thought wistfully. How beautiful was this old garden which Cousin Jimmy loved. How beautiful was old New Moon Farm. Its beauty had a subtly romantic quality all its own. There was enchantment in the curve of the dark red dew-wet road beyond, remote spiritual allurement in the Three Princesses, magic in the orchard, a hint of intriguing devilment in the fir wood. How could she leave this old house that had sheltered and loved her? Never tell me houses do not love. The graves of her kin by the Blairwater Pond, the wide fields and haunted woods where her childhood dreams had been dreamed. All at once, she knew she could not leave them. She knew she had never really wanted to leave them. That was why she had gone about desperately asking advice of impossible outsiders. She had really been hoping they would tell her not to go. That was why she had wished so wildly that Dean were home. He would certainly have told her not to go. "I belong to New Moon. I stay among my own people," she said. There was no doubt about this decision. She did not want anyone to help her to it. A deep inner contentment possessed her as she went up the walk and into the old house, which no longer looked reproachfully at her. She found Elizabeth and Laura and Cousin Jimmy in the kitchen, full of its candle magic. "I am not going to New York, Aunt Elizabeth," she said. "I am going to stay here at New Moon with you." Aunt Laura gave a little cry of joy. Cousin Jimmy said, "Hurrah!" Aunt Elizabeth knitted a round of her stocking before she said anything. Then, "I thought a Murray would," she said. Emily went straight to Washburn Monday evening. Miss Royal had returned and greeted her warmly. "I hope you've come to tell me that Miss Murray has decided to be reasonable and let you come with me, honey sweet." "She told me I could decide for myself." Miss Royal clapped her hands. "Oh, goody, goody! Then it's all settled." Emily was pale, but her eyes were black with earnestness and intense feeling. "Yes, it's settled. I'm not going," she said. "I thank you with all my heart, Miss Royal, but I can't go." Miss Royal stared at her, realized in a moment that it was not the slightest use to plead or argue, but began to plead and argue all the same. "Emily, you can't mean it. Why can't you come?" "I can't leave New Moon. I love it too much. It means too much to me." "I thought you wanted to come with me, Emily, said Miss Royal reproachfully. I did, and part of me wants to yet. But away down under that, another part of me will not go. Don't think me foolish and ungrateful, Miss Royal.
Of course I don't think you're ungrateful, said Miss Royal helplessly. But yes, I do think you are awfully foolish. You are simply throwing away your chances of a career. What can you ever do here that is worthwhile, child? You've no idea of the difficulties in your path. You can't get material here. There's no atmosphere, no—
I'll create my own atmosphere,
said Emily with a trifle of spirit. After all, she thought, Miss Royal's viewpoint was just the same as Mrs. Alex Sawyer's, and her manner was patronizing.
And as for material, people live here just the same as anywhere else, suffer and enjoy and sin and aspire just as they do in New York.
You don't know a thing about it, said Miss Royal, rather pettishly. You'll never be able to write anything really worthwhile here, no big thing. There's no inspiration. You'll be hampered in every way. The big editors won't look farther than the address of Prince Edward Island on your manuscript. Emily, you're committing literary suicide. You'll realize that at 3 of the clock some white night, Emily B. Oh, I suppose after some years you'll work up a clientele of Sunday school and agricultural papers. But will that satisfy you? You know it won't. And then the petty jealousy of these small prunes and prisms places. If you do anything the people you went to school with can't do, some of them will never forgive you, and they'll all think you're the heroine of your own stories, especially if you portray her beautiful and charming. If you write a love story, they'll be sure it's your own. You'll get so tired of Blairwater, you'll know all the people in it, what they are and can be. It'll be like reading a book for the 20th time. Oh, I know all about it. I was alive before you were born, as I said when I was 8 to a playmate of 6. You'll get discouraged. The hour of 3 o'clock will gradually overwhelm you. There's the 3 o'clock every night, remember. You'll give up. You'll marry that cousin of yours.
Never.
Well, someone like him then, and settle down.
No, I'll never settle down, said Emily decidedly. Never as long as I live. What a stodgy condition.
And you'll have a parlor like this of Aunt Angela's, continued Miss Royal relentlessly. A mantelpiece crowded with photographs, an easel with an enlarged picture in a frame 8 inches wide, a red plush album with a crocheted doily on it, a crazy quilt on your spare room bed, a hand-painted banner in your hall, and, as a final touch of elegance, an asparagus fern will grace the center of your dining room table.
No,
said Emily gravely.
Such things are not among the Murray traditions.
Well, the spiritual equivalent of them, then. Oh, I can see your whole life, Emily, here in a place like this where people can't see a mile beyond their nose.
I can see farther than that,
said Emily, putting up her chin.
I can see to the stars. I was speaking figuratively, my dear. So was I. Oh, Miss Royal, I know life is rather cramped here in some ways, but the sky is as much mine as anybody's. I may not succeed here, but if not, I wouldn't succeed in New York either. Some fountain of living water would dry up in my soul if I left the land I love. I know I'll have difficulties and discouragements here, but people have overcome far worse. You know that story you told me about Parkman? That for years he was unable to write for more than 5 minutes at a time. That he took 3 years to write one of his books, 6 lines per day for 3 years. I shall always remember that when I get discouraged. It will help me through any number of white nights.
Well, Miss Royal threw out her hands. I give up. I think you're making a terrible mistake, Emily, but if in the years to come I find out I'm wrong, I'll write and admit it. And if you find out you were wrong, write me and admit it, and you'll find me as ready to help you as ever. I won't even say I told you so. Send me any of your stories my magazine is fit for, and ask me for any advice I can give. I'm going right back to New York tomorrow. I was only going to wait till July to take you with me. Since you won't come, I'm off. I detest living in a place where all they think is that I've played my cards badly and lost the matrimonial game, where all the young girls, except you, are so abominably respectful to me, and where the old folks keep telling me I look so much like my mother. Mother was ugly. Let's say goodbye and make it snappy."
"Miss Royal," said Emily earnestly, "you do believe, don't you, that I appreciate your kindness? Your sympathy and encouragement have meant more to me, always will mean more to me, than you can ever dream."
Miss Royal whisked her handkerchief furtively across her eyes and made an elaborate curtsy. "Thank you for them kind words, lady," she said solemnly. Then she laughed a little, put her hands on Emily's shoulders, and kissed her cheek. "All the good wishes ever thought, said, or written go with you," she said. "And I think it would be nice if any place would ever mean to me what it is evident New Moon means to you." At 3 o'clock that night, a wakeful but contented Emily remembered that she had never seen Chu Chin. Chapter 25. April Love. June 10th. Yesterday evening, Andrew Oliver Murray asked Emily Byrd Starr to marry him. The said Emily Byrd Starr told him she wouldn't. I'm glad it's over. I felt it coming for some time. Every evening Andrew has been here, I've felt that he was trying to bring the conversation around to some serious subject. But I have never felt quite equal to the interview, and always contrived to sidetrack him with frivolity. Yesterday evening I went to the Land of Uprightness for one of the last rambles I shall have in it. I climbed the hill of firs and looked down over the fields of mist and silver in the moonlight. The shadows of the ferns and sweet wild grasses along the edge of the woods were like a dance of sprites. Away beyond the harbor, below the moonlight, was a sky of purple and amber where a sunset had been. But behind me was darkness. A darkness which, with its tang of fern balsam, was like a perfumed chamber where one might dream dreams and see visions. Always when I go into the Land of Uprightness, I leave behind the realm of daylight and things known, and go into the realm of shadow and mystery and enchantment, where anything might happen, anything might come true. I can believe anything there. Old myths, legends, dryads, fauns, leprechauns. One of my wonder moments came to me. It seemed to me that I got out of my body and was free. I'm sure I heard an echo of that random word of the gods, and I wanted some unused language to express what I saw and felt. Enter Andrew, spick and span, prim and gentlemanly. Fauns, fairies, wonder moments, random words fled pell-mell. No new language was needed now. What a pity Side Whiskers went out with the last generation. They would suit him so, I said to myself in good plain English. I knew Andrew had come to say something special, otherwise he would not have followed me into the Land of Uprightness, but have waited decorously in Aunt Ruth's parlor. I knew it had to come, and I made up my mind to get it over and have done with it. The expectant attitude of Aunt Ruth and the New Moon folks has been oppressive lately. I believe they all feel quite sure that the real reason I wouldn't go to New York was that I couldn't bear to part with Andrew. But I was not going to have Andrew propose to me by moonlight in the Land of Uprightness. I might have been bewitched into accepting him. So when he said, "It's nice here. Let's stay here for a while. After all, I think there is nothing so pretty as nature," I said gently but firmly that, though nature must feel highly flattered,
It was too damp for a person with a tendency to consumption, and I must go in. In we went. I sat down opposite Andrew and stared at a bit of Aunt Ruth's crochet yarn on the carpet. I shall remember the color and shape of that yarn to my dying day. Andrew talked jerkily about indifferent things and then began throwing out hints. He would get his managership in 2 years more. He believed in people marrying young, and so on. He floundered badly. I suppose I could have made it easier for him, but I hardened my heart, remembering how he had kept away in those dreadful weeks of the John House scandal. At last, he blurted out, "Emily, let's get married as soon as I'm able to." He seemed to feel that he ought to say something more, but didn't know just what. So he repeated, "Just as soon as I'm able to," and stopped. I don't believe I even went through the motions of a blush. "Why should we get married?" I said. Andrew looked aghast. Evidently this was not the Murray tradition of receiving a proposal. Why, because I'd like it," he stammered. "I wouldn't," I said. Andrew stared at me for a few moments, trying to take in the amazing idea that he was being refused. "But why?" he asked, exactly in Aunt Ruth's tone and manner. "Because I don't love you," I said. Andrew did blush. I know he thought I was immodest. I think they'd all like it," he stammered. "I wouldn't," I said again. I said it in a tone even Andrew couldn't mistake. He was so surprised. I don't think he felt anything but surprise, not even disappointment. He didn't know what to do or say. A Murray couldn't coax. So he got up and went out without another word. I thought he banged the door, but afterwards I discovered it was only the wind. I wish he had banged the door. It would have saved my self-respect. It is mortifying to refuse a man and then discover that his main feeling is bewilderment. Next morning, Aunt Ruth, evidently suspecting something amiss from the brevity of Andrew's call, asked me point-blank what had happened. There's nothing subtle about Aunt Ruth. I told her just as point-blankly. "What fault have you to find with Andrew?" she asked icily. "No fault, but he tastes flat. He has all the virtues, but the pinch of salt was left out," I said with my nose in the air. "I hope you don't go farther and fare worse," said Aunt Ruth ominously, meaning, as I knew, Stovepipe Town. I could have reassured Aunt Ruth on that point also, had I chosen. Last week Perry came to tell me that he is going into Mr. Abel's office in Charlottetown to study law. It's a splendid chance for him. Mr. Abel heard his speech the night of the interschool debate and has had his eye on him ever since, I understand. I congratulated him heartily. I really was delighted. "He'll give me enough to pay my board," said Perry, "and I guess I can rustle my clothes on some sideline. I've got to hoe my own row. Aunt Tom won't help me. You know why." "I'm sorry, Perry," I said, laughing a little. "Won't you, Emily?" he said. "I'd like this thing settled." "It is settled," I said. "I suppose I've made an awful ass of myself about you," grumbled Perry. "You have," I said comfortingly, but still laughingly. Somehow I've never been able to take Perry seriously any more than Andrew. I've always got the feeling that he just imagines he's in love with me. "You won't get a cleverer man than me in a hurry," warned Perry. "I'm going to climb high." "I'm sure you will," I said warmly, "and nobody will be more pleased than your friend Emily B." "Oh, friends," said Perry sulkily. "It's not for a friend I want you. But I've always heard it was no use to coax a Murray. Will you tell me one thing? It isn't my funeral, but are you going to marry Andrew Murray?" It isn't your funeral, but I'm not, I said.
Well, said Perry as he went out, if you ever change your mind, let me know. It will be all right, if I haven't changed mine.
I have written the account of this exactly as it happened, but I have also written another account of it in my Jimmy book as it should have happened. I find I am beginning to overcome my old difficulty of getting my dream people to make love fluently. In my imaginary account, both Perry and I talked beautifully. I think Perry really felt a little worse than Andrew did, and I felt sorry about it. I do like Perry so much as a chum and friend. I hate to disappoint him, but I know he will soon get over it. So I'll be the only one left at Blairwater next year. I don't know how I'll feel about that. I dare say I'll feel a little flat by times. Perhaps at 3 of the night I'll wish I had gone with Miss Royal. But I'm going to settle down to hard, serious work. It's a long climb to the crest of the Alpine path. But I believe in myself, and there is always my world behind the curtain. New Moon, June 21st. As soon as I arrived home tonight, I felt a decided atmosphere of disapproval and realized that Aunt Elizabeth knew all about Andrew. She was angry, and Aunt Laura was sorry, but nobody has said anything. At twilight, I talked it over in the garden with Cousin Jimmy. Andrew, it seems, has been feeling quite badly since the numbness of shock wore off. His appetite has failed, and Aunt Addie indignantly wants to know if I expect to marry a prince or a millionaire, since her son is not good enough for me. Cousin Jimmy thinks I did perfectly right. Cousin Jimmy would think I had done perfectly right if I had murdered Andrew and buried him in the land of uprightness. It's very nice to have one friend like that, though too many wouldn't be good for you. June 22nd. I don't know which is worse, to have somebody you don't like ask you to marry him, or not have someone you do like. Both are rather unpleasant. I have decided that I only imagined certain things in the old John house. I'm afraid Aunt Ruth was right when she used to say my imagination needed a curb. This evening I loitered in the garden. In spite of the fact that it was June, it was cold and raw, and I felt a little lonely and discouraged and flat. Perhaps because 2 stories of which I had hoped a good deal came back to me today. Suddenly I heard Teddy's signal whistle in the old orchard. Of course I went. It's always a case of, "Oh, whistle and I'll come to you, my lad," with me. Though I would die before I would admit it to anyone but my journal. As soon as I saw his face, I knew he had some great news. He had. He held out a letter. Mr. Frederick Kent. I never can remember that Teddy's name is Frederick. He can never be anything but Teddy to me. He has won a scholarship at the School of Design in Montreal. $500 for 2 years. I was instantly as excited as he was, with a queer feeling behind the excitement which was so compounded of fear and hope and expectancy that I couldn't tell which predominated. "How splendid for you, Teddy," I said, a little tremulously. "Oh, I'm so glad." "But your mother, what does she think of it?" "She'll let me go, but she'll be very lonely and unhappy," said Teddy, growing very sober instantly. "I want her to come with me, but she won't leave the tansy patch. I hate to think of her living there all alone. I wish she didn't feel as she does about you, Emily. If she didn't, you could be such a comfort to her." I wondered if it occurred to Teddy that I might need a little comforting too. A queer silence fell between us. We walked along the tomorrow road. It has grown so beautiful that one wonders if any tomorrow can make it more beautiful, until we reached the fence of the pond pasture and stood there under the gray-green gloom of the firs. I felt suddenly very happy, and in those few minutes part of me planted a garden and laid out beautiful closets and bought a dozen solid silver teaspoons and arranged my attic
and hem-stitched a double damask tablecloth. And the other part of me just waited. Once I said it was a lovely evening. It wasn't. And a few minutes later, I said it looked like rain. It didn't. But one had to say something. I'm going to work hard. I'm going to get everything possible out of those 2 years, Teddy said at last, staring at Blair Water, and at the sky, and at the sandhills, and at the green, leisurely meadows, and at everything but me. Then perhaps when they're up, I'll manage to get to Paris, to go abroad, to see the masterpieces of great artists, to live in their atmosphere, to see the scenes their genius immortalized, all I've been hungry for all my life. And when I come back— Teddy stopped abruptly and turned to me. From the look in his eyes, I thought he was going to kiss me. I really did. I don't know what I would have done if I couldn't have shut my own eyes. And when I come back, he repeated, stopped again. Yes, I said. I don't deny to this my journal that I said it a trifle expectantly. I'll make the name of Frederick Kent mean something in Canada, said Teddy. I opened my eyes. Teddy was looking at the dim gold of Blair Water and scowling. Again I had a feeling that night air was not good for me. I shivered, said a few polite commonplaces, and left him there scowling. I wonder if he was too shy to kiss me, or just didn't want to. I could care tremendously for Teddy Kent if I let myself, if he wanted me to. It is evident he doesn't want me to. He is thinking of nothing but success and ambition and a career. He has forgotten our exchange of glances in the old John house. He has forgotten that he told me 3 years ago on George Horton's tombstone that I was the sweetest girl in the world. He will meet hundreds of wonderful girls out in the world. He will never think of me again. So be it. If Teddy doesn't want me, I won't want him. That is a Murray tradition. But then, I'm only half Murray. There is the Starr half to be considered. Luckily, I have a career and an ambition also to think about, and a jealous goddess to serve, as Mr. Carpenter once told me. I think she might not tolerate a divided allegiance. I am conscious of 3 sensations. On top, I am sternly composed and traditional. Underneath that, something that would hurt horribly if I let it, is being kept down. And underneath that again is a queer feeling of relief that I still have my freedom. June 26th. All Shrewsbury is laughing over Ilsa's last exploit, and half Shrewsbury is disapproving. There is a certain very pompous young senior who acts as usher in St. John's Church on Sundays, who takes himself very seriously, and whom Ilsa hates. Last Sunday she dressed herself up as an old woman, borrowing the toggery from a poor relation of Mrs. Adamson's who boards with her. A long, full black skirt, bordered with crepe, a black mantle bordered with crepe, a widow's bonnet, and a heavy crepe widow's veil. Arrayed thus, she tottered down the street and paused wistfully at the church steps, as if she couldn't possibly climb them. Young Pomposity saw her, and having some decent instincts behind his pomposity, went gallantly to her assistance. He took her shaking mittened hand. It was shaking all right. Ilsa was in spasms of laughter behind her veil, and assisted her frail, trembling feet up the steps, through the porch, up the aisle, and into a pew. Ilsa murmured a broken blessing on him, handed him a tract, sat through the service, and then tottered home. Next day, of course, the story was all through the school, and the poor lad was so guyed by the other boys that all his pomposity oozed out, temporarily at least, under the torture. Perhaps the incident may do him a world of good. Of course I scolded Ilsa. She is a glad, daring creature and counts no cost. She will always do whatever she takes it into her head to do, even if it were to turn a somersault in the church aisle. I love her, love her, love her. And what I will do without her next year, I do not know. Our tomorrows will always be separated after this and grow apart, and when we meet occasionally, it will be as strangers. Oh, I know. I know. Ilse was furious over what she called Perry's presumption in thinking I could ever marry him. Oh, it was not presumption. It was condescension, I said, laughing. Perry belongs to the great ducal house of Carabas. Oh, he'll succeed, of course. But there'll always be a flavor of stovepipe town about him, retorted Ilse. Why have you always been so hard on Perry, Ilse? I protested. He's such a cackling oaf, said Ilse morosely. Oh, well, he's just at the age when a boy knows everything, I said, feeling quite wise and elderly. He will grow more ignorant and endurable after a while, I went on, feeling epigrammic. And he has improved in these Shrewsbury years, I concluded, feeling smug. You talk as if he were a cabbage, fumed Ilse. For heaven's sake, Emily, don't be so superior and patronizing. There are times when Ilse is good for me. I know I deserved that. June 27th. Last night I dreamed I stood in the old summer house at new moon and saw the lost diamond sparkling on the floor at my feet. I picked it up in delight. It lay in my hand for a moment. Then it seemed to elude my grasp, flashed through the air, leaving a long, slender trail of brilliance behind it, and become a star in the western sky, just above the edge of the world. It is my star. I must reach it before it sets, I thought, and started out. Suddenly Dean was beside me, and he too was following the star. I felt I must go slowly because he was lame and could not go fast, and all the time the star sank lower and lower. Yet I felt I couldn't leave Dean. Then just as suddenly, things do happen like that in dreams. So nice, without a bit of trouble. Teddy was beside me too, holding out his hands to me, with the look in his eyes I had seen twice before. I put my hands in his, and he drew me towards him. I was holding up my face. Then Dean gave a bitter cry. My star has set. I turned my head for just a glance. The star was gone, and I woke up in a dull, ugly, rainy dawn with no star, no Teddy, no kiss. I wonder what the dream meant, if it meant anything. I must not think it did. It is a Murray tradition not to be superstitious. June 28th. This is my last night in Shrewsbury. Goodbye, proud world. I'm going home. Tomorrow, when Cousin Jimmy is coming for me in my trunk in the old express wagon, and I will ride back in that chariot of state to New Moon. These 3 Shrewsbury years seemed so long to me when I looked ahead to them, and now, looking back, they seem as yesterday when it has passed. I think I've won something in them. I don't use so many italics. I've acquired a little poise and self-control. I've got a bit of bitter worldly wisdom, and I've learned to smile over a rejection slip. I think that has been the hardest lesson of all to learn, and doubtless the most necessary. As I look back over these 3 years, some things stand out so much more clearly and significantly than others, as if they had a special meaning all their own, and not always the things one might expect either. For instance, Evelyn's enmity, and even that horrible mustache incident seemed faded and unimportant, but the moment I saw my first poem in Garden and Woodland. Oh, that was a moment. My walk to New Moon and back the night of the play. The writing of that queer little poem of mine that Mr. Carpenter tore up. My night on the haystack under the September moon. That splendid old woman who spanked the king. The moment in class when I discovered Keats's lines about the airy voices. And that other moment in the old John house when Teddy looked into my eyes.
Oh, it seems to me these are the things I will remember in the halls of eternity when Evelyn Blake's sneers and the John House scandal and Aunt Ruth's nagging and the routine of lessons and examinations have been forever forgotten. And my promise to Aunt Elizabeth has helped me, as Mr. Carpenter predicted. Not in my diary, perhaps. I just let myself go here. One must have a vent. But in my stories and Jimmy books. We had our class day exercises this afternoon. I wore my new cream organdy with the violets in it and carried a big bouquet of pink peonies. Dean, who was in Montreal on his way home, wired the florist here for a bouquet of roses for me, 17 roses, one for each year of my life, and it was presented to me when I went up for my diploma. That was dear of Dean. Perry was class orator and made a fine speech, and he got the medal for general proficiency. It has been a stiff pull between him and Will Morris. But Perry has won out. I wrote and read the class day prophecy. It was very amusing, and the audience seemed to enjoy it. I had another one in my Jimmy book at home. It was much more amusing, but it wouldn't have done to read it. I wrote my last society letter for Mr. Towers tonight. I've always hated that stunt, but I wanted the few pennies it brought in, and one mustn't scorn the base degrees by which one ascends young ambition's ladder. I've also been packing up. Aunt Ruth came up occasionally and looked at me as I packed, but was oddly silent. Finally she said, with a sigh, "I shall miss you awfully, Emily." I never dreamed of her saying and feeling anything like that. And it made me feel uncomfortable. Since Aunt Ruth was so decent about the John House scandal, I felt differently towards her. But I couldn't say I'd miss her. Yet something had to be said. I shall always be very grateful to you, Aunt Ruth, for what you have done for me these past 3 years. "I've tried to do my duty," said Aunt Ruth virtuously. I find I'm oddly sorry to leave this little room I've never liked, and that has never liked me, and that long hill starred with lights. After all, I've had some wonderful moments here, and even poor dying Byron. But by no stretch of sentiment can I regret parting from Queen Alexandra's chromo or the vase of paper flowers. Of course, the Lady Giovanna goes with me. She belongs in my room at New Moon. She has always seemed like an exile here. It hurts me to think I shall never again hear the night wind in the land of uprightness, but I'll have my night wind in Lofty John's bush. I think Aunt Elizabeth means to let me have a kerosene lamp to write by. My door at New Moon shuts tight, and I will not have to drink cambric tea. I went at dusk tonight to that little pearly pool which has always been such a witching spot to linger near on spring evenings. Through the trees that fringed it, faint hues of rose and saffron from the west stole across it. It was unruffled by a breath, and every leaf and branch and fern and blade of grass was mirrored in it. I looked in and saw my face, and by an odd twist of reflection from a bending bough, I seemed to wear a leafy garland on my head, like a laurel crown. I took it as a good omen. Perhaps Teddy was only shy. This recording of Emily Climbs was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Text copyright 2011 by heirs of L M Montgomery, Inc. Sound recording copyright 2017, Dreamscape Media, LLC. This recording was produced by arrangement with Sourcebooks, Inc. Thank you for listening. Please check www.dreamscapeab.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.